Side 11, Phantom, by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 331. Nietzsche thought, perhaps more than ever before, that she was hearing the first wizard himself speaking. She could see where Richard got some of his remarkable resolve. Kara glared at the man. "You're talking like he's dead. He's not." Zed offered her a smile and nodded his agreement. He was not able to make it look convincing. "I need to talk to Jebra," Nietzsche said. "Right now, that's the best place to start. What else has she had to say about her vision?" Zed sighed. "Not much. It's been years since she has had a vision, and this one was not only a complete surprise, but apparently overpoweringly appalling. I have begun to fear that the reason she hasn't had visions is because of what Richard had to say about magic failing. If so, then for this one to break through her failing ability speaks volumes. While she was conscious, and during the periods when she's been coherent, her ability to grasp the entirety of her vision, the events in it, seemed to have been fragmented and incomplete." "Maybe we can help her to piece it together," Nietzsche said as gently as possible, despite how powerfully determined she was to make the woman do what was needed. Zed obviously didn't think it was going to do any good, but he apparently would rather invest his effort in the attempt than surrender to the unimaginable. "This way," he said, as he turned in a flourish and rushed off down the dimly lit hall. At a rather small, round-topped door with intricate vines and overlapping leaves carved into the mahogany panels, Zed, with Nietzsche and the two moored Sith flanking him, gently knocked. While he waited for an answer, he turned to Rika. "Go and get Nathan. Tell him it's urgent, and that he will need to pack. He is going to have to leave at once." Nietzsche suspected what Zed was going to ask Nathan to do, but she forced the thought from her mind. It would require her to think of the unthinkable. She instead concentrated on the task at hand. She had to get Jebra to tell her where Richard was, tell her what was happening to him. If necessary, Nietzsche intended to use her gift to accomplish the task. As Rika raced off down the hall, Zed rapped again a little louder. When there was no response, he looked back over his shoulder at Nietzsche. He fidgeted with the cuff of his simple robes. "Do you sense anything odd?" Nietzsche was so filled with frantic thoughts and emotions that she hadn't been paying any attention. They were in the keep, after all. There were alarms everywhere that should protect them from any unwanted visitors. She set aside her thoughts as her senses went into a heightened state of awareness. "Now that you mention it, something does feel odd." "Odd like what?" Kara asked as she spun her Aegil back up into her hand. She looked startled for just an instant before realization cut off the surprise. Nietzsche gently lifted the wizard's hand from the lever before he could open the door. "There isn't anyone in there with her, is there? Maybe Tom or Friedrich?" Zed frowned at her. "Not that I know of. Those two are out on patrol. I was sitting with Jebra when I sensed you and Kara coming. She was asleep. I had wanted to be near if she awoke, and was able to tell me any more about her vision. I left her and came to meet you, hoping to see that she had been wrong about Richard. Anne and Nathan have already gone to bed. I suppose it's possible that it could be one of them." Nietzsche, her inner senses now fully alert, shook her head. "It's not either of them. Something else." Zed stared off as he puzzled at the question, the way one would listen for any sound, but Nietzsche knew that he wasn't exactly listening for a telltale sound. He was doing the same thing she was doing, using his gift to probe what they couldn't see or hear, to try to sense the presence of life. As far as Nietzsche could sense, though, there were only the three of them close by. Her and Zed and Kara, and more faintly on the other side of the door, Jebra. But there was something else as well. The feeling, though, made no sense. It was a presence, but not the kind of sensation she would have were there another person lurking beyond the door. It did seem, though, as if she might have had a very similar sensation just recently. She frowned, trying to remember. "I have extra alarms set all over this area," Zed told her. Nietzsche nodded. "I know, I felt them." "There isn't any way someone could have gotten past them. I would know. Bags, there's no way even a mouse could get by the snares I set." "Could it be because of what Lord Rahl told us?" Kara asked in a low voice. "I mean about there being something wrong with magic? Could it be that there's something wrong with your gift, and that's why you feel what you feel?" Zed gave the woman a sour look. "You mean you think our gift is what? Scrambled?" Kara shrugged and then added to the idea. "I don't know much about magic, but maybe that's what's wrong with my Aegil. Maybe that's all it is. Lord Rahl was pretty insistent that he knew that magic was corrupted. Maybe your gifted senses are corrupted in that same way. Maybe the conclusion I was jumping to is all wrong. Maybe that's why. The corruption." Zed huffed, scoffing at the idea. He lifted an arm to the side, and the oil lamps on the tables flanking the door went dark. "Well, that much of my power works, so that means it works," he whispered. He laid a hand back on the lever as he gave Nietzsche a resolute look. "Be ready for anything." "Wait," Nietzsche said. Zed looked back over his shoulder. His features were hard to see in the dim light, but his eyes were not. She saw in them some of Richard's eyes. "What is it?" he asked. "I just remembered something I've been trying to figure out." Nietzsche steepled her fingers as she hurriedly tried to recall the details. She finally shook a finger as she spoke. "When the beast attacked us while we were traveling, I felt an odd sensation. I discounted it, because being in the sliff is so strange to begin with that it's hard to tell if anything you're feeling is important, much less really out of the ordinary. Everyday sensations can seem wondrous, even miraculous. You don't know if it's all just the culmination of all the unfamiliar perceptions or something more." "Exactly when did you have this feeling?" Zed asked, suddenly acutely interested in what she had to say. "All the time you were traveling, or at one specific time?" "No, like I said, it was after the beast attacked us." "Be more specific. Think, was it when the beast attacked? Maybe when it grabbed Richard? Or when it grabbed you?" Nietzsche pressed her fingertips to her temples as she squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to recall it accurately. No, it was after I was pulled away from Richard. Not immediately after, but shortly." "What was the sequence in which these events took place?" "The beast attacked. We were fighting it. I tried to use my gift, but it didn't help. The beast was hurting me. Richard used his knife to cut away some of the tentacles. He saved me from being crushed. Then the beast pulled Kara away from him. Not long after that, it pulled me away from him as well. It was then, after that, not immediately after, but it was only a short time later. I know because it was when I was frantically searching for Richard that I felt the odd sensation." Nietzsche looked up at the wizard. "The thing is, right after I felt that sensation, I could no longer sense the presence of the beast. I searched, trying to find Richard, but couldn't. As the sliff swept us back to the keep, the feeling swiftly faded, and I forgot all about it." "What did it feel like, this sensation?" Nietzsche gestured. It felt exactly the same as what is beyond that door. Zed stared at her for a long moment. What is beyond feels the same? A kind of humming flow of power? Nietzsche nodded. A charge of magic that somehow is baseless. Magic frequently seems to be free-floating, Kara said. What's so odd about that? Zed shook his head. Magic isn't something that just floats around by itself. Magic has no consciousness, but this feeling in some way mimics that kind of conscious intent. Yes, Nietzsche said, that's my sense of it. That's why it feels so odd, because magic with this kind of bearing cannot be baseless. This is domination generating its characteristic controlling fields of presence, but without the life necessary to generate it. Zed straightened. That's a very good description of what I feel. He peered suspiciously at the door. I think that if we get closer, we might be able to sense it better and find out what it is. If we can get close enough, perhaps we can analyze it. He gave them both a look. Let's be careful, shall we? The three of them huddled close in the dim hallway as the wizard carefully turned the lever and slowly pushed open the door. Nietzsche sensed no more with the door partly open than she had with it closed. Zed stuck his head inside for a moment, then pushed the door the rest of the way open. The room was dark, with only the dim light from the hall revealing shapes and shadows of what was inside. At the far wall on their left, Nietzsche could see an empty chair with a comforter folded neatly and draped over the back. Not too far from the doorway on the same side of the room sat a short, round table with a lamp that wasn't lit. Beyond the table, the bed lay empty. The rumpled sheets had been pushed off the side of the bed and puddled on the floor. Nietzsche peered around along with Zed and Kara, but she didn't see Jebra. If she was somewhere else in the room, it was too dark to spot her. With the odd sensation even stronger inside the room, Nietzsche's inner perception wasn't much help. Zed sent a flicker of his Hahn into the lamp. The wick was turned low, so the light wasn't strong enough to chase the heavy shadows from the corners, or the far side of the wardrobe on the other side of the room. Still, there was no sign of Jebra. Nietzsche, detached from her emotions and focused instead on perception governed by her Hahn, stepped past Zed to stand tense and still in the center of the room, listening. With her gift, she tried to open herself to the sensation of another presence lurking in the darkness, but she felt none. A faint breeze rustled the curtains. The double doors, made of small glass panes, both stood open to a small balcony. Nietzsche knew from the balcony in her own room nearby that this balcony also overlooked the dark city far below at the base of the mountain. Atop the balcony railing, a dark silhouette blotted out the moonlit countryside beyond. Behind Nietzsche, Zed turned up the wick on the oil lamp. When the light came up, Nietzsche saw that it was Jebra out on that balcony. Her back toward them, she was standing barefoot atop the fat stone railing. "Dear spirits," Kara whispered. "She's going to jump." The three of them stood frozen, fearing to do anything that might startle the woman and cause her to jump before they could reach her. She didn't seem to know yet that they were there. "Jebra," Zed said in a soft, cautious voice, "we've come to see you." If Jebra heard him, she didn't show any reaction. Nietzsche didn't think that Jebra heard anything, though, except the haunting whisper of magic. Nietzsche could feel the faint waves of that alien power rushing past her, humming toward the seer, standing like a stone statue on the railing of the balcony. She stared out over the city of Adendril far below. A gentle breeze ruffled her short hair. The balcony, Nietzsche knew, while facing the valley below, was not right out over the edge of the keep. Still, Jebra was confronting a drop of hundreds of feet to one of the inner courtyards, walkways, ramparts, or slate roofs of the keep. At this height, it didn't matter that she wouldn't be falling down the mountain were she to fall or jump. She would just as surely be killed against the stone of the keep far below. "Stars," Jebra said in a low, thin voice to the empty space before her. Zed seized Nietzsche's arm and pulled her close. He put his mouth by her ear. "I think someone is seeking the same answers we are. I think someone is probing her mind. That's what we feel. It's a thief of thoughts." "Jagang," Kara breathed. Nietzsche knew that would be the logical assumption. With the bond to Richard somehow broken, Jagang could, in theory, do such a thing. Without Richard filling the role of the Lord Rahl, all of them were suddenly vulnerable to the Dreamwalker. A sickening ripple of icy dread coursed through Nietzsche at the memory of Jagang possessing her mind, her will. Without the Lord Rahl, the bond protecting them all was broken. If the Emperor was riding the night, he very well might discover them unprotected. The Dreamwalker could, at any moment, without warning, drift unseen, unfelt, right into their minds and invest himself in their thoughts. But Nietzsche knew Jagang. She knew what it was like when he possessed a person's mind. He had, at one time, after all, possessed her mind, controlled her, ruled her through that terrible presence. This was different. "No," she said. "It's not Jagang. What I sense is something else." "How do you know for sure?" Zed whispered. Nietzsche finally took her gaze off of Jebra and looked at the frowning wizard. "Well, for one thing," she whispered back, "if it was Jagang, you would sense nothing. The Dreamwalker leaves no trace. There is no way to tell he is there. This is entirely different." Zed rubbed his clean-shaven chin. "It still seems somehow familiar," he murmured to himself. "Stars," Jebra said again to the night beyond the balcony. Zed started for the open doorway through the double doors, but Nietzsche seized his arms and held him back. "Wait," she whispered. "Stars fallen to the ground," Jebra said in a haunting voice. Zed and Nietzsche shared a look. "Stars among the grass," Jebra said in that same dead voice. Zed stiffened. "Dear spirits, I recognize it now." Nietzsche leaned closer. "The presence?" The wizard nodded slowly. "That's the feeling of a witch woman plying her power." Jebra lifted her arms to the side. "She's going to jump," Nietzsche shouted, as Jebra began to topple forward out into the night. Chapter 33. Richard coughed violently. The pain of the involuntary upheaval jolted him to consciousness. He heard himself trying unsuccessfully to groan. He had no breath with which to make a groan. With consciousness came a growing, confused panic of suffocation, as if he were somehow drowning. He coughed again, wincing in pain as he did so. He tried to cry out in agony as he curled up into a ball on the ground, arms pressed tight across his middle, trying to prevent another fit of convulsive coughing. "Breathe." Richard regarded the haunting voice that seemingly came from some netherworld place as the voice of insanity. He was doing everything he could not to breathe. He took careful, shallow, thimbleful breaths, trying to prevent another racking bout of coughing. Breathe. He didn't know where he was, and at the moment he didn't really care. All that mattered was the feeling of suffocating. He didn't want to breathe, despite how desperately he needed a breath. That sensation was so oppressive, so sickening, that in his mind it was not only completely debilitating but all-powerful. Dying seemed preferable to the feeling continuing. He couldn't endure it continuing. Richard didn't want to move because with each passing moment it was becoming easier not to breathe. It seemed that if he could just manage to keep from breathing a little longer, then over the crest of that dark hill out there somewhere ahead of him, the pain and suffering would lift. He fought to lie perfectly still, hoping the spinning world would stop before he vomited. He could not imagine how much that would hurt. If he could just lie still a little longer, then it would all become easier. If he could just lie still a little longer, then it would all go away. Breathe. He ignored the distant, silken voice. His mind drifted to a time in the past when he had hurt this much. It had been when Denna had him chained and helpless, when she had him at her mercy, when she hurt him until he was delirious from being tortured. Denna had taught him to endure pain, though. He envisioned her standing there, watching him, waiting to see if he would tip over the edge into death. There had been times with her when he had reached the crest of that distant, dark hill and started down the other side. When that happened, Denna would be right there to put her mouth over his, forcefully breathing her life into him. She had not only controlled his life, she had controlled his death. She had taken everything. Not even his own death belonged to him. It belonged to her. She watched him now. Her silver face came close, waiting to see what he would do. He wondered if he would be granted death, or if she would again put her mouth over his. Breathe. Richard puzzled at her. Denna didn't look at all like a silver statue. You must breathe, the silken voice told him. If you do not, you will die. Richard blinked at the beautiful face, softly lit by the cold moonlight. He tried to pull a little more air into his lungs. He squeezed his eyes shut. Hurts, he whispered with the entirety of that shallow breath. You must. It is life. Life. Richard didn't know if he wanted life. He was so tired, so exhausted. Death seemed so inviting. No more struggle, no more pain, no more despair, no more loneliness, no more tears, no more agony of missing Kalin. Kalin. Breathe. If he died, who would help her? He drew a deeper breath, forcing it past the scalding agony it pulled down into his lungs. He thought of Kalin's smile instead of the pain. He drew another breath, deeper yet. A silver hand gently glided over the back of his shoulder as if to comfort him in his agony of struggling to hold on to life. The face looked sadly sympathetic as it watched his struggle. Breathe. Richard nodded as he tightened his fists and gasped in the cold fire of the night air. He coughed up thin red fluid and clots of blood that tasted metallic. He pulled in another breath, giving him the power to cough out more of the liquid burning his lungs. For a time, he lay on his side, alternating between gasping in air and coughing out fluid. When he was breathing again, if raggedly, he flopped onto his back, hoping to make the spinning stop. He closed his eyes, but that only made it worse, adding a kind of tilting, rolling movement to the spinning. His stomach roiled on the brink of upheaval. He opened his eyes, and in the darkness stared up at the leaves above him. He saw mostly maple leaves in the canopy of tree limbs above him. Looking at leaves, talismans of the familiar, felt good. In the moonlight, he saw other kinds of trees as well. To take his mind off the pain and nausea, he made himself identify all the trees that he could make out. There were a smattering of heart-shaped linden leaves, and, towering farther above, a bough or two of what looked to be white pine. There were some clusters of oak in the distance to the sides, along with spruce and balsam. Close by, though, there were mostly maples. With every breath of breeze, he could hear the distinctive, soft rattle of cottonwood leaves. Beside the pain associated with the difficulty of breathing, Richard clearly recognized that there was something wrong within himself, something far more basic, more elemental. It wasn't an injury in the conventional sense, but he knew that there was something dreadfully wrong. He tried to identify the perception, but he couldn't pinpoint it. It was a hollow, empty, desolate feeling, unrelated to the familiar emotions of his life, things like his need to find Kalin, or what he had done with setting the Daharan army loose on the old world. He considered the troubling things Shota had told him, but that wasn't it either. It was more a sense of a disturbing void within himself that he knew he had never felt before. That's why he had so much trouble identifying it. It was a completely unfamiliar condition. There had been something there, some sense of himself, that he realized he had never thought about, never identified as a distinct element, a discrete part of his makeup, that was now missing. Richard felt as if he was no longer himself. The story Shota had told him of Barakas and the book he had written, Secrets of a War Wizard's Power, came to mind. Richard wondered if his inner voice was trying to suggest that such a book might help him in just such a situation. He had to admit that the problem did feel connected in some way to his gift. Thinking about that book caused his mind to wander to what Shota had told him about his mother, that she had not died alone in that fire. Zed was insistent that he'd looked through the charred remains of the house and he had found no other bones. How could that be? Either Zed or Shota had to be wrong. For some reason, he could not believe that either of them were. Somewhere deep in the back of his mind, the answer ticked at him. Try as he might, though, he could not coax it out. Richard felt a pang of loneliness for his mother, a feeling that had visited him from time to time throughout his life. He wondered what she would have to say about all that had happened to him. She'd never had a chance to see him grow up, to see him as a man. She'd only known him as a boy. He knew his mother would love Kalin. She would be so happy for him, so proud to have a daughter-in-law like Kalin. She always wanted him to have a good life. There could be no better life than a life with Kalin. But he no longer had a life with Kalin. He guessed that he had life, and, all things considered, that was about as much as could be expected at the moment. At least he could work toward his dreams. Dead men had no dreams. Richard lay on his back, letting the air saturate his burning muscles, letting himself regain his senses, his composure. He was so weak he could hardly move, so he didn't try to. Instead, as long as he was lying there recovering, he focused on everything that had happened, trying to put it all back together in his mind. He had been traveling back to the keep with Nietzsche and Kara when they had been attacked. It had been the beast. He had sensed its aura of evil. It appeared in a form different from any he had ever seen before, but it was the beast's nature to assume different forms. The only thing he could count on to be consistent was that the beast would continue to come after him until it killed him. He remembered fighting it. His hand went to a place on his leg where one of the tentacles had squeezed, until he thought his leg would be stripped of flesh. His thigh was swollen and painful to the touch, but fortunately not torn open. He remembered slicing through some of the creature's arms. He remembered Nietzsche trying to use her power and wishing that she would stop, because it was somehow conducting right through the sliff, so that some of the power she had unleashed against the beast had ripped through him. He suspected that were it not for the substance of the sliff, Nietzsche's magic could have killed him. It certainly didn't harm the beast, at least not enough to slow it down. It, too, must have been insulated, at least to some extent, by the sliff. He remembered Kara being pulled away from him. He remembered Nietzsche likewise being violently separated from him. He remembered the beast trying to rip him apart. And he remembered managing to abruptly break free. But then something had happened that he did not understand. While he was separated from the beast, he had been jolted by an unfamiliar, painful sensation that ripped right down into the core of his being. It had been distinctly different from the pain caused by Nietzsche's power, or that of any magic he had ever felt. Magic. Once he had formed the thought, he realized that he was right. It had been magic of some sort. Even if it was the touch of a kind of conjuring completely unlike anything he had ever felt, he recognized that it had been the touch of magic. Even though he'd been free of the beast, he hadn't even known where the beast was at that particular moment. That was when everything had suddenly changed. As he'd gasped in pain from the abrupt assault of the strange charge of power, the sliff's essence again filled his lungs. That breath had brought a shock of panic. Richard remembered a similar feeling when he had been young. He'd been with several other boys diving down to the bottom of a pond in a contest to retrieve pebbles. Their afternoon of swimming and diving from branches overhanging the small but deep pond had churned up the muddy bottom. Under the murky water, while diving for pebbles, Richard lost his sense of direction. He was out of air when he bumped his head on a thick branch. Being disoriented, he thought that bumping into the low branch meant that he'd broken the surface and run into one of the low-lying limbs hanging out over the edge of the pool. He hadn't. It had been a submerged branch. Before realizing what he had really done, he breathed in some of the muddy water. He'd been close to the surface, to the shore, and to his friends. It had been a terrifying experience, but it had ended quickly, and he'd recovered soon enough, learning a lesson to have more respect for water. That memory of breathing in water as a boy, in addition to the natural unwillingness to inhale water, had made it all the more difficult to breathe in the sliff the first time. He overcame that fear, though, and it turned out to be a rapturous experience. But in the sliff, when he found himself suddenly drowning, there was no surface, no shore, no help at hand. Such a thing had never happened in the sliff before. There had been no way for him to escape, no way to get to the surface, and no one to help him. Richard looked over in the moonlight. The sliff was close by, watching him. He realized that she was not in a well, the way he had always seen her before. They were on the ground in a sparsely wooded place. He could hear no sounds but the sound of nature. He could detect nothing but forest smells. Beneath leaves, pine needles, forest debris, and roots, Richard felt a rough stone floor. The grout joints were fat, more than a finger wide. These were not tight joints like those in finely crafted palaces, but they were without a doubt man-made. And the silver face of the sliff, rather than looking out from within her well, had risen slightly from a rather small and irregular opening in the ancient stone floor. Ragged pieces from that stone floor now lay about on top of the dried leaves and rubble of branches, as if they had just been broken open from underneath, as if the sliff had broken up through them. Richard sat up. "Sliff, are you all right?" "Yes, master." "Do you know what happened?" "It felt like I was drowning." "You were." Richard stared at the face in the moonlight. "But how can that be? What went wrong?" A silver hand reached up from the ground to trail quick silver fingers across his brow, testing him. "You do not have the required magic to travel." Richard blinked in confusion. "I don't understand. I've traveled many times before." "Before, you had what was required." "And now I don't?" The sliff watched him a moment. "Now you do not," she confirmed. Richard felt like he must be hallucinating. "But I have both sides of the gift. I can travel." The sliff cautiously reached out and again felt his face. The hand slipped down to his chest, pausing for a moment to put light pressure against him. Her arm drew back into the dark hole in the broken stone. "You do not have the required magic." "You already said that. It makes no sense. I was already traveling." "While you were traveling, you lost what is required." Richard's eyes widened. "You mean to say that I lost one side of the gift?" "No, I mean to say that you do not have the gift. You have no magic at all. You may not travel." Richard had to run the words through his head again to be sure he'd heard correctly. He didn't see how he could have mistaken what the sliff had said. His mind raced through fragments of jumbled thoughts as he tried to grasp how such a thing was possible. A terrible realization came to him. Could it be that the corruption caused by the chimes might be responsible? Had that corruption finally caught up with him and undone his gift? Rotted it away without his knowing it until it had finally failed? But that would not explain the sensation he'd felt back in the sliff, just after he'd escaped the grip of the beast and just before he'd started drowning. The sudden sensation of some dark and furtive magic reaching out when he was most vulnerable and touching him. Richard looked around, but saw nothing other than the trees. They were dense enough that he couldn't see anything beyond them in the moonlight. As a guide, he hated the feeling of not knowing where he was. "Where are we, anyway? How did we get here?" "When it happened, when you lost what is needed to travel, I had to bring you here." "And where is here?" "I am sorry, but I don't know exactly." "How can you bring me here and not know where you are? You always know where you are and the places to which you can travel." "I already told you I have never been to this place before. This place is an emergency passage. I knew of it, of course, but I have never been here before. There has never been an emergency within me before. That terrible beast hurt me. I was struggling to keep all of you alive, and then there was something else that came within me. I could not stop it. Like the beast, it entered me without my permission. It violated me." That confirmed Richard's sense of events, that just after the beast lost its grip on him, something else, some kind of power, had reached out and touched him with its dominion. "I'm sorry that you were hurt, Sliff. What happened to the beast?" "After this other power came into me, the beast became no more." "You mean that this other power destroyed it?" "No, the power did not touch the beast. It touched only you with its full force. After it did, then you no longer had what is required to travel. After that, the beast cast around in me for a brief time and then vanished.
I could no longer sustain you within me, so I had to find the nearest emergency portal.
What about Nietzsche and Kara? Were they hurt? Are they safe?
They, too, felt the pain of what happened to me, and one of them tried to use her power in me, something that is wrong to do. After I brought you here, I took them to the keep where they had wished to travel. I told the one that used her power that it was dangerous to do so, and she must not do such a thing.
I think I understand, Richard said. It hurt me, too. Were they hurt badly?
They are safe at the keep.
Then we must be somewhere between the people's palace and the keep, Richard said, half to himself.
No.
He looked over at the liquid silver face. I don't understand. We were going from the palace to the keep. If you let me out, then this place here, this emergency passage out, would have to be between the palace and the keep.
While I don't know this place, I do know its general area. We are at a place a little more than halfway across the Midlands from the keep, past Agaden Reach, almost to the wilds.
Richard felt as if the world had just lurched and slid him far from where he had been. But that's much, much farther from the people's palace than the keep is. Why didn't you take me to the closest place, to the keep?
I do not function in that way. What to you may seem like the shortest distance between two places is not the shortest way for me. I am in many places at once.
Richard leaned toward the sliff. How can you be in many places at once?
You have one foot on that dark stone, and one on a stone that is lighter. You are in two places at once.
Richard sighed. I guess I get your point.
I travel in a way that is different from your way of traveling. This place here, even though it is halfway across the Midlands for you, was the closest place for me. I had to get you out into your world again so that you could breathe. You no longer had what was needed to travel. Your lungs were filled with me. For those without the gift, breathing me is poison. It will kill them. But for you, since you were in me and breathing me already, there was a brief period when you were going through a transition, so having me in you was not instantly fatal. You would have died soon, but there was a brief time before that would happen. I knew that the time you had before you would die was not very long at all. I thought to do my best to save you, to get you to a place where you could be back in your world and hopefully recover. I brought you here, broke the seal, and placed you out in your world again. You were hurt, but I knew that the essence of me still within you would help sustain your life for a short time.
If I could no longer travel, because I don't have the required gift, then what made you think that?
I was made to have properties to assist in emergencies. Those properties are within me, and thereby they were within you. They help to start the process of recovering. It is only intended for a crisis, and even then I was warned that it could not be certain that it would work, because there are variables that cannot be controlled. While you slept between worlds, and my magic that you still had within you was working to extract what had now become poison to you, I finished taking the others to the keep. When I returned, I waited with you until you were recovered enough to be ready to breathe again. Then I helped to remind you what you must do to live. For a time, I did not know if it would work. I have never had to do such a thing before. It was terrible to have to wait while I watched you lying there, not knowing if you would ever again breathe. I feared that I had failed you, and that I would be the cause of your death.
Richard stared at the silver face for a long moment. Finally, he offered her a smile. Thank you, Sliff. You saved my life. You did the right things. You did good.
You are my master. I would do anything for you.
Your master. A master who can't travel.
It is as puzzling to me as it is to you.
Richard tried to think it through, tried to make sense of it, but with the pain of breathing after nearly drowning in the Sliff still feeling like it was pressing heavily on his chest, he was having trouble making his mind focus on thinking. Richard rested his forearms across his knees. I don't suppose there is any way for you to take me back to the keep.
Yes, master. If you wish to travel, I can take you.
Richard sat up straighter. You can? How?
You must simply acquire the required magic, and then I can take you again. Then we will travel. You will be pleased.
Acquire the required magic. He didn't even know how to use the magic he had, or used to have. He couldn't imagine what had happened to his gift, and he had absolutely no idea how to get it back. There had been any number of times he'd wanted to get rid of it, but now that it had actually happened, all he could think about was getting it back. When his gift had failed, the beast had apparently lost him in the Sliff. As consolation to losing his gift, it seemed the beast would be one less problem he had to face at the moment. His gift, after all, had been the mechanism by which the beast was keyed to him, the way in which it hunted him. There was supposed to be balance in magic. Perhaps that was the balance to losing it. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. At least Nietzsche and Kara made it through and are safe. He looked up at the Sliff. You're sure that they're all right?
Yes, master, they are safe. I took them to the keep where they had wished to travel. They had what was required to travel.
And you told them where I was. You told them what had happened. She looked surprised by what sounded more like a mandate than a question.
No, master. I would never reveal what I do with another.
Oh, great, he muttered. He worked to keep his exasperation in check. But you've told me about others.
You are my master. I do things with you that I would not do with anyone else.
Sliff, they are my friends. They're probably frantic with worry for me. You must tell them what they need to know. The silver head tilted toward him.
Master, I cannot betray you. I would not.
It's not a betrayal. I'm telling you that it's all right to tell them what happened. The Sliff looked like she thought this was just about the strangest request she had ever had.
Master, you wish me to tell others about us? About what we do when we are together?
Sliff, try to understand. You are no longer a whore.
But people use me for their pleasure.
It's not the same thing. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair, trying not to sound angry. Listen, wizards in ancient times changed you from who you were, from what you were. The Sliff nodded solemnly.
I know, master. I remember. I was the one it happened to, after all.
You're different now. It's not the same. You can't equate the two things. They're different.
I have been given a duty to serve others in this capacity. My nature is still within me.
But there are some of us who use you, who greatly value your help.
I have always been valued for what I do.
This is different from what you did before. Richard didn't want to be having this argument. He had more important matters to worry about. Sliff, when you travel with us, you are often helping to save lives. When you traveled with us to the People's Palace, you were helping me to end the war. You are doing a good thing.
If you say so, master, but you must understand that those who created me made me the way I am. They used what I once was to create me as I am now. I can be no way other than the way I am. I cannot wish myself to be different, any more than you can travel now simply by wishing it.
Richard sighed. I suppose not. With one hand, he snapped dry twigs in half as he thought it over. He shared a long look with the beautiful face watching him, hanging on his every word. Finally, he spoke softly. "There are times when there is no other way, and you must trust others. This is one of those times." Something about his words clearly struck home. The beautiful liquid face came a little closer. "You are the one," the Sliff whispered. "The one? Which one?" "The one Baracus told me would come." The hair on the back of Richard's neck stood on end. "You knew Baracus?" "He was once my master like you are now." "Of course," Richard whispered to himself. He was first wizard. "He is the one who insisted that I possess the emergency elements I told you about. He also directed that there be this emergency portal. Had he not done those things, you would have died. He was very wise." "Very wise," Richard agreed, as he stared wide-eyed at the Sliff. "You said that Baracus told you something about one who would come?" The Sliff nodded. "He was kind to me. His wife hated me, but Baracus was kind to me." "You knew his wife, too?" "Magda." "Why would she hate you?" "Because Baracus was kind to me, and because I took him away from her." "You mean you took him away when he wished to travel?" "Of course. When I would tell him that he would be pleased, she would fold her arms and glare at me." Richard smiled a little. "She was jealous." "She loved him and did not want him to leave her. When I would return with him after we traveled, she would often be there waiting for him. He would always smile when he saw her, and she would smile in turn." "And what was it that Baracus said about me?" "He told me the same thing that you just did, that there are times when there is no other way and you must trust others. Those were his words, just as they were yours. He said that one day another master would say those exact same words, and then add exactly the same words you did. This is one of those times. He told me that if a master ever said these words, that meant that they were the right one, and I was to tell you some things." Richard could feel every hair on his arm stand on end. "You took Magda Cirrus somewhere, didn't you?" "Yes, master. After that I never saw Baracus again. But before, when he told me that someday someone would say those words, he told me to tell them his message." "He left a message?" When she nodded, he rolled his hand. "So what is it?" "I am sorry. I don't know the answers that would save you. If I did, please believe that I would give them eagerly. But I know the good in you. I believe in you. I do know that you have within you what you must to succeed. There will be times when you doubt yourself. Do not give up. Remember then that I believe in you, that I know you can accomplish what you must. You are a rare person. Believe in yourself. Know that I believe you are the one who can do it." Richard sat frozen. The words echoed around in his head. They were oddly familiar. "I've heard almost those exact words before." The Sliff glided a little closer, her features tightening. "You have?" Richard concentrated as he ran the words through his mind again, trying to recall. And then he did. It was right after Shota had told him about Baracus. Just before she left, she'd said those very words to him. There was something about those words spoken by Shota that had aroused an indistinct memory. "It was Shota, the witch woman," Richard said as he frowned in recollection. "She told me those words." The Sliff retreated. "I am sorry, master. You have failed the test." Richard looked up at her. What test?
The test Baracus just gave you. I am sorry, but you have failed his test. I can tell you nothing more."
Without further word, the sliff abruptly vanished into the black hole in the stone. Richard threw himself down on his stomach, leaning down into the hole. "No, wait! Don't leave!" His own voice echoed up out of the empty black shaft. The sliff was gone. Without his gift, he had no way to call her back. Chapter 34. Nietzsche heard a soft knock at the door. Zed looked up, but he didn't stand. Kara, hands clasped behind her back, gazing out the window, looked back over her shoulder. Nietzsche, standing closest to the door, pulled it open. The small flame in the lamp on the table was not up to the task of chasing the gloom from the room, but it cast what warm light it could across the face of the tall prophet. "What's going on?" Nathan asked in his deep voice. He cast a suspicious look around at those in the room. "Rika wouldn't say much, other than that you and Kara were back, and Zed wanted to see me immediately." "That's right," Zed said. "Come in, please." Nathan glanced around the somber room as he strode in. "Where's Richard?" Nietzsche swallowed. "He didn't make it back with us." "Didn't make it back?" He paused to take in the bleak look on Nietzsche's face. "Dear spirits." Zed, sitting at Jebra's side at the bed, didn't look up. Jebra was unconscious. When they tried to close her eyes, her lids would pop open again. They finally quit trying and let her stare up at the ceiling. Zed had already tended to her broken leg as best he could. She was very fortunate that Kara was not only quick but strong, and that she had been able to catch Jebra's ankle just in time as her dead weight had toppled outward from the balcony. Still, her momentum had whipped the Seer down around and under the balcony, where her leg smacked a support strut that broke her leg. Nietzsche suspected that the woman had been unconscious the moment she started falling. It had been a bad break. Zed had set to work immediately on her injury, but because of the unusual state Jebra was in, he had not been able to heal the break. All he had been able to do was set it, splint it, and add enough of his gift to help it begin to mend. When she finally awoke, he would be able to finish the healing. If she awoke. Nietzsche had her doubts. Nietzsche knew that Jebra's broken leg was the least of the woman's problems. Despite everything they had tried, they had been unable to arouse her from her catatonic state. Zed had tried. Nietzsche had tried. She had even tried dangerous conjuring involving subtractive magic. Zed had been against it at first, but when Nietzsche confronted him with the stark nature of their choices, he grudgingly agreed. Unfortunately, even that hadn't helped. Jebra's mind was locked away from them. Whatever magic the witch-woman had used on her was something they were unable to break. Whatever had been done didn't appear to Nietzsche to be intended to be reversible. If they knew its nature, perhaps they might stand a chance of breaking the spell, but they didn't know its makeup. Nathan bent and touched 2 fingers to the unconscious woman's temple. He straightened and helplessly shook his head at Zed's questioning expression. Nietzsche had never seen anything like it. Zed, on the other hand, had in the beginning rubbed his chin as he brooded. He'd muttered that there was something oddly familiar about its nature. What, he couldn't say. Despite how insistent Nietzsche had been, and despite his own desperate desire to do something, Zed was at his wit's end that he could not pinpoint why he felt that he had seen some aspect of such conjuring before. He was, after all, he had reminded them, the first wizard, and he had spent a good portion of his life studying such things. He believed that he should be able to identify what kind of web had been spun around the woman. Nietzsche knew that if Jebra had been conscious, it would have made the job a great deal easier, but Zed wasn't willing to use an excuse for his own failure to identify what the conjuring involved. Nietzsche heard a commotion out in the hallway. Nathan stuck his head out the doorway for a look. "What is it?" a voice in the distance called out. It was Anne, rushing up the hall, escorted by Rika. She finally reached the door. "What's going on?" As she came into the room, laboring to catch her breath, Nathan laid a big hand on her shoulder. "Something has happened to Richard." Strands of gray hair stuck out from the loose bun at the back of her head like a plume of ruffled feathers. Her calculating gaze swept over those in the room, assessing the degree of seriousness she saw in each of them. It was the kind of swift, lean evaluation Nietzsche associated with Anne. As the prelate of the Sisters of the Light, she had always had a commanding presence that would strike fear into just about anyone, from high-ranking sister to stable boys. Even though Nietzsche was no longer a Sister of the Light, her guard always went up whenever the former prelate came into the room. The woman's short stature in no way diminished the air of looming menace that seemed to surround her. Anne turned an intent look up at Nathan. "What happened? Is the boy hurt?" "I don't know yet," Nathan said, holding up a hand to forestall a flood of questions before they could landslide in on him. "Let the woman explain." "All we know for sure," Nietzsche said when Anne turned a hot glare on her, "is that while we were traveling in the sliff back here from the People's Palace, the beast attacked us. Kara and I tried to help Richard fight it off, then we were separated from him. As soon as that happened, I felt some kind of extrinsic magic. Next thing we knew, Kara and I were back at the keep. Richard wasn't with us. We have no idea what happened to him after he was touched by the strange power I sensed. We never saw the beast again, either. After we got back here, Jebra was attacked by a web that I could discern had been cast by the same person who cast the power that touched Richard in the sliff. Because Zed recognized its unique composition, we now know that it was power conjured by a witch-woman." "And my Aegil doesn't work," Kara said, holding the weapon up. "Our bond to Lord Rahl is broken. We can no longer sense him." "Dear Creator," Anne whispered as her gaze dropped away. Zed gestured to the woman lying in the bed before him. "Whatever power it is that this witch-woman cast, it left Jebra unconscious. We can't rouse her. Although I know that it was a witch-woman's spell that somehow took her, I can't figure out how a witch-woman could do such a thing. Cast such webs from afar. From my experience, they not only keep to themselves, but can't accomplish things of this nature. It's beyond their ability." "Are you certain that it was a witch-woman?" Anne asked. Zed took a deep breath as he considered the question seriously. "I've had dealings with a witch-woman before. Once a cat has had its claws in you, you don't forget what it feels like. I don't know the specific person who did this, but I know the feel of this. It was a witch-woman." Nietzsche folded her arms. "I think we have a pretty good idea who the witch-woman was. 6. And don't forget, just because you recognize the signature of a witch-woman's power, that doesn't mean that the same limits necessarily apply to the individual who did this. After all, for someone to recognize your power as that of a wizard doesn't mean that they know your limits or would know your real potential." "True enough," Zed admitted with a sigh. Nathan waved off the topic of witch-women. "Did Jebra say anything else about the vision she had? Anything at all?" Zed shared a look with Nietzsche. "Well, not until this spell took her. Just before she went into this state, we heard her say, 'Stars, stars fallen to ground, stars among the grass.'" "Stars," Nathan repeated as he paced in the small room, holding an elbow with one hand and tapping the tips of the fingers of the other to his chin. He finally turned toward Zed. "I'm afraid that such a prophecy means nothing to me. It's probable that she only spoke a fragment aloud. In that case, it could easily be that there isn't enough for me to go on." Nietzsche's heart sank. She had been hoping that the prophet would be able to decipher the seer's prophecy. Anne scratched the side of her nose, searching for words. "So, it is possible, then, that we—" She cleared her throat. "That we have lost Richard? That this witch-woman killed him?" Kara took an aggressive step forward. "Lord Ral is not dead." In the echoing silence, Zed rose from the chair. He cast Kara a cautionary glance before addressing Anne. "I don't think so either." Anne looked from Kara's heated expression to Zed. "I know why she doesn't believe it is so. Why don't you?" He gestured down at Jebra. "Because of this woman lying here in this bed." Anne frowned. "What do you mean?" "Well, the first vision Jebra has had in several years is about Richard." "That's right," Nietzsche put in. "Her vision was about what was going to happen to him. She told me, specifically, not to let him be alone, not for an instant." Anne arched an eyebrow. "And yet you did." Nietzsche ignored the affront. "Yes, not deliberately, but because of the beast. The beast was an unforeseeable factor, a random event." When Anne only looked more perplexed, Zed explained. "We believe that it was this witch-woman's plan to touch Richard with her power, but the beast dropped in at just the wrong moment, spoiling up her carefully constructed plan." Anne's frown deepened. "In what way?" "The beast caused her to miss getting Richard, as she had planned," Nietzsche said. "Because of the beast, she lost Richard in the sliff, just as we did. Now she has a problem. She has to find him." "So she did the same thing we did," Zed said. "She came here, or at least she sent her power here, to find out from the Seer where he will be." "She was seeking prophecy?" Anne asked. "Witch women see things in the flow of time. Why would she need the Seer?" Zed spread his hands. "Yes, they see things, but, as I'm sure Nathan can explain better than I could, they can't see exactly what they want to see, when they want to see it." Nathan was nodding his agreement. "There is a random element to prophecy. It comes when it comes, not when you wish it to come. Perhaps the wizards of ancient times knew the keys to using prophecy at will, but if they did not pass such knowledge on. It is seldom that you can pick and choose with prophecy what events you want to see." Zed lifted a finger, stressing his point. "Six probably saw, either through her ability or her conjuring having to do with the events, that Jebra had already had a vision revealing what would happen to Richard, and where he would be next. So she simply stole into Jebra's mind to steal the answer." "I think that's why we can't wake Jebra," Nietzsche said. "I don't think that Six wants anyone else to be able to get the information that she already got. While Jebra spoke only a few words aloud, I would bet that Six extracted all of it, the entire vision, from Jebra's mind. I believe that Six then compelled Jebra to jump from the balcony to kill herself, so that she couldn't reveal her vision to anyone else. Failing that, the spell rendered Jebra unconscious. Like suicide, it's a whole lot easier than killing from afar, and just as good for her purpose." Nathan's brow had drawn down as he listened. He rolled a hand, as if turning over the event in his mind. "So, you think that in her prophecy, Jebra was revealing that Richard is going to find stars that have fallen to the ground? That he will be at a place with stars among the grass? Like a place where meteorites are found?
Zed clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. It rather seems that way. Nathan stared off as he considered, nodding to himself from time to time. Anne didn't look so convinced. So, you think that Richard is alive? She asked. And that this witch woman, Six, somehow spelled him? Nietzsche gave the former prelate a single firm nod. That's the conclusion Zed and I have reached. Anne leaned closer to her former charge. For what purpose? I can fathom reasons for Six murdering Richard, but why would she want to get her hands on him? Nietzsche didn't shy from the woman's steady gaze. Six usurped the witch woman who lived up here, Shota. Why? Well, what did Six take? Shota's companion, Samuel, she said in answer to her own question. And Samuel has the sword of truth, the sword he once carried. Anne looked like she had just lost the thread of the story. What does that have to do with anything? What did Samuel use the sword for? What did he steal? Nietzsche asked. Anne's eyes went wide. One of the boxes of Orden. From a sister of the dark, Nietzsche said, with the help of the sword of truth. Anne turned a flustered look on Zed. But why would this woman, Six, want Richard? Zed's gaze sank to the floor as he rubbed the tips of his fingers across the furrows of his brow. To open the correct box of Orden, one has to have a very important book. I think you two, of all people, should be quite familiar with that particular volume. Nathan's jaw fell open with realization. The Book of Counted Shadows, Anne breathed. Zed nodded. The only copy of that book now resides in Richard's head. He burned the original after he had memorized it. We have to find him first, Anne said. Zed grunted derisively at the very suggestion, lifting his eyebrows in mock wonder, as if he could never have divined such an idea without her help. We have a more immediate problem, Nietzsche said. Kara across the small room waggled her aegil. Until we find Lord Rahl, there is no bond. Without the bond, Nietzsche said, we are all at the mercy of the dream walker. The realization seemed to hit Anne like a clap of thunder. Something must be done immediately, Zed added. The threat is dire and there is little time. If we don't act, we could lose this war at any moment. What are you getting at? Nathan asked suspiciously. Zed looked up at the scowling prophet. We need you to become the Lord Rahl. We dare not risk our people being without the bond for another moment. You must then leave at once for the people's palace. Nathan stood silently, looking grim. He was a tall man with broad shoulders. With his white hair brushing those shoulders, he cut an imposing figure. It made Nietzsche sick at heart to think of anyone else taking Richard's place as Lord Rahl. The alternative, though, was to allow the Dreamwalker to ravage their minds. She knew all too well what that was like. She knew how her bond to Richard had not merely saved her life, but shown her the joy of living. Her bond to Richard hadn't been the formal acquiescence to the rule of the Lord Rahl, as it was with the people of Dahara. Rather, it had been a deeper commitment to Richard, the man she had loved from almost the first moment she had seen the spark of life in his gray eyes. Richard had shown her not just how to live again, but how to love. She swallowed back the pain of it, of knowing that she could never have him, worse, of knowing that his heart belonged to another, belonged to someone she didn't even remember. It would be better if Nietzsche could remember this Kalin, know that she was smart, loving, beautiful, because then she could be happy for Richard. It was hard to be happy for him when he loved a phantom.
I understand, Nathan said at last in a deep voice. Anne looked like she had close to 1,000 objections, one to match each year of the prophet's age, but she managed to bottle them up under the cork of her realization of the consequences of not having a Lord Rahl. "The Daharan army is not far from the palace," Nathan said. "They will soon have to face Jagang's horde. I think you're right that I would best help our cause if I were there." Nietzsche hadn't told any of them yet. She cleared her throat to make sure that her voice would not fail her. "Richard spoke to the army. That's why he went to Dahara. He told them that they could not fight the Imperial Order and hope to win." Anne's face went crimson. "So what does he expect them to do? If not fight the army of the Order, then what?" "Lay waste to the old world," Nietzsche said with grim resolve. Zed, Nathan, and Anne stared silently at her. "He told them to do what?" Zed asked incredulously. "It's the only way," Nietzsche said. "We have no hope of destroying their army. Richard intends the Daharan army to instead destroy their will to fight. It's the only chance we have." "Dear spirits," Zed whispered as he turned away. He went to the window and stood staring out into the night. He finally turned back, his eyes brimming with tears. "I have been in this position. I have had to direct our side to do things that had to be done." He shook his head again. "The poor boy. I'm afraid he's right. I should have seen it myself. I guess I didn't want to. Sometimes it takes lonely courage to do what must be done." Kara stepped forward and went to one knee before Nathan. She bowed her head. "Must the Rahl guide us? Must the Rahl teach us? Must the Rahl protect us? In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Zed dropped to one knee, as did Rika. Nietzsche did the same. Finally, reluctantly, Anne followed. "Master Rahl guide us," they all said in unison. "Master Rahl teach us. Master Rahl protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Nathan stood tall and silent, hands clasped, looking down at the bowed heads, looking very much like the Lord Rahl. When they had finished the devotion, they all stood, somewhat disquieted by the unspoken significance of what they had just done, of what it meant that Richard was no longer the Lord Rahl. "It is done," Kara said. She tested the feel of her slender red weapon in her fingers, gazing at it with liquid blue eyes. "My Aegil is alive again." She smiled in a distant, sad way. "The link of the bond is whole once more. All the Daharans will recognize it, and know that we again have a Lord Rahl." Nathan let out a deep breath. "At least we have that on our side." "Nathan," Zed said to the prophet, "you must get to Dahara at once. There are Imperial Order troops at the larger passes east of here into Dahara, still trying to find a way in the back door. I will show you some ways around them. It would be best to have a Lord Rahl, the guardian of the bond, standing with those now standing alone at the palace." "What about Jagang's army?" Anne asked, looking concerned after Nathan nodded his agreement. "What do you think Jagang will do once he discovers that the Daharan army has evaporated right before he could close his fist around them?" Zed shrugged. "He will lay siege to the people's palace. Verna and some of her sisters will be there to help defend the place, but the people's palace is built in the form of a spell that amplifies the power of a Rahl and suppresses it in others. Verna and the sisters will not be able to wield the full force of their ability. Right now, Nathan is the only Raal we have to help defend the palace and its people." "That's why we need Nathan to leave at once for the palace," Nietzsche said. "Tonight," Zed added. Nathan's gaze moved from Zed's eyes to Nietzsche's.
"I understand. I will do my best. Let us hope that Richard will one day be able to take his place back from me."
At that moment, his words lifted at least a little of the weight from Nietzsche's heart. "We will be working on that," Zed assured him. "You can count on it," Nietzsche said. Kara pointed her Aegil at the prophet. "And you had better not get any crazy notion in your head that you will be keeping the post. It belongs to Lord Raal." Nathan arched an eyebrow.
"I am the Lord Raal now."
Kara made a sour face. "You know what I mean." Nathan smiled a slow smile. Anne jabbed Nathan in the ribs with a finger. "And don't you get any grand ideas, Lord Raal. I'm going with you to make sure you stay out of trouble." Nathan shrugged.
"I guess that the Lord Raal could use an attendant. You'll do."
Chapter 35. After lying on the ancient cold stone floor in the depths of a lonely forest for what seemed like an eternity, staring down into the black abyss, not knowing what else to do, Richard finally sat back up. He had called to the Sliff until he was nearly hoarse, but there was no answer. The Sliff was gone. Richard put his elbows on his knees. As his head sank, he clasped his hands behind his neck. He felt like he had lost his way and didn't know what to do next. How many times since he'd left his Heartland woods had he felt just this way? Had he thought that he was at the end of his rope? He'd always found a way. He didn't know if this time he could. As he was growing up, Richard had never known that he had been born with the gift. He'd never known anything at all about magic. Once he discovered that he'd been born with the gift, he didn't want it. He wanted only to be rid of it, as if it was a sickness that had been passed down to him. He just wanted to be himself. But he had finally come to accept the value of his abilities and understand that they were part of who he was. They had, on many occasions, after all, helped him save not only his own life, but Kalin's, and many others along the way. His gift was a part of him, something that couldn't be separated from him any more than his heart or lungs could be taken away. Now, though, he'd somehow lost the gift. At first, when the Sliff had told him that he no longer had the magic required to travel, he'd had a hard time believing that such a thing was possible, that his gift could really be gone. He'd thought it must be a magical malfunction, an anomaly of some sort. Back when he'd wanted to be rid of it, he had inquired as to how he could shed his gift, and had learned that such a thing simply wasn't possible. While it didn't seem conceivable to him, Richard knew that it was true. He knew because, along with his gift, he had lost his ability to remember the Book of Counted Shadows. He might as well have never memorized it, because, along with his gift, that memory was suddenly lost. The Book of Counted Shadows had been a book of magic. The gift was required to be able to read it, and required to remember even so much as a single word of the text. Without the gift, Richard couldn't read books of magic, or, more accurately, recall the words long enough to know that there had been anything there to read. Without the gift, books of magic appeared blank. Now his memory of the Book of Counted Shadows had gone dark. And now he had failed a test he hadn't even known he was taking. He wasn't even at all clear as to what the test had been. Somehow, though, he had failed it. He felt as if he had failed Kalin. He couldn't imagine how those words could have been a test from Baracus. How could they possibly test him? Test him at what? He didn't know what test the Sliff could be talking about, so he had no way to figure out how he had failed it. He wished he had Zed to help him figure it out, or Nietzsche, or Nathan, someone, anyone. He stopped and asked himself how many times that night he had wished for answers, for help, for salvation to come save him. None of the wishes had been answered. Wishes, he knew, never were. He reminded himself that he was wasting valuable time feeling sorry for himself. He had to think, not sit around hoping that someone else would come along and think for him. He lay back on the stone and stared up at the canopy of limbs and leaves above, and beyond them, the stars. He smiled, mocking himself, thinking that maybe a falling star would answer his wishes. He pushed aside the thought of wishes and put his mind to the task at hand. He'd run the whole thing through his mind 100 times, and it still made no sense. Baracus said, through the message left with the sliff, that he didn't have the answers that would save Richard. Baracus believed, though, that Richard had within him what was needed to succeed. Baracus told Richard to believe in himself and wanted him to know that he believed in Richard, although he hadn't used Richard's name specifically. The message, Richard reasoned, had been meant for the one who would be born with the subtractive side of the gift that Baracus had seen to it was released from the Temple of the Winds. But Baracus didn't know that person's name, didn't know specifically who that person would be. At least, Richard didn't think he did. It made more sense that Baracus simply spoke directly, personally, without using names. The message had been clear enough without having to use the name of the person who would eventually hear it. That gave it the sound of a direct address. How could that be a test? How could Richard fail it? He sighed in frustration as he pulled a long stalk of grass growing from one of the missing mortar joints off to the side. As he considered the issue, he flattened the soft base of the stalk of grass with his front teeth. Side 12, Phantom, by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 364. Could it be that the sliff somehow had been given some power by Baracus, like the power he'd given her to act in an emergency, so that she could see whether or not Richard had what it took to succeed? Could it be that this insight given the sliff told her that Richard fell short in some way? The source. As he stared up at the stars, Richard mulled that over in his mind. He'd told the sliff that he had heard those words before from Shota, and then, all of a sudden, the sliff had been done with him. Could the sliff know Shota? Maybe, in Baracus's view, Richard should not be associating with a witch-woman. Maybe that was the reason Richard had failed, because he hadn't been doing things on his own by himself. He made a face. He had difficulty imagining that Baracus wouldn't want him to work with people to find answers, to solve problems. He ran over the words in his mind, as best as he could recall them anyway. I am sorry. I don't know the answers that would save you. If I did, please believe that I would give them eagerly. But I know the good in you. I believe in you. I do know that you have within you what you must to succeed. There will be times when you doubt yourself. Do not give up. Remember then that I believe in you, that I know you can accomplish what you must. You are a rare person. Believe in yourself. Know that I believe you are the one who can do it. That was what the sliff had said was the message from Baracus. Richard recalled, though, that those had been the same words Shota had told him not very long ago, the last time he had seen her, just before she left. Richard didn't really believe in coincidence. In this case, he certainly didn't. Shota could not have said by chance the same words that Baracus had told the sliff to say. The message was too long and too detailed, with characteristics that were far too idiosyncratic.
If that was the case, that it had not been coincidence, and Richard was sure it wasn't, then why would Shota have used the exact same words that Baracus had?
Was it a message of some kind? Was she trying to tell him something, warn him about something? If the witch woman had wanted to help him, then why didn't she warn him about the test and tell him? If she could not tell him the answer, she could at least have told him what the test would be. Zed had often said, though, that a witch woman never told you what you wanted to know without telling you something you didn't. Could that be it? He doubted it, since she had told him a great many terrible things that day, things, it turned out, that had helped him finally grasp what he had to do with the army, rather than allowing them to fight Jagang in a final battle. The thing that was itching at him, though, was that there were phrases in the message that were unique. Answers that would save you. Give them eagerly. Know the good in you. You have within you what you must to succeed. Know that I believe you are the one. Those were all slightly uncommon patterns in the way people spoke. They were not drastically different, but they were a bit eccentric, almost childlike, and yet rather formal in a simplistic way. Richard sighed. He couldn't seem to put his finger on it, but there was something distinctly unconventional in the use of language within that message. With an icy shock of realization, he remembered. He remembered why those words had sounded unsettlingly familiar when Shota had said them. It was because he had heard those exact words before. Those were the exact words that had been spoken by the night wisp the evening of the first day Richard had met Kalin. They had been in the wayward pine. Kalin asked if he was afraid of magic, and then, after approving of his answer, she brought out a little striped bottle that held the wisp. The night wisp, Shar, had guided Kalin across the boundary, but by then it was dying. The wisp was unable to live away from its home place and those of its kind. It didn't have enough strength to cross the boundary again. Richard remembered Kalin saying, "Shar has sacrificed her life to help me, because if Darkenral succeeds, all her kind, among others, will perish." The wisp had been the one who told Richard for the first time that Darkenral was after him. Shar had warned that if Richard ran, he would be caught and killed. Richard had thanked the wisp for helping Kalin. He told Shar that his life had been made longer because she had saved him from doing something foolish that day. He told Shar that his life was better for knowing her, and thanked the wisp for helping bring her safely through the boundary. Shar had then told him that she believed in him and the rest of it, exactly as Baracus had related through the sliff. At the time, he had thought that the slightly odd speech characteristics were simply idiosyncratic of wisps, and perhaps they really were, but Baracus had used those exact words for a reason. Shota had used the same words, too, either deliberately or in innocent unawareness of their source, no doubt in order to help him by reminding him of those words from Shar. She probably didn't realize the real reason for saying those exact words, but through her ability, they were intended to make him think, to make him remember. It was probably only because of the terrible vision Richard had had of Kalin witnessing his execution that he hadn't connected Shota's words with the same words he'd heard years before from the night wisp. That vision had simply overpowered everything else. Richard listened to the night sounds off in the woods, of bugs chirping, the leaves rustling in the wind, and a distant mockingbird, as another memory began seeping back into his consciousness. Shar, the wisp, had used his name without being introduced. He supposed that the wisp could simply have overheard it while in the little bottle in the pouch at Kalin's belt. or she might have already known his name. Richard's eyes were opened as wide as they would go as he recalled something else. He had asked the wisp why Darkenrahl was trying to kill him, if it was because he helped Kalin, or if there was another reason. Shar had come close and asked, "Other reason? Secrets?" Secrets. Richard jumped to his feet and cried out aloud with the shock of understanding. He pressed his wrists to the sides of his head, unable to suppress another shout. "I understand. Dear spirits, I understand." Secrets. Richard had thought at the time that the wisp knew about the tooth that Richard kept hidden under his shirt, but that wasn't it at all. It had nothing to do with that tooth. Shar was asking him something entirely different. She was offering him his first chance at recovering the secret book Baracus had left for him. But it had been too soon. Richard hadn't yet been ready. Richard had failed Baracus's test back then, too. Failed it for the first time that night with the wisp. Baracus, though, probably had no way to know when Richard would be ready. He had to have a way to test him from time to time. Shota had said that just because Baracus had seen to it that Richard had been born with the ability, that didn't mean he would do the right things. Baracus hadn't taken his free will, and so, from time to time, Baracus needed to test the one born with that ability to see if he had learned to use it to accomplish those things along the way that needed to be accomplished. Richard wondered how many other things put in his path had been the doing of Baracus. At the moment, he had no way to know the answer to that question. He did know that when the Sliff said he failed the test, that was at least the second time he had failed it. The Sliff's test was a reserve test, a repeat test for after Richard had learned more, after he'd had a chance to know who he really was. Secrets. Richard felt as if his head might explode with the power of comprehension. Every emotion he had ever had seemed to collide together, twisting his insides with the excitement and anxiety of it all. He threw himself down on the stone floor, hands gripping the edge until his knuckles were white. "Sliff, come back. I know what Baracus meant. I understand. Sliff!" Mere inches away, liquid metal rose up into the cold, silvery moonlight, forming into the flawless features of the Sliff. It was an impossibly beautiful vision, reflecting the swaying trees and his own face in flowing distortions of reality. The Sliff slowly smiled. "Do you wish to change your answer, Master?" Richard wanted to kiss the quicksilver face. "Yes." The Sliff cocked her head to one side. "What is it you wish to confide in me, Master?" "A night wisp told me that before, not just Shota." Richard gestured with the frustration of trying to get it all out at once before the Sliff could say that he had not passed the test. Shota was second. It was a night wisp who first told me those same words, the words Baracus used. That's when I heard it first. That's what Baracus wanted me to know, that it's the night wisps. Richard half expected Silver Arms to slip around his neck and draw him closer. "Anything else, Master?" the Sliff whispered intimately. "Yes. With that message, Baracus wanted me to realize that what he left for me alone, is hidden with the night wisps." The Sliff came closer yet, still showing the gentle curve of a knowing smile. Her gaze drank him in. For the first time ever, her lips moved with her words, her voice coming in the breathy whisper of surrender. "You have passed the test, Master. I am pleased." "Now there's a first," Richard said. The Sliff laughed, a sound as clear and pleasant as the moonlight. "Do you know the place of the wisps, Master?" Richard shook his head, No, but Kalin told me a little about them, about their home place. Kalin is my wife. She has traveled in you before and was pleased, but you don't remember her because she was captured by some very bad people who released a spell to make everyone forget her. Something a little like what was done to you. I'm trying to find her before those same bad people can hurt everyone. That's what this is all about. That's why Baracus left something for me, something to help me in my efforts.
I see. I am happy for you, Master.
Anyway, Kalin told me about the place where the night wisps live. She said that it's beautiful.
So Baracus told me, too.
Kalin said that you can't see the wisps in the daytime, only at night. I guess that's why they're called night wisps. Kalin said they're like stars fallen from the sky. She said that it's like seeing stars among the grass. The Sliff nodded at his excitement.
I am happy that you are pleased, Master.
Can you go there? To the place of the night wisps? This place of stars fallen to the ground?
Even if you could travel, I'm afraid not, the Sliff said. Baracus directed that this emergency portal be built here for a reason. He did not want me to be able to go to the home place of the night wisps, because he did not want anyone to know that he went there. He did not want it to become a destination either, but rather to remain a remote and secret place of stars fallen to the ground. Baracus told me that this portal is not a great distance from the wisps, but it is the closest I can get to them. He did not want me to give any hint that this place existed, or to ever divulge anything involving my future masters. It was his way of protecting you. That is why I could not tell your friends where you were. That secrecy and security was also meant to be part of what would bring forth the right words from the right person. That protection not only protected you, but denying you the help of your friends prompted you into thinking for yourself. Thinking is what Baracus said would turn the key for you.
Richard's head spun with everything he was learning. He leaned closer, seeking to confirm what he already knew. You brought Baracus's wife, Magda, here, didn't you? And she was carrying something with her.
Yes. This is the place I brought Magda after the last time I saw Master Baracus. She repaired the stone here before going back. That was the last time I saw her. No one has been through to this place ever since then. You have passed the test, Master. This is the way to the secret library Baracus left for you.
Chapter 36. Kalin stepped carefully among the rubble of ancient buildings that had, over the millennia, crumbled and eventually toppled, sending sections tumbling down the steep hillside. Dusty pieces of brick and stone lay scattered everywhere among the dry, decomposing dirt of the slope. It would be easy to stumble and fall in the dark, and it was a long way down. Jillian, a shadowy, lithe shape just ahead of them, climbed the scrabble as effortlessly as a mountain goat. Sister Ulyssia, ahead of Kalin and the other two sisters behind her, huffed and puffed with the effort of the arduous ascent. As eager as they were to press on, the sisters were getting tired. They frequently lost their footing and slipped, nearly falling from the bluff. Kalin thought that they would be well advised to wait until daylight to finish climbing up into the ruins of the city of Casca. She wasn't about to give them that advice, though. The sisters did what the sisters wanted to do, and there was nothing Kalin could do about it. In the end, the only result of any suggestion she might offer would be a beating for interfering. Kalin would have been happy to see any one of the sisters fall and break her neck, but she knew that the other two would be no less trouble than all three. For that matter, One of the sisters was more than capable of making Kalin's life a torturous nightmare. Any of them could easily use her power through the iron collar around Kalin's neck to put her in a state of unendurable agony. So she climbed without commenting on the wisdom of doing such a thing by the light of the moon alone. Since Jillian's trail was so treacherous, they'd had to leave the horses at the base of the headlands. There were certain items, though, that the sisters would not let out of their sight, much less leave behind, and so Kalin was made to carry them, along with what other packs she could lift. It was a grueling effort to lug the heavy load up the precipitous trail. Jillian had wanted to help with some of the packs, but the sisters refused to allow it, saying that Kalin was a slave and meant for a slave's work. They told Jillian to worry about guiding them to Tovi. Kalin signaled Jillian with her eyes to do as the sisters wanted and move out. She silently reminded herself that such work would only make her stronger, while the sisters, shunning any effort, would only grow weaker. Kalin wanted to remain strong. Someday she was going to need her strength. But it had been a long day, and that strength was flagging. At least they were nearing the end of the lengthy, headlong journey. Soon enough the sisters would all be reunited, and then maybe they would settle in for a time, be a little less tense, a little slower to anger. While Kalin looked forward to a respite of a day or two, she was troubled by what it would mean. The sisters had given the clear impression that this was to be the end of the journey, the end of their struggle, and the beginning of a new era. Kalin could not imagine what that could mean, but it worried her greatly. The sisters often talked among themselves of the reward that awaited them being nearly in their grasp. More than once, Sister Ulyssia had remarked, in answer to the others' impatience, "It won't be long now." Kalin had no idea what their plan was, what great event was about to take place, but she was certain that it involved the boxes she carried on her back, Lord Ral's boxes. The two sisters following behind kept a careful watch on those boxes. The night before, Kalin had overheard the sisters say that when they reached Tovi and the third box, the preparations would begin. Kalin sighed in relief when they at last reached the top of the steep incline, finding themselves standing at the base of a decomposing wall. In places, gullies had undermined and washed out sections of the wall. Kalin took one last look out over the moonlit plain far below before following Jillian through one of the dark gaps in the wall. Once into the breach in under the wall still remaining overhead, Kalin discovered that the wall was as thick as a small house. Whatever people built such a wall must have been decidedly worried about what might come to attack them. The steep trail leveled out on the other side of the wall and led them among buildings set close together. Many places near to the edge had crumbled or were leaning and about to fall. The massive wall had held much of the decaying rubble back, but in places, parts of falling buildings had gone over the top. Over time, broken bricks, blocks, and mortar had also been washed down through the gullies. They soon found themselves on a narrow street among buildings that were in better shape. The outer fringe of structures had seemed to take the brunt of the weather, and as a result were the most deteriorated. From the confinement of buildings, they made their way out into a graveyard. In the moonlight, it was a haunting sight. Statues stood here and there like phantoms among the dead. Making their way among the graves, Kalin saw that higher up, the buildings lay like an endless carpet over the rolling landscape. In the clear sky, she spotted Jillian's raven, Loki. The girl had never pointed it out, apparently hoping the sisters would think it was just a wild bird, but when Kalin glanced her way, Jillian would sometimes signal with her eyes to look up. Loki would do aerial tricks that would make Jillian, if the sisters were looking the other way, smile. She seemed a girl searching for some small reason for joy among the desolation of what had befallen her and her grandfather because of the sisters. When Sister Armina once noticed the raven, she thought that it was a vulture following them across the desolate landscape. Kalin didn't correct her. "How much farther?" Sister Ulysses asked, as she paused among the grave markers. For some reason, Kalin thought that she sounded suspicious of Jillian. Jillian pointed. "Not far, up there, through that building. It's the passageway to the dead." Sister Cecilia snorted. "Passageway to the dead. Tovey always did have quite the sense of drama." Sister Armina shrugged. "Seems pretty appropriate to me." "Go on, then," Sister Ulysses said as she gestured for the girl to get moving again. Jillian started out at once, leading them out of the maze of the graveyard and up into the empty city. Kalin couldn't tell for sure by the light of the moon alone, but it seemed that everything, every wall, roof, street, every part of everything was the same color of dust and death. The ghostly silence in among the buildings shrouded the night with an eerie sense of stillness. Kalin felt as if she were walking through the immense skeleton of a city, as if every bit of tissue and life had been stripped away, and all that was left was crumbling beige bones. Along a broad thoroughfare that, by the look of the decorative curving stone walls to each side, must once have been beautiful, Jillian slipped like a shadow through the arches fronting one of the larger buildings. Inside it was hard to see. Kalin heard the girl's feet crunching across bits of crumbled mortar. The sisters didn't seem to notice the mosaic underfoot. Where moonlight fell across the floor, Kalin could see faded little tiles that made up a picture of trees, paths, and a wall surrounding a graveyard. There were even mosaic people. Looking at the sweep of the picture across the floor as she lugged her heavy load, Kalin tripped on a missing section of tile and fell to her knees. Sister Ulysses immediately struck her across the back of her head, knocking Kalin sprawling on her face. "Get up, you clumsy ox!" Sister Ulysses shouted as she kicked Kalin in the ribs. Kalin was trying, but with the weight of the load on her back it was easier said than done. "Yes, sister," she said, gasping between the kicks, hoping to gain time to stand. Jillian stepped between them. "Leave her be!" Sister Ulysses straightened with a glower. "How dare you interfere? I'll wring your scrawny neck." "I think we ought to skin her alive," Sister Armina said, "and leave her bleeding corpse out there for the vultures." Sister Ulysses snatched Jillian's collar. "Get out of the way so I can teach this lazy ox a lesson." "Leave her be," Jillian repeated, refusing to back down. "Let's just cut the little brat's throat and be done with her," Sister Cecilia complained. "We don't have time for this. We can find Tovey on our own now." Knowing that she had to pacify the sisters before they carried out their threats to harm the girl, Kalin finally managed to regain her feet. She immediately took Jillian's arm and pulled her back out of harm's way. "I'm sorry, it's my fault," Kalin said. "We can go now." Kalin half-turned to start out, but she didn't take a step. She knew better than to do so without permission. Sister Ulysses didn't move. She had murder in her eyes. "Not until she sees you get the kind of lesson we've owed you for quite a while now," she said. "You're getting far too used to being treated lightly at your every transgression." "You will leave Kalin be," Jillian said from halfway behind Kalin, trying not to be pushed any farther into the background. Sister Ulysses planted her fists on her hips. "Or what?" "Or I'll not show you where Tovey is." "You foolish child, Sister Ulysses growled. We already know where Tovey is. She's in here. You've already led us to her. Jillian slowly shook her head.
There are miles of passageways down there. You'll get yourself lost among the bones. You leave Kalin be, or I'll not show you the way.
I can sense Tovey, Sister Cecilia said with a dismissive sigh. Cut the girl's throat. We're close enough that I can find Tovey now with my gift alone.
I, too, can sense her, Sister Armina said. Sensing that she is near, Jillian said, doesn't mean that you will be able to find the correct passageway to get to her. Down there, down with the bones, you may be only a short distance from her, but if you take one wrong turn among many you must make, you will go for miles and never reach her. People have gone down there and died because they couldn't find their way back out.
Sister Ulysses clasped her hands, considering as she peered down her nose at the girl. We don't have time for this right now, she finally announced. Get going, she told Jillian. She turned a meaningful look on the other two sisters. Soon enough we will even this score, along with others. She turned back with a menacing expression that widened Jillian's eyes. You get us to Tovey, or she's liable to get impatient and start breaking your grandfather's bones, one at a time. Jillian's face registered sudden alarm. She immediately led them into a labyrinth of passages and rooms through the back of the building. There were places where the passageways were open to the moonlight. In other places, it was cramped and black as death. The sisters lit small flames that hovered above their palms so that they could see. Jillian looked startled to learn that the women could do such a thing. They emerged from the building into another graveyard. Without slowing, Jillian led them through the place of the dead, among hillocks covered with gnarled olive trees and rows of graves mottled with wildflowers. She finally brought them to a halt above a gravestone standing on its side beside a black hole in the ground.
Down this rat hole? Sister Armina asked. If you want to get to Tovey.
Jillian grabbed a lantern from beside the coverstone and, after a sister lit it, started down. They all funneled into the narrow stairway, following Jillian down. The ancient stone steps were irregular, with their leading edges rounded over and worn smooth. For Kalin, with all the weight she was carrying on her back, the descent was treacherous. The sisters held out wavering flames to help them see. At landings, they all turned with the stairs and continued ever deeper into the realm of graves. When they finally reached the bottom, the passage opened into wider corridors that were carved from the solid but soft rock of the ground itself. All around were niches carved in the rock walls. Kalin noticed that all those recesses held bones. Watch your heads, Jillian said over her shoulder as she went through one of the doorways to the side. They all ducked as they went through after her and into a room with a ceiling just as low as the doorway. At intersections, Jillian took turns without any hesitation, as if she were following a trail painted on the floor. Kalin noticed that there were a few footprints in the dust, but she also saw footprints going off down many of the different corridors. The prints were bigger than would have been made by the girl's small feet. The cramped corridor finally opened into larger chambers. They passed through seemingly endless rooms stacked with orderly piles of bones. Other narrow rooms were lined with niches stacked full of bones as if they had begun to run out of places to put all the dead. There was a series of several rooms filled only with skulls. Kalin estimated that there had to be thousands of them. They had all been carefully fitted together into large niches, each skull facing out. Each niche was filled right up to the top. Kalin gazed at all the hollow eyes staring back at her, watching her pass. She reminded herself that these things had once been people. They all had once been alive. Each had once been a living, breathing, thinking individual. They had once lived lives filled with fears and longings. It reminded her of how precious and brief life was, how important it was because once it was gone, for that person it was gone for good. It reminded her yet again of why she wanted her life back. With Jillian, Kalin felt that she now had a link back to the world, to who she was. When Jillian saw and remembered her, Kalin felt just a little more alive, as if she really was somebody, and her life had meaning. They passed through rooms with leg bones stacked in their own niches, arm bones in yet others. Long stone bins carved at the base of the side walls lined some of the rooms. These bins held smaller bones, all laid in neatly. Separating the bones of skeletons in such a way seemed to Kalin a strange thing to do. She thought that surely it would be more respectful of the dead to leave the bones of the deceased together. It was possible, she supposed, that they didn't have the luxury of space, since stacking them this way did save a great deal of space. Maybe it was simply too much work to carve a niche for just one body or one family when there were so many dead to bury. Maybe there had been a great sickness that claimed a large portion of the population, and they couldn't be burdened with such niceties. The city within the walls looked pretty cramped. Space must have been at a premium. If the people and their dead were to remain within the walls of the city, the living would have had to make concessions. It seemed an odd problem, since the land around the city stretched empty from horizon to horizon. She wondered if it could have been a time of war, when sentimental considerations for the dead had to be abandoned in favor of the needs of the living. The headland did seem the most defensible place around. While parts of the walls were at the edge of the sheer bluffs, they could always have enlarged the city farther back on the headland. She supposed that it could be that expanding such massive city walls was considered too difficult. She wondered if it could be, too, that the people who had once lived here simply didn't have the same sentiment for the dead that other peoples did. After all, what real significance were there in bones? The life was gone from them. The individual they once had been was no more. It was life, after all, that really mattered. Their world had ended with their death. But the people here must have had an attachment to these bones, to the people they had been, considering how difficult it would have been to construct such an underground city for the dead. Kalin noticed, too, the faded, carefully drawn and carved decorations around the niches. No, those alive cared. They mourned for those who had died. She wondered if, when she died, anyone would remember who she had been, or ever even known that this person, Kalin, once had lived, had loved life. She felt an odd jealousy for all these bones. Friends and family of each set of bones down in this place had known the person they had been, grieved for them, and put these talismans of that valued individual to rest, in a way that the living would remember those who had passed. Kalin wondered what had happened to all the people who had lived in this place, to the people who buried these bones. She wondered who had buried them. After all, the empty buildings bore silent testament that no one was left, except Jillian. From what Kalin had learned, Jillian lived with a small band of nomadic people who came to this place from time to time. They abruptly arrived at a section of the passageway that looked like it had partially collapsed, leaving the floor strewn with rubble. Sister Armina snatched the girl's arm. "This tour of the catacombs is getting ridiculous. You had better not be leading us on some silly roundabout lark." Jillian lifted an arm to point. "But we're almost there."
Come on and you'll see."
"All right," Ulysses said. "Get on with it, then." Jillian stepped around a huge slab of stone that looked like it might have once sealed what was beyond. There were gouges on the floor where it had been slid aside to clear the passageway and allow access to what lay beyond. When Jillian went in, Kalin could see that her lantern lit a chamber beyond with shelves carved from the solid rock. The shelves were all loaded with books. The colors of the leather spines were faded, but they looked to once have been mostly an assortment of rich reds and deep blues, with the rest being a variety of other colors from pale green to gold. The sisters marveled as they gazed at all the books. They were suddenly in good spirits. Sister Armina let out a low whistle as she slowed to peer around at the shelves. Sister Cecilia laughed out loud. Even Sister Ulysses smiled as she ran her fingers over the dusty spines. "This way," Jillian said to move them along. They happily followed the girl as she went through a series of rooms, mostly small and cramped, with shelves all stuffed full of books. Jillian wound her way through a warren of passageways carved through the soft rock, taking them ever deeper into the underground library. The sisters' heads swiveled, seemingly lost in reading what titles they could make out as they shuffled along behind Jillian and Kalin. The light of the lantern fell into dark rooms they passed, revealing yet more books. "Curse the light," Sister Ulysses whispered to herself in delight. "We have found the central site in Casca. This is the place where the book will be. I bet that Tovy has been spending her time searching for it." "I bet she's already found it," Sister Cecilia said, excitement animating her voice. Sister Ulysses grinned. "I have a feeling you're right." Through a more finely carved, barrel-ceilinged hallway adorned with a vineyard mural that had long ago faded to a ghost of what it once had been, they rounded a corner and arrived at a set of double doors. The two doors, carved with simple designs of grapevines and leaves, were each narrow enough that they could easily have been one wide door. Kalin supposed that the two doors made the entrance a little grander for some reason. "I sense Tovy beyond, at last," Sister Cecilia said with a sigh of relief. "I think we should start the rituals tonight," Sister Armina said in a bubbly voice. Sister Ulysses nodded as she laid a hand on the bronze lever. "If Tovy has managed to find the book, and I bet that by now she has, then with the 3 boxes finally back together, I don't see why it can't begin at once." She smiled distantly. "The sooner the keeper is freed from his prison, the sooner we will have our reward." Kalin wondered if there was any way she could ruin their plans. She was sure that once they accomplished whatever it was they intended to do, there would be no going back for anyone. She considered the boxes she was carrying and wondered what would happen if, when the sisters were distracted with finally seeing Tovy again, she were to smash at least one of the boxes. She might even have time to smash both. Kalin knew that such an act would do more than incur the full wrath of the sisters. She expected that they would probably kill her. But then Kalin had come to believe that if the sisters succeeded, she would be as good as dead anyway. Sister Armina leaned in. "And as our first act, I think we should settle an old score." Her expression turned venomous. "I remember all too well being sent to the tents by that arrogant brute. I'll never forget what his soldiers were allowed to do to us." Sister Ulysses' brow drew down with a murderous glare. "Oh, I think that is one score we will all relish settling." A baleful smile spread through the glare. She twisted the bronze lever. "Let's get on with it." Chapter 37. Sister Ulyssia threw open the doors and marched into the pitch-black room beyond. "Tovy? What are you doing in the dark? Sleeping?" Annoyance took control of her tone. "Wake up! It's us. We finally made it here." With the sisters in the lead, carrying small flames above their upturned palms, there was just enough light to make out nearby torches in brackets on the walls to each side, but not much else. The sisters sent those small flames into the cold torches, igniting them with a hot whoosh. As the torches flared to life, light flooded a room that wasn't very large, with bookshelves carved into the straw-colored rock of the walls. On the other side of the small room sat a heavy iron and plank table. In the tall, decoratively carved chair behind the table sat a burly man, his chin resting on a thumb as he watched them. He was the fiercest-looking man Kalin had ever seen. The three sisters froze in mid-stride, their eyes opened wide, reflecting their confused, disbelieving shock at what they were seeing before them. The powerfully built man sat calmly behind the table, watching the three sisters. That he didn't speak, didn't move, didn't seem to be in the least bit of a hurry, only increased the palpable sense of danger in the room. The only sound was the hissing torches. The man, with massive muscled arms and a bull neck, was the embodiment of pure menace. Without a shirt, his brawny shoulders bulged from a lambskin vest that lay open in the middle, displaying his naked, powerful chest. Silver bands encircled his arms above bulky biceps. Each of his thick fingers bore a gold or silver ring, as if brazenly proclaiming them plunder rather than decoration. His shaved head reflected glimmers of the fluttering torchlight. Kalin couldn't imagine him with hair. It would have diminished his intimidating presence. A gold ring in his left nostril held one end of a thin gold chain that ran to another ring at mid-height in his left ear. He was clean-shaven, except for a 2-inch braid of mustache growing downward from the corners of his smirk, and another braid in the center under his lower lip. As frightening, as formidable, as remorseless as the man looked, it was his eyes that were the true nightmare. There were no whites to them at all. Instead, they were clouded over with sullen, dusky shapes that shifted in a field of inky obscurity. Even so, there was no doubt whatsoever in Kalin's mind when his gaze settled on her. That gaze made her feel naked. She thought her knees might buckle under the weight of her galloping panic. When his grim gaze moved to the sisters, Kalin reached out blindly, finding Jillian, and pulled her protectively under an arm. She could feel the girl trembling. Kalin noticed, though, that Jillian didn't seem surprised to find the man in the room. Kalin couldn't understand the sisters' silence or their inaction. By the overt look of threat presented by the man, she expected that they would have incinerated him by now, just to be on the safe side. The sisters had never before been the least bit shy about killing anyone they even suspected might be trouble. This man was clearly far more than trouble. He looked capable of crushing their skulls in his fist. The look in his eyes said that he was used to seeing such deeds done. Behind Kalin, 2 burly men stepped out of the dark corners and closed the double doors. They, too, were fierce-looking, with wild tattoos and menacing swirls over their features. Their massive muscles were sweat-slicked and sooty, as if they never washed off the smoke of oily fires. As they stepped together before the closed doors, Kalin could smell their sour sweat through the stench of the burning pitch. These 2 looked more than ready for any eventuality. Heavy, studded leather straps holding a variety of knives crisscrossed their chests. Axes and flanged maces hanging on their weapons belts glinted in the light of the hissing torches. Their faces were also studded with metal spikes, in their ears, eyebrows, and through the bridges of their noses. It almost appeared that they had hammered nails through parts of their faces. They, too, were shaved bald. The two men didn't look entirely human, much less civilized, but rather a deliberate corruption of the notion of mankind, embracing instead steel, soot, and elements of a beast. Even though they carried short swords, they didn't draw them. They didn't appear the least little bit afraid of the sisters.
"Emperor Jagang!"
Sister Ulyssea's watery, weak voice trailed off in abject terror. Emperor Jagang! The shock of those two words jolted Kalin down to her soul. There was something about her concept of this man, formed from seeing his army from a distance, and from having been through some of the places they had attacked, that made Kalin fear him even more than the sisters. In contrast to the sisters, masculinity added an alien dimension to the nature of the threat he projected. For as far back as she could remember, they had done everything possible to stay away from Jagang, and yet here he sat, right in front of them. He looked relaxed, like a man who had everything well in hand. He appeared to have no worries. Not even Sisters of the Dark appeared to concern him. Kalin knew that this was no accidental encounter. It had been staged. More than Kalin's fear of Jagang, engendered by the sisters' overheard conversations and their dogged avoidance of the man, there was something else, something deeper, a dark dread, rooted in her very soul, almost like a memory beyond her reach, betrayed only by its indistinct but sinister shadow. When Kalin stole a glance to the side, she saw that the sisters appeared frozen in place, as if they had been turned to stone. They had also gone ashen. Sister Ulysses was wearing her blue dress, chosen especially for the reunion with Tovi. It was now dusty, not only from the climb up onto the headland, but from the descent down into the interior of it. Sister Armina wore a dress with white ruffles at the wrists and at the low neckline. Under the circumstances, in a dusty grave and standing before leering brutes, the ruffles looked naively ridiculous. Sister Cecilia, older, tightly controlled, and habitually tidy with curly gray hair, now looked on the ragged rim of a leap into the refuge of madness. Jagang's sullen eyes watched the three sisters. He was savoring the moment, Kalin knew, savoring their startled horror. If the sisters had been able to do anything about the situation, Kalin was sure that they would already have done it. Sister Armina's tongue darted out to moisten her lips. "Excellency," she said in a small, strained voice. Kalin thought it a pitiful attempt at a respectful greeting, conspicuously born of panic, not respect. "Excellency," Sister Cecilia added in a voice no more steady. Kalin had on rare occasions seen the sisters cautious, even wary, but she had never seen them afraid. She had never even been able to imagine them being frightened. They had always seemed in utter and complete control. Now their habitual haughty dispositions were nowhere in evidence. All three sisters bowed in halting movements, like three puppets on strings. When she straightened, Sister Ulysses swallowed in trembling terror. As frightened as she obviously was, confused curiosity, as well as the unendurable silence, drove her to speak. "Excellency, what are you doing here?" Jagang's treacherous glare again melted into a smirk, at the gentle, innocent, feminine tone of her question.
Ulyssia, 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 he sighed heavily. You really are one monumentally stupid bitch.
All three women went to a knee as if they had been slammed down by an invisible fist. Small, whining whimpers escaped their throats.
Please, Excellency, we meant no...
I know exactly what you meant. I know every last dirty little detail of everything in your minds.
Kalin had never seen Sister Ulyssia cowed, much less so badly shaken.
Excellency, I don't understand.
Of course you don't,
he said with a sneer as her words dwindled away to silence.
That is why you are on your knees before me, and not the other way around. Which is just what you were wishing, isn't it, Armina?
When his gaze slid to Sister Armina, she let out a small, startled cry. Blood oozed from her ears, running in a little red trail down the snow-white flesh of her neck. Other than her slight trembling, she didn't move. Jillian's arms clutched at Kalin. Kalin put a hand protectively to the side of the girl's face, pressing her close, trying to comfort her, when there was no real comfort to be had before such a man.
You also have Tovy, then?
Sister Ulyssia asked, still so surprised by the turn of events that she couldn't come to grips with it.
Tovy!
Jagang burst into a fit of gruff laughter.
Tovy! Why, Tovy has been dead for ages.
Sister Ulyssia stared in horror.
She's dead?
He lifted his arm with a dismissive wave.
Finally sent to the afterlife by a mutual friend, a very unfaithful and traitorous friend. I imagine that the keeper of the underworld is quite angry with Tovy's failure in her service to him. You will have all of eternity to find out just how angry.
His smirk returned as he glared at the woman.
But not until I am finished with you in this life.
Sister Ulyssia bowed her head.
Of course, Excellency.
Kalin noticed that Sister Armina had wet herself. Sister Cecilia looked like she was ready to collapse into tears, or screams.
Excellency,
Sister Ulyssia ventured,
how could you...
I mean, with our bond.
Your bond?
Jagang roared with laughter again, slapping the table.
Ah, yes, your bond to Lord Rahl, your touching loyalty to Lord Rahl that protects you from my talents as a dreamwalker.
Kalin's heart sank to hear that the sisters were in some kind of alliance with Lord Rahl. For some reason, she had thought more of the man. It hurt to find she was wrong.
We're not the ones attacking Richard Rahl,
he said in a falsetto voice, clasping his hands in a mocking manner, apparently quoting some statement from Ulyssia's past.
Jagang is the one going after him, seeking to destroy him, not us. We are the ones who will wield the power of Orden, and then we will grant Richard Rahl what only we will have the power to grant. That is enough to preserve our bond and protect us from the Dreamwalker.
He lost the effeminate pretense.
Your loyalty and devotion to Lord Rahl is touching.
His fist slammed down on the table. His face went red with rage.
Do you stupid bitches actually believe that such a bond to Lord Rahl as you dreamed up would hold you free of harm?
Kalin remembered the sisters talking about the same thing, and she hadn't been able to understand it back then either. Why would Richard Rahl have anything to do with these evil women, much less enter into a pact with them? Could such a thing really be true? Could it be that he was really no better than they? One thing about it all didn't seem to make any sense, though. If they were sworn to him, then why would they steal the boxes from his palace?
But the bond's magic.
Sister Ulyssea's voice trailed off into silence. Jagang stood, a move that made the three gasp and tremble all the more. Kalin was sure that, had they been able to, they would have backed up at least a step and likely more. He shook his head, as if he could not believe that they could be so ignorant as not to understand.
Ulysses, I was there in your mind watching the whole sorry event. I was there the day, years ago, that you proposed the scheme to Richard Rall. I have to tell you, I didn't really believe that you were serious. I had difficulty believing that you could be so stupid as to believe that you could strike such a bargain to gain your freedom from me.
But it should have worked.
No, there is no way such a thing could work. It was nothing more than an irrational idea. You wanted to believe it was true, so you did.
You were in our minds that day? Sister Cecilia asked. Why would you allow us to believe we had succeeded?
His inky gaze fixed on her.
Don't you remember what I told you all in the very beginning, on the first day you stood before me? Control, I told you, is more important than killing. I told you then that I could have killed you 6, but what good would you be to me then? As long as you're under my dominion, you're no threat to me, and of use in oh so many ways. No, of course you don't remember, because you chose instead to think that you were smart enough to trick me with your convoluted, illogical notion of the bond. You think you are too clever to be outwitted, and so here you stand before me again, never having left my dominion.
And yet, you just let us go about our business?
Sister Cecilia asked. Jagang shrugged as he stepped around the table.
I could have stopped you at any moment, if I chose. I knew I had you under my thumb, but what would I have had to gain then? Just a few more Sisters of the Dark, and I already have plenty of those, although their numbers are seriously diminished by now.
He leaned down toward them with an aside.
Your kind has a tendency to do a lot of dying on the behalf of the cause of the Fellowship of Order. But with you, Jagang said as he straightened, I had something highly interesting. I had Sisters of the Dark who were up to things.
He tapped a thick finger to his temple.
Who had devious plans and the knowledge to pursue them. You have a lifetime of experience from the vaults at the Palace of the Prophets. Vaults holding thousands of books that are now gone. No matter how irrational your plans sometimes become, witness your present condition. That does not negate your reserve of knowledge gained through decades of study, or mean that every one of your plans was unworkable.
So, you knew our plans all along? From that day with Richard Rall?
Jagang glared at Sister Ulysses.
Of course I knew. I knew your plan the instant you concocted it.
His voice lowered with menace.
You thought I only came into people's dreams. I don't. You thought I wasn't there in your mind when you were awake. I was. Once I enter into your mind, Ulysses, I am there in your mind always. Whatever you think, whenever you think it, I witness it. Every dirty little thing you conceive, I see. Every thought, every action, every vile wish, I know as if it were spoken aloud the instant you conceive it. Because I wasn't making you aware of my presence, though. You ignorantly believed I wasn't there, but I was.
He waggled a thick finger.
Oh, Ulysses, I was there. When you told Richard Rall your plan, that you wanted to swear loyalty to him in exchange for someone he cared deeply about, well, I could hardly believe that you just assumed it would work.
For some reason, Kalin felt a pang of sadness to hear that Richard Rawle had someone he cared deeply about. She guessed that ever since that day she had been in his beautiful garden, she had come to feel a connection to him on some deeply personal level, even if it was only a shared appreciation for the beauty of growing things, an appreciation of nature and thus the world around them, the world of life. But now she was hearing that he was dealing with Sisters of the Dark, and that he had someone he cared deeply about. It made her feel all the more like a forgotten nobody. She wondered what she could have been thinking. But, Sister Ulysses stammered, it worked. Jagang shook his head. Fidelity on your terms. Fidelity even though you would continue to work for his destruction, even though you would continue to work for everything he stands against. Fidelity even though you would continue to be sworn to the keeper of the underworld. Fidelity concocted of your selected selfish wishes is just that, wishes. Wishing doesn't turn your desires into reality just because you want it to. Kalin felt at least a small level of relief to hear that the sisters were continuing to work for Lord Rawle's destruction. Maybe that meant that he wasn't really an ally of the sisters. Maybe in some way he was like her, being used against his will. I could hardly believe it as I listened to you dictating the terms of your loyalty to him, Jagang was saying, gesturing in a grand fashion, claiming that such fidelity was subject to the moral filter you, not he, would apply. I mean, if you were going to contrive beliefs out of thin air, Ulysses, why didn't you just save yourself some trouble and decide that by sheer willpower alone your mind had been rendered impenetrable to a dream-walker? That would have been just as effective a shield. He shook his head. My, Ulysses, how cruel of the nature of existence not to allow you your irrational desires. He swept an arm out. And just as amazing the rest of your sisters believed it too. I know. I was there in their minds as well, watching as they were overcome with glee that they were to be free of my ability just because you claimed you could tap into the bond to the Lord Rawle with your own form of loyalty. But you allowed us to do it, Sister Ulysses said, still overwhelmed with astonishment. Why would you not strike us down, then? Jagang shrugged. I had plenty of sisters under my thumb. This was an interesting opportunity. I learn a great deal from the knowledge others possess. Learning things gives one power one would not otherwise have. I decided to see just what you could accomplish, if left to your own devices. See what you could learn for me. After all, I could have dropped any of you at any time if I grew weary of my little experiment. There were times when I was greatly tempted, such as the time not long ago when Armina said, I'd love to string Jagang up and have my way with him. He arched an eyebrow. Remember that, Armina? Not to worry if it has slipped your mind. I will be reminding you of it from time to time, just to refresh your memory. Sister Armina lifted a hand, as if in supplication. I was only... He glared at her until she fell silent, unable to conjure an excuse, and then went on. Yes, I was there all along. Yes, I saw everything. Yes, I could have struck you down at any time. But I have something you don't have, Ulysses. I have patience. With patience, you can move mountains, or go around them, or climb over them. But you could have had Richard Rawle right there, when we offered him our terms. Or you could have had him at his camp. You could have had him at camp as well. You spelled him and had him down. You could have ended it. Then why didn't you? Because you had a grander plan, so you left him be, thinking that your bond to him was your protection.
while you went on to pursue something of greater worth to you.
But you didn't need him, she pressed. You could have taken him.
Ah, but while killing people as punishment is useful, it's not nearly as beneficial as what you can do with them when they are alive. Take you three, for example. Death brings no great punishment, only the reward of the afterlife if you have served the Creator in this one. You three, however, will be denied the Creator's light. What use is that to me? But if a person is alive, I can make them suffer.
He leaned closer.
Don't you agree?
Yes, Excellency, Sister Ulyssia managed to say in a strangled voice as blood began to trickle from her ear.
I liked parts of your plan, he said as he straightened.
I find them very useful for my own purpose.
Things such as the boxes of Orden. Why should I kill Richard Rall? I have the opportunity to do so much more than simply kill him. I want him to be alive, to endure inconceivable suffering. By letting him live that day at his camp, the same as you did when you ignited your chain fire spell, I knew that I would be able to use this new opportunity to take everything from him. Since I was in your minds, I too was protected from the chain fire spell, the same as you. Now, with everything you have given me, I can strip Richard Rall of his power, his land, his people, his friends, his loved ones. I can take everything from him in the name of the Fellowship of Order.
Jagang drew his hand into a tight fist before him as he gritted his teeth.
For opposing our rightful cause, I intend to crush him down to his soul. And then, when I have wrung everything out of him, given him every kind of pain there is in this world, I will extinguish the flame of that soul. And you have made it all possible.
Sister Ulyssia nodded tearfully at all that was lost to her. She seemed resigned to her new duty. Excellency, we can accomplish none of it without the book we came here for. Jagang lifted a volume off the table and held it up for them to see.
The Book of Counted Shadows, the book you came here to find. I thought to search for it while I waited for you to complete your journey here.
He tossed the book back on the table.
An exceedingly rare book. This, of course, is one of the few copies that were never supposed to be made, and so it was hidden in this place. Of course, I was there in your mind when you found all of this out. You even brought me the means of verification.
His unsettling gaze moved to Kalin.
And you have a collar around her neck by which I can control her.
He turned a condescending smile on Sister Ulyssia.
You see? Since I'm in your mind, I have but to command it, and through you, I control her every move, just as easily as you do.
Kalin's hope for a chance to escape evaporated. If the sisters were cruel masters, this man was something far worse. Kalin didn't yet know what his intentions were, but she held no illusions that they were anything but vile. An inkling of something else began to well up in her. For some reason, she was of value to the sisters, and now just as valuable to Jagang. How could she be the means of verification of some ancient book hidden away for thousands of years? She had always been told that she was a nobody, a slave, and nothing more. She was beginning to understand that the sisters had been lying to her. They only wanted her to think she was a nobody. It appeared instead that she was somehow pivotally important to all of them. Jagang flicked a hand at Jillian.
Besides the collar, I have her to help me convince Kalin here to do as she is told. Tell me, my dear, have you ever been with a man?
Jillian pushed up against Kalin. "You said you would free my grandfather. You said that if I did exactly as you said and brought the sisters here, you would set him and the others free. I did what you told me to do."
"Yes, you did. And you really were quite convincing. I was there in their minds the whole time, watching your performance. You followed my instructions flawlessly."
His voice turned as threatening as his glare.
"Now, answer the question, or your grandfather and the others will be vulture food by morning. Have you ever been with a man?"
"I'm not sure what you mean," she said in a small voice.
"I see. Well, if Kalin doesn't do everything I tell her to do, you will be given over to my soldiers for their amusement. They like getting their hands on young things like you who haven't before experienced desires such as theirs."
Jillian's fingers tightened on Kalin's shirt. She pressed her face against Kalin's arm as she stifled a sob. Kalin squeezed the girl's shoulder, trying to comfort her, trying to let her know that she wouldn't let anything bad happen to her if she could help it.
"You have me," Kalin said. "Leave her be." "Tovey has the third box," Sister Ulysses said.
It was clear to Kalin that she was trying to stall, to buy time, as well as ingratiate herself with Jagang. He glared at her.
"It was stolen from her."
"Stolen? Well, I can help you find it."
Jagang leaned his backside on the table as he folded his massive arms.
"Ulysses, when are you going to learn that not only do I stand in front of you, but I am in your mind as well? I know everything you're thinking, but do keep coming up with your schemes. They're quite inventive. And did you ever conceive some grand plans?" he said with a satisfied sigh as he strolled closer. "You got farther with them than I thought you would ever be able to."
His voice took on an edge that ran shivers up Kalin's spine.
"And look at what my patience has netted me," he said as he turned to her, fixing her in the gaze of his terrible inky eyes. "You wanted to know why I let you wander around free doing as you wished? Here is the answer. Letting you cast about on your own, Ulysses, has netted me the prize of prizes."
Kalin knew now that she had been correct. She was, for some reason, valuable. She wished she knew why. She wished she knew who she really was. Kalin could do nothing but watch as Jagang closed the distance to her. There was nowhere to run. Just in case she might have had that thought, though, she felt a shock of pain blaze down her spine and burn through her legs, locking them in place. She knew it was the collar causing the painful paralysis, because the sisters had done that very thing before. He, of course, would know that, because he had been in their minds all along to see it done. She could see in his merciless expression that, this time, he was the cause of the pain. Jagang reached out and ran his thick fingers through Kalin's hair. She didn't want him touching her, but she could do nothing to prevent it. He seemed to forget everyone else in the room as he stared at her. "Yes, Ulysses, you surely did bring me the prize of prizes. You brought me Kalin Amnel." Amnel. So now she knew her last name. She had detected the slightest hesitation after her name, almost as if a title should have been added to her name. Jagang leaned close with an obscene smile that carried meaning she didn't want to consider. Kalin stood her ground by her own will, even if she had no real choice. Jagang's powerful, muscled body pressed up against her. It was like feeling the weight of a bull leaning against her. With one finger, the man lifted her hair away from her neck. His stubble scraped her cheek as he put his mouth by her ear.
But Kalin doesn't know who she is, doesn't even know the true nature of the prize that she truly is.
For the first time, Kalin wished that she were invisible, that this man could not see her, just as everyone but the sisters and Jillian could not see her. This was not a man she wanted to recognize her. This was a man she didn't want anywhere near her.
"You cannot begin to imagine," he whispered intimately in a voice that seared her with hot dread, "just how extraordinarily unpleasant this is going to be for you. You were worth my patience, worth everything I've had to put up with from Ulyssia. We are going to become quite close, you and I. If you think I intend the worst for Lord Rahl, then you cannot even begin to imagine what I have in mind for you, darling."
Kalin had never felt so alone, so helpless in her life. Against her will, she felt a tear run down her cheek, even as she managed to hold back a sob deep in her throat. Chapter 38. Once Jagang turned away and was no longer looking at her, Kalin at last allowed herself to swallow with silent relief to have his hands off of her, even if he had only touched her hair. Helpless dread shivered through her at him having been that close to her. She fully understood the meaningful look he'd given her. She knew that he could do anything he wanted to her, and she was completely at his mercy. No. There was still breath in her lungs. She couldn't give in to such a belief. She couldn't allow herself to think she was helpless. She had to think, instead of simply surrendering to panic. Panic could not help her accomplish anything. Maybe it would turn out to be true that she had no control of her own life, but she knew that she was lost to his will if she resigned herself to the blind guidance of panic. That's what he wanted her to do. Across the room at the heavy table, Jagang pulled the book closer. He opened the front cover and then leaned on both hands as he silently peered down at it. The rounded brawn of his broad shoulders, heavily muscled back, and thick neck looked more like that of a bull than a man. The things he wore only served to enhance his less-than-human appearance. He and his men appeared to deliberately shun the mantle of the noblest ideals of mankind and instead embrace a base animalistic aspect. The aspiration toward the lower form of existence, rather than a higher one, revealed an elemental dimension of the overt threat these men represented. They aspired to be not men, but something less. Back not far in front of the doors, the two huge guards stood silently with their feet spread and their hands clasped behind their backs. Kalin rested a hand on Jillian's shoulder when the girl looked up in silent anxiety at being in the presence of such men, who from time to time cast dark gazes her way. The two guards didn't see Kalin. At least she didn't think they did. She had minded their behavior and noticed that from time to time, besides Jillian, they eyed the sisters, but without much interest. When Jagang spoke to Kalin, the guards looked a bit confused. They said nothing, but Kalin knew that to them it must have appeared that their leader was talking to himself. Like everyone but Jillian, the sisters, and Jagang, through his link to the sisters, the guards forgot Kalin before they knew they had seen her. She wished she could be just as invisible to their leader. "What of your army, Excellency?" Sister Ulyssia asked, still plainly trying to buy time by engaging him in conversation. She, too, was trying not to give in to panic. Jagang looked over his shoulder with a wicked grin.
"They are close."
Bewildered, Sister Ulyssia blinked. "Close?" He nodded, still grinning.
just over the horizon to the north, up into Dahara."
"The north? Into Dahara?" Sister Armina blurted out. "But that's not possible, Excellency."
He lifted an eyebrow, clearly enjoying their surprise.
"They must be wrong in their reports about their location,"
Sister Armina said, sounding like she was grasping at an opportunity to ingratiate herself with the Emperor. She licked her lips.
"What I mean, Excellency, is that we passed them long ago. They were still back up in the Midlands, still on their way south to get around the intervening mountains. They could not possibly have gotten—"
Her quavering words dwindled to nothing, as if looking upon Jagang drained her of all courage, even the courage to speak, until she was left a silent shell of dread.
"Oh, but they have already rounded the mountains down here and turned north, up into Dahara," Jagang said. "You see, I influenced your minds to direct you to go where I wanted you to go, when I wanted you to go there. It was my aim to have you think you were safe, to think you knew where I was. You never even heard my whispers, but those whispers still guided you without you even being aware of it."
"But we saw your troops," Sister Cecilia said. "We saw them and went around them. We left them far behind."
"You saw what I wanted you to see," Jagang said with a dismissive gesture. "You thought you were going where you wanted, but you were in fact going where I guided you, right to me and my main force. I sent you past a number of rear guard divisions, and then some units going south to other areas in the Midlands. I was making you believe what I wanted you to believe, seeing to it that you all felt confident in your plans, while I saw to it that the main army proceeded with my plans. Our forces have made it a great deal farther than you thought. I want to finish this war, and I can see that such a goal is finally within sight, so I adjusted my tactics accordingly. Marching the main force at such a grueling pace is something that I usually don't do, because it wears an army down and costs us a number of men, usually to no purpose. But the end is now in sight, so it is worth the losses. Besides, they are there to serve the cause of the order, not the other way around."
"I see," Armina said in a small voice, disheartened to learn yet more of their complete deception and of their helpless plight.
"Now, we have work."
The three sisters suddenly sprang forward, as if yanked closer by invisible leashes around their necks.
"Yes, Excellency,"
they all said as one. Apparently Jagang had growled a silent order that only they could hear, probably just to remind them that he was there in their minds. It occurred to Kalin that he could control her by the collar around her neck, through his control of the minds of the sisters, but it didn't appear that he was able to control her directly. Besides merely having some basic hatred for her, he also seemed to be trying to paralyze her with fear as one aspect of controlling her behavior by stopping her from thinking, in addition to using the collar and the sisters. It would seem that while he was somehow within the minds of the sisters, he was not in Kalin's mind. Of course, she couldn't be sure of that. After all, the sisters had been deluded into thinking the same thing, that the dream-walker was not there in their minds, watching their every thought. So, while she had to assume that it was a possibility, she just didn't think it was true that he was in her mind as well. There was more to it, though. He was treating her in a different way than he treated the sisters. They were treacherous captives. Kalin was a prize. Side 13, Phantom, by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 394. He had deceived them for a purpose. In essence, he was spying on their thoughts. They were up to things, and he wanted to surreptitiously eavesdrop on those plans so that he could turn them to his own advantage. He knew that Kalin was not up to anything other than wanting to escape from the sisters. She had no more plans beyond that. She didn't even have a memory of who she really was. There was nothing for Jagang to spy on within her mind. It had to be obvious that she didn't want to be his captive either, that she wanted her life back. So there was nothing that he could really learn by secretly spying on her thoughts, at least not yet. Not unless she began to think rather than be blinded by panic. But if he really wasn't in her mind, then why not? He was a dream walker, after all, a man of such power that the sisters had been trying to stay away from him, unsuccessfully as it turned out, precisely because of his ability and power. He very much wanted Kalin as his prize of prizes, as he'd called her. If he was in her mind, he could have controlled her with the same invisible leash he used to control the sisters, and not have to go through their ability to do it. He didn't seem like the sort of man who would resort to such a second-hand method of control if he didn't have to. He wouldn't need the sisters to control her if he could enter her mind. What would be the point now of not making his presence in her mind known, if he really could do it? Even more material, if she was that important to him, he would surely want to have that manner of control if it was possible. So why wasn't he able to get into her mind and control her directly? There was something more going on. She got the distinct impression that there were things he was being careful not to say.
"This is it, then," he said to the sisters. "This is the Book of Counted Shadows. This is what you came here for, what you needed. I want to get started right away."
"But, Excellency," Sister Ulysses said, looking startled by the very idea, "we only have 2 of the boxes. We would need all 3.
"No, you don't. You only need to use this book to discover if one of the 2 boxes we have here is the one you really need. If the missing box is the one that would destroy us, or destroy all that exists, then why would we need it?"
Sister Ulysses looked like she had very good reasons why they would need it, but she really didn't want to argue the point.
"Well," she said, searching for the right words, "I suppose that very well might be true. After all, we haven't actually had the chance to study the Book of Counted Shadows yet, so we can't know for sure. The other references could have been wrong. That's why we were coming here, after all. We needed the book. It could be, as you say, Excellency, that we don't actually need the 3rd box." It was obvious to Kalin that Sister Ulysses didn't believe such a thing. Jagang didn't seem concerned by her doubt.
"And here it sits, waiting."
He gestured to the book lying on the heavy table.
"Once you study this book, then you can tell which box is which one is the one we need. If it turns out that these 2 are the wrong boxes, perhaps by then the 3rd will turn up."
The sisters hesitated at agreeing to his idea, but didn't seem willing to offer an argument. Finally, after glancing to the others, Sister Ulysses conceded the value of his suggestion. "None of us have seen this book before, so we will need to learn from it what we can. I think you are correct, Excellency. Studying the book would be in order."
Jagang tilted his head toward the book lying on the table. "Then get to it."
The sisters crowded close and leaned over, reverently gazing for the first time upon the book they had so long sought. They read in silence, with Jagang keeping an eye on them as well as the book.
"Excellency," Sister Ulysses said after only a brief examination, "it would appear that we can't just start, as you put it."
"Why not?"
"Well, look here." She tapped the page. "Right in the beginning, this confirms what we previously had reason to suspect, that there are safeguards against any eventuality. It says that you need..."
She fell silent as she glanced over her shoulder at Kalin. "Well," she went on, "right here in the very beginning it says, 'Verification of the truth of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of—' Well, Excellency, you can see yourself what it says." It was clear to Kalin that the woman was avoiding saying something aloud. Jagang likewise read it in silence.
"So what?" he argued. "It is being read by the one who commands the boxes. It's being read by me through you. I control the boxes now."
Sister Ulysses cleared her throat. "Excellency, I want to be perfectly honest with you."
"I'm in your mind, Ulysses. It would be impossible for you to be anything but perfectly honest. I know you doubt my idea, but are unwilling to express such thoughts aloud. So, as you know, I would be aware if you were trying to deceive me."
"Yes, Excellency." She gestured to the book. "But you see, this is a very technical issue."
"What is?"
"The verification issue, Excellency. This is an instructional book on implementation of profoundly complex matters. These things are not only profoundly complex, but profoundly dangerous to all of us. So, for that reason, it is critical to pay strict attention to what this book says. This is not a matter to be approached casually. You can't assume anything. The things this book says are exceptionally specific for good reasons. You have to think about every word, every sentence, every formula in it. You have to consider every possibility. Our lives all depend on the utmost caution in these matters."
"What's so technical about this? It says quite plainly, verification if spoken by another. It's not spoken by another. We're reading it directly."
"That's the precise point, Excellency. We are not reading it directly."
Jagang's face went red with rage. "What do you think we're standing here doing, then?"
Sister Ulysses gulped air as if an invisible hand had her by the throat. "Excellency, you command the boxes now, but you are not really reading the Book of Counted Shadows." He leaned toward her in a menacing fashion.
"Then what is it I'm reading?"
"A copy," she said. He paused.
"So?"
"So, in this case, you are not technically reading the Book of Counted Shadows. You are reading a copy of it. You are, in essence, reading something spoken by another." His frown deepened.
"Who is the one reading it, then?"
"The one who made the copy." Jagang straightened as comprehension dawned in his expression.
"Yes. This isn't the original. In a sense, I'm hearing it from the one who made the copy."
He scratched his stubble.
"So it must be verified."
"Exactly, Excellency." Sister Ulysses, visibly relieved. Jagang looked back over his shoulder at Kalin.
"Come here."
Kalin hurried to do as he ordered, not wanting to be given any pain in a fight she knew he would easily win. Jillian stuck close to her side, apparently not wanting to be left standing alone back closer to the two fierce guards. Jagang's big hand grasped the back of Kalin's neck. He forcibly pulled her forward and bent her down toward the book.
"Look at this and tell me if it is genuine."
After he released her, Kalin could still feel the painful, lingering impression of his powerful fingers where they had squeezed her neck. She resisted the urge to rub her throbbing flesh and instead picked up the book. Kalin didn't have the slightest idea how to tell if a book that she had never seen before was genuine or not. She didn't have any idea what would constitute authenticity. She knew, though, that Jagang would not accept such an excuse. He only cared about getting an answer. He wouldn't want to hear that she didn't know that answer. Deciding that she at the least had to try, She began leafing through the pages, trying to make it look like she was putting in an honest effort when she was really doing nothing more than flipping over blank pages of a book lying open on the table before her. "I'm sorry," she said at last, unable to think of anything to tell him other than the truth, "but this is all blank. There is nothing for me to verify." "She can't see the words, Excellency," Sister Ulysses said under her breath, as if it were hardly a surprise to her. "This is a book of magic. An intact link to specific kinds of Han is required to read it." Jagang glanced at the collar around Kalin's neck. "Intact." He peered suspiciously into her eyes. "Maybe she's lying. Maybe she just doesn't want to tell us what she sees." Kalin wondered if this was confirmation that he was not in her mind, or if for some reason he was still carrying out a carefully crafted ruse. It didn't seem to her that at this point such reticence to reveal a presence in her mind, if there really was one, would serve any purpose. After all, the boxes and the book were the central reason for the entire deception of the sisters. He had used his secret presence specifically to bring them here, to this book. Jagang abruptly snatched Jillian by her hair. Jillian let out a surprised but brief clipped cry. He was obviously hurting her. She did her best not to pull against the hand holding her hair, lest he rip her scalp off. "I'm going to gouge out one of this girl's eyes," Jagang told Kalin. "I will then ask again if the book is genuine or not. If I don't get an answer, for whatever reason, then I will gouge out her other eye. I will ask one last time. And if you again don't give me the answer, then I will gouge out her heart. What do you have to say about that?" The sisters stood mute as they watched, making no move to interfere. Jagang pulled a knife from a sheath at his belt. Jillian began panting in terror as he jerked her around, drawing his arm up tight against her throat, holding her against his chest to render her helpless and keep her still as he brought the point of a knife perilously close to her face. "Let me see the book," Kalin said, hoping to avert the irrevocable. With a thumb and a free finger of the hand holding the knife, he picked up the book and handed it to her. Kalin thumbed through the pages more carefully, making sure she wasn't missing any page that might say anything at all, but she still saw nothing. Every single page was blank. There was nothing to see, no way to tell if it was real or not. She closed the cover and smoothed the flat of her hand over it. She didn't know what to do. She had no idea what to look for. She flipped the book over, checking the back cover. She looked at the decal edges of the pages. She turned the book, looking down at the title embossed in gold letters on the spine. Jillian let out a strangled cry as Jagang tightened his grip across her throat, lifting her feet clear of the ground. He brought the point of the knife right up to the girl's right eye. She blinked, unable to turn away from the threat, her lashes brushing the blade's point. "Time to go blind," Jagang growled. "It's fake," Kalin said. He looked up. "What?" Kalin held the book out to him. "This book is a false copy. It's fake." Sister Ulysses took a step forward. "How can you possibly know that?" She looked clearly confused that Kalin could pronounce the book a fraud without being able to read a single word in it. Kalin ignored her. Instead, she continued to look into the dream walker's nightmare eyes. Cloudy shapes shifted like angry thunderstorms on a midnight horizon. It took all of her willpower not to look away. "Are you sure?" Jagang asked. "Yes," she said with all the confidence she could muster. "It's a fake." Now acutely focused on Kalin, Jagang released Jillian. Once free, the girl fled around behind Kalin, using her for cover. Jagang watched Kalin's eyes.
How do you know that it's not the Book of Counted Shadows?
Kalin, still holding the book out to him, turned it so that he could see the spine. You are all looking for the Book of Counted Shadows. This says, the Book of Counted Shadow. His glare heated.
What?
You asked how I know it's not genuine. That's how. It says shadow, not shadows. It's a fake. Sister Cecilia wearily wiped a hand across her face. Sister Armina rolled her eyes. Sister Ulyssia, though, frowned at the book, reading the spine for herself. She's right.
So what?
Jagang threw up his hands.
So the word shadow is missing a letter. It's shadow singular instead of plural. So what?
Simple, Kalin said. One is real, one is not.
Simple, he asked. You think it's that simple?
How much more simple can it get? It probably means nothing, Sister Cecilia said, eager to side with her ill-tempered master. Singular, plural, what difference could it make? It's just the cover. It's what's inside that counts.
It could just be a mistake, Jagang said. Maybe the person who bound the copy made a mistake. The book itself would likely have been bound by someone else, so the book itself is no doubt fine.
That's right, Sister Armina said, wanting to join in with the Emperor as well. The person who made the binding is the one who made the error, not the one who made the copy. It's highly unlikely they would be the same person. The binder was probably an incompetent oaf. The one writing the words in the book would have had to be gifted. Those words written inside the book are what matters. That's the information that must be true, not what it's wrapped in. There is no doubt that it's a simple error made by a binding artisan, and it means nothing. We brought her here for this reason, Sister Ulyssia reminded them under her breath. It is irrelevant how simple it might appear. The book itself, before anything else, cautions that in this very circumstance it must be verified by her. This is a highly dangerous matter. Such an answer is too simple, Sister Cecilia proclaimed. Sister Ulyssia cocked her head at the woman. And if an assassin is coming at you with a knife, is that blade too simple for you to believe it a danger? Sister Cecilia did not look amused. This matter is too complex to be decided by something so simple. Oh? Sister Ulyssia leveled a condescending glare on the woman. And where does it say that the verification must be complex? It says only that she must make it. None of us noticed the error. She did. She has satisfied the instruction. Sister Cecilia looked down her nose at the woman who used to be her leader but was no more. Now Sister Ulyssia was no longer the one in charge, no longer the one they had to please.
I don't think it means anything, Jagang said, still staring into Kalin's unflinching eyes. I doubt that she really knows that this is a fake. She's just trying to save her own neck.
Kalin shrugged. If that's what you want to think, fine. But maybe there is an absence of doubt in your mind because you want to believe that this copy is real. She lifted an eyebrow. Not because it is. Jagang stared at her a moment. He suddenly snatched the book out of her hands and turned back to the sisters.
We need to take a careful look at what's inside. That's what matters in finding and opening the right box. We need to make sure it's not flawed in any way.
Excellency, Sister Ulyssia said, there may be no way to tell if something written in here is... Jagang tossed the book on the table, cutting her off.
I want you three to go over everything in this book. See if you can find any reason at all to think that this might be a fake.
Sister Ulysses cleared her throat. "Well, we can try."
"Now!"
His booming voice echoed around the room.
"Or would you rather go to the tents and entertain my men? The choice of service is up to you. Pick one."
The three sisters jumped to the table. They all leaned in as they began studying the book. Jagang pushed between Sisters Ulysses and Cecilia, apparently to watch over what they were reading and make sure that they were not overlooking anything. Chapter 39. Once she was sure that the four of them were busy, Kalin quietly ushered Jillian back to the far end of the room, off to the side of the two big guards. "I want you to listen to me very carefully and do exactly as I say," Kalin told her in a low voice that Jagang and the sisters couldn't hear. Jillian frowned up at her, waiting. "I need to be sure of something. I'm going to walk over to those two guards." "What?" Kalin pressed her hand over the girl's mouth. "Shh." Jillian glanced to their captors, now worried that she had caught their attention. She hadn't. Satisfied that she had made her point, Kalin took her hand away. "I've come to suspect that I've been spelled by those three sorceresses. I think that's why I don't remember who I am. It's magic of some sort. Almost no one but them and Jagang can ever remember seeing me. Almost no one does. I have no idea why you can. They also put this collar around my neck and they can use it to hurt me. Now, I don't think the guards can see me, but I need to find out for sure. I want you to stay right here. Don't watch me, or you will make them suspicious of you." "But—" Kalin crossed her lips with a finger. "Listen to me. Do as I ask." Jillian finally nodded her agreement. Without waiting to see if the girl would change her mind and decide to argue, Kalin again checked to make sure that Jagang and the sisters were busy reading. Once seeing that they were, she immediately started across the floor. She moved as silently as she could. The guards may not know she was there, but if Jagang or the sisters heard her, she would lose her chance before she could begin. The two guards stared ahead, watching their emperor. Occasionally, the one closest to Jillian would glance over at the girl. Kalin could tell by his lingering gaze what he was thinking. He was hoping that Jagang would give Jillian to him. Kalin imagined that with a man like Jagang, such occasional rewards were a benefit of having earned such a trusted position as personal guard to an emperor. Jillian had no idea of the fate that was in store for her. Kalin had to do something to change the headlong course of those looming events. Once in front of the guards, she was careful to stay out of the line of sight between them and the four people at the table. She also had to be careful not to draw the attention of the sisters, or Jagang either. Even if the two guards couldn't remember Kalin long enough to be aware that she was there, she didn't want to find out what would happen if they were mysteriously blocked from seeing their leader. These two were wary men, no doubt of exceptional talents, and there was no telling how small a thing could alert them to trouble. And Kalin intended on being a great deal of trouble, but not until she was ready. Standing directly in front of the two huge men, she realized that she came up only to the tops of their shoulders, so she wouldn't likely block their view. They didn't look at her, or in any way acknowledge her presence. She gently touched the metal post through one man's nose. He wrinkled his nose and then casually reached up and scratched, but he did not grab her hand. Satisfied that he would do no more, Kalin reached out and smoothly drew a knife from a sheath on the leather strap crossing the man's chest. As the blade came out into the torchlight, she was very careful to draw it evenly without putting any twisting pressure on the sheath or strap. He didn't notice anything as it came completely free. It felt good to have the weapon in her hand. The emotion of it caused her to remember being back at the White Horse Inn, when the sisters had killed the husband and wife who had run the place. She remembered picking up a heavy cleaver to try to stop them from harming the daughter. She remembered the deep inner satisfaction at having a weapon in her hand because it represented a sense of having the means to control her own life, to help her to survive. A weapon meant not being at the mercy of evil people who respected no law, whether of man or reason, of not being a helpless prey of those who were stronger and would use that strength to dominate others. Kalin twirled the knife across her hand, weaving it through her fingers, watching it reflect the flickering light from the torches as it spun. She caught the handle and for a moment stared at the well-honed, polished blade. It represented salvation, if not for her, at least for Jillian. Remembering where she was and what she was doing, Kalin quickly slipped the weapon down inside her boot. She looked over to make sure that Jillian was quiet and staying put. The girl's eyes had gone wide. Kalin turned back to her task and carefully drew a second knife from a sheath on the other guard's chest strap. The blade was a little thinner, the weapon a little better balanced. Like the first, she pierced the blade through the leather of her boot near the top and slid it down into her boot, being careful to position it as she did so that the blade would be behind the bone of her ankle. She then pushed the point securely into the bottom of the boot. In the makeshift sheath, the knife couldn't move around and cut her when she walked. As silently as possible, walking lightly on the balls of her feet, Kalin quickly returned to a startled Jillian. The sisters and their master were involved in an animated conversation about the relevance of star positions, weather, and time of year to the formation and concentration of power needed for specific spells. The sisters were explaining the meaning of passages, and Jagang was asking questions every few minutes, challenging their assumptions at every turn. Kalin was a bit surprised to hear how well-versed the man was. The sisters sometimes found that he had learned more than they knew on certain subjects to do with the boxes of Orden. Jagang didn't look like a man who would be the kind to value knowledge from books, but Kalin was wrong. While she didn't understand most of what they were talking about, it was obvious that Jagang was well-read and more than up to the task of conversing intelligently with the sisters, especially about subjects that they said were found only in the rarest of books. He wasn't just a brute. He was worse than that. He was a very smart brute. "All right," Kalin said in a voice low enough that she was sure the others couldn't hear her. "I want you to listen to me. We may not have much time." Jillian's eyes were still wide. "How did you do that?" "I was right. They can't see me." "And twirling the knife like you did?" Kalin shrugged, dismissing a question she couldn't answer to address more important matters. "Look, I need to get you out of here. This may be our only chance." Jillian looked horrified at the notion. "But if I escape, he will kill my grandfather, and probably the others as well. I can't leave." "That is the power he holds over you. But if you don't get away, the truth is that you all very well may be killed anyway. You need to understand that this could be the only chance you have, or will ever have, for your freedom." "Are you really sure of that? How can I risk my grandfather's life on what you think might happen?" Kalin took a deep breath. She hadn't wanted to have to explain it. "I don't have time to put it to you nicely, to persuade you in gentle ways. I only have time to give you the bare bones of the truth, so that's what I'm going to do, so listen carefully. I know what these men are like. I've seen what they do to young women like you and me, seen it with my own eyes. I've seen their naked, broken bodies left sprawled where they lay when Imperial soldiers are finished using them or dumped in ditches like refuse. If you don't get away,
Very bad things are going to happen to you at best. You will spend the rest of your short life as a slave, being used by soldiers for their sick pleasure and amusement in ways you don't want to learn about. You will spend the rest of your life alternating between terror and sobbing. That's at best. You will live, but wish every moment that you were dead. At worst, you are going to be killed when Jagang leaves. Either way, it's a fool's wish to think he's going to let you go. No matter what happens, whether you escape or stay, he might let your grandfather and the others go simply because they may not want to take the time and trouble to kill them. Jagang has more important things he's interested in. But you are plunder that has value to him. If nothing else, he will give you to those 2 guards as a bonus for their service. That's how men such as Jagang draw ruthless brutes like those 2 into loyal service, by giving them tasty little scraps like you. Do you have any idea what they will do with you before they cut your throat? Do you?
Jillian was silent for a moment. She swallowed before speaking.
I know what Jagang meant before, when he asked if I've ever been with a man, but I pretended I didn't. I know what he meant when he said that he would give me over to his soldiers. I know what he meant when he said they would like getting their hands on a young woman like me. I know what he meant about their desires. My family has warned me about the dangers from strangers like these. My mother has explained it. I think that she did not tell me everything, though, so that I wouldn't have nightmares. I think the parts you know would give me nightmares. Before, I only pretended I didn't know what Jagang was talking about, so that he wouldn't know how afraid I was of him doing that to me.
Kalin couldn't help smiling.
That was a very wise thing you did, keeping such knowledge to yourself.
Jillian twisted her mouth, fighting back tears at the grim fate she had just admitted understanding.
You have a plan?
Yes. You have long legs, but I still doubt that you can outrun them. There's another way, though. A way that uses what you know and they don't. You said that one wrong turn out there, and people get lost in the maze of tunnels and rooms. If you get even a small head start, you will be able to quickly lose them in all the twists and turns. As complex as this place is, I don't think that even the powers of the sisters would help them get you. And I don't think that Jagang would waste the time trying. She still looked dubious.
But Jillian, this is a chance for you to escape. Another may never come along. I don't want anything terrible to happen to you. If you stay, it will. I want you to understand that you must take this chance. I want you out of here. This is all I can do for you.
Jillian was overcome with a look of horror.
You mean you're not going with me?
Kalin pressed her lips tight and shook her head. She tapped the metal collar around her neck.
They can stop me with this. It's magic of some sort. They will be able to put me down. But I think that before they do, I'll be able to help slow them enough so that you can get away. But they will hurt you, or even kill you for helping me get away. They are going to hurt me anyway. Jagang has already promised me the worst he can dream up. He can do no more than he already intends. As for killing me, I don't think they would do that, for now at least. They still need me. I'm helping you get away, and that's all there is to it. My mind is made up. It's my choice. It's the only thing I can do, the only thing that I have a choice about. If I help you, then it makes my own life, no matter what will become of me, mean more to me. I will at least have done something to fight back. I will at least have this victory over them.
Jillian stared at her.
You're as brave as Lord Rahl.
Kalin's eyebrows lifted.
You mean Richard Rahl? You know Richard Rahl?
Jillian nodded.
He helped me, too. Kalin shook her head in wonder. For living out here in the middle of nowhere, you sure seem to have met a lot of important people. What was he doing here? He came back from the dead. Kalin frowned. What? Well, not exactly the dead, really. At least, that's what he told me. But he came up from the well of the dead in the graveyard, just as the tellings said he would. I am the priestess of the bones. I am his servant, a dreamcaster. He is my master. There have been many priestesses of the bones before me, but he never came for them. I never knew that it would turn out that he would come back in my lifetime. He came to find books, too. He is the one who found this place. I never even knew it was down here. None of my people knew. Even my grandfather never knew this place of bones was here. Richard was looking for a book to help him find someone important to him. The book was called Chain Fire. Once he discovered this place and brought me down here, I'm the one who found the book for him. He was really excited. I was so happy that I was the one who helped him find what he needed. Since coming down here with him, I've spent all my time exploring this place, learning every turn and tunnel and room. I hope Richard will return one day, as he said he might, and then I will be able to show him everything. I very much want to make him proud of me.
Kalin could see the longing in Jillian's eyes to satisfy the man, to do something he would value, to have him recognize her effort and ability. Kalin wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but she didn't have the time. She couldn't resist one, though.
What's he like? Master Rahl saved my life. I've never met anyone else like him.
Jillian smiled in a distant way.
He was, well, I don't know.
She sighed, unable to find the words.
I see,
Kalin said at the dreamy look in the girl's copper-colored eyes.
He saved my life from soldiers sent by Jagang before. They were looking for these books. I was so afraid the man who had me was going to cut my throat, but Richard killed him. Then he held me in his arms and quieted my tears.
She looked up from gazing into her memories.
And he saved my grandfather, too. Well, not exactly him, but the woman with him.
Woman? Jillian nodded.
Nietzsche. She said that she was a sorceress. She was so beautiful. I couldn't stop staring at her. I'd never before seen a woman that beautiful. She was like a good spirit standing there before me, with hair like sunlight and eyes like the sky itself.
Kalin sighed. Why wouldn't a man like that have a beautiful woman with him? After hearing it, she didn't know why she hadn't ever considered such a likelihood before now. Kalin didn't know why, but she felt as if something, some hope she had never dared define, or maybe an unfathomable longing she still clung to for something profoundly valuable hidden beneath the black shroud that had been drawn over her past, had just slipped away from her. She had to look away from Jillian's gaze, lest she lose control at the thought of the forlorn situation she found herself trapped in. She used the excuse of looking over her shoulder, checking to make sure that the Emperor and his sisters were still busy, as she wiped an unexpected solitary tear from her cheek. The sisters looked more involved than ever in a discussion of the technicalities in the book. Jagang was demanding to know how they could be sure that certain parts were correct. When Kalin looked back, Jillian was staring at her.
But she wasn't as beautiful as you.
Kalin smiled.
Diplomacy must be a requirement of being a priestess of the bones. No,
Jillian said, looking suddenly worried that Kalin might not believe she was telling the truth.
Really? There's something about you.
Kalin frowned.
What do you mean?
Jillian's nose scrunched up with the struggle of searching for words.
I don't know how to explain it. You're beautiful and smart, and you know the right thing to do. But there's something else.
Kalin wondered if this could be some link to who she really was. She had been looking for someone who would be able to see her and remember her, and maybe give her a clue.
Like what? I don't know. Something noble. Noble?
Jillian nodded.
You remind me of Lord Rall in a way. He saved my life without hesitation, just like you want to do. It wasn't just that, though. I don't know how to explain it. There was just something about him. And you have that same quality about you, too. Good. At least he and I have something in common then, because I'm about to save your life, too.
Kalin took a steadying breath as she checked over her shoulder again. The others were still engaged in their heated conversation. She turned back to Jillian and gave her a dead serious look.
We have to do this now. But I'm still worried about my grandfather.
Kalin looked into the girl's eyes for a long moment.
Now you listen to me, Jillian. You're fighting for your life. It's the only life you will ever have. They will show you no mercy for staying. I know that your grandfather would want you to take this chance.
Jillian nodded.
I understand. Lord Rall told me much the same thing about the importance of my life.
For some reason that lifted Kalin's heart and made her smile. The smile quickly vanished, though, as she put her mind back to the task at hand. She didn't know if Jagang and the sisters would be finished soon, or if they would be at it for the rest of the night, but she couldn't afford to miss the opportunity.
We have to do this now before I lose my nerve. I want you to do exactly as I say.
I will, Jillian said.
Here's what we're going to do. You will stay right here. I'm going to go over there and kill these 2 men.
Jillian's eyes went wide.
You're going to do what? Kill them. How? You're just a woman, and they're big. And there's 2 of them. It's not impossible if you know how. You're going to cut their throats?
Jillian guessed.
No, they would make noise if I did that. Besides, I couldn't do that to both of them at the same time. So I'm going to take 2 more of their knives, and then I'm going to slip up behind them, and I'm going to stab them right here.
Kalin jabbed a finger in Jillian's back, a little to the side, right in the soft spot of her kidney. Even the small jab made the girl grunt with the pain of how sensitive that place was.
Stabbing a man right there in his kidney is so painful that it makes it impossible for him to cry out. You can't be serious. Surely they will scream.
Kalin shook her head.
The pain is so great when you're stabbed in the kidney that your throat clamps shut. Your scream is locked in your lungs. That will be our chance. Before they collapse and hit the floor, as they're dying, we have to get through that door behind them. We have to slip through as quietly as possible to buy as much time as we can. We'll probably only have a brief moment before we're discovered, but that moment is all we need for you to get away. You stand right here. As soon as I drive the knives in their backs, you head for the door, fast as you can, but don't make any noise. I'll be there with you at the doors.
Jillian was panting in fear of such a task. Her eyes were brimming with tears.
But I want you to go with me.
Kalin squatted and hugged the girl.
I know. This is all I can do to protect you, Jillian, but I think it will be enough to get away.
She wiped at her eyes.
But what will they do to you?
You just worry about getting away. If I get a chance to escape, I promise you I will. Tell Loki to watch for me in case I ever do get away.
All right.
Kalin knew that it was a false hope. She squeezed Jillian's shoulder and stood. She checked the 4 at the table one last time. She did so just in time. Jagang glanced over his shoulder to see what Kalin was doing. She stood silently beside Jillian, watching him and the sisters working, as if she had been there the whole time, doing nothing but awaiting her fate. He turned his attention to the heated words between Sister Ulyssia and Sister Cecilia. Sister Ulyssia was being her obstinate self, while Sister Cecilia was trying to find a way to appease Jagang by telling him whatever he wanted to hear. Once she was sure that Jagang's attention was back on the book, Kalin immediately started for the guards. As one was again eyeing Jillian with increasingly open lust, Kalin carefully pulled a long knife from his weapons belt. Without delay, she moved to the far guard and did the same, taking his long knife as well. Standing behind them, she glanced to the sisters and Jagang, and seeing them still busy, she looked over at Jillian. The girl, wiping her palms on her hips, nodded that she was ready. Kalin reached to the man on the right and drew a knife he carried in a sheath hanging from a strap on his side. She placed the blade sideways between her teeth. Without lingering any longer, she scrutinized the lower backs of the guards, selecting the precise spots she needed to hit. She chose the right side of the man on her left and the left side of the man on her right, so that she would have targets closest together, and she would be able to put her full strength into the thrust. She looked back and forth between the men, making sure that she would hit the right spot with each knife. If she missed, it would be fatal, but not necessarily for the men. It would be Jillian who paid the price of an error. It had to be right, and it had to be right the first time. Kalin took a deep breath, holding it only briefly. Then she exhaled hard, adding that power to the force she put into her thrust. With all her strength, she plunged both knives into the men's backs. The blades went in up to the hilts. Both men stiffened at the jolting shock. Kalin had already drawn another breath. This time, as quickly as she could, she forced out the breath and used all her considerable strength to pull the handles together toward one another so that the blades would pivot and rip through the men's kidneys. The men stood frozen stiff and slightly twisted, backs arched with the intense wallop of excruciating pain. Their eyes bulged, their mouths opened, but they made no sound. They stood in mortal trauma, unable to draw in a gasp or let out a cry. When Kalin looked up, Jillian was already on her way. Kalin turned and swiftly opened one of the narrow doors. She didn't want to give their pursuers a clear path by opening both. Jillian was there. The men's knees began buckling. Kalin put her hand on Jillian's back, between her shoulders, and rushed her through the doorway, propelling her out into the hallway. Kalin took the knife from her teeth. "Run! Don't stop for anything." Jillian nodded back. She looked as if the keeper himself were on her heels. Kalin turned to close the door, but just then the men hit the floor. 4 startled faces spun around toward her. Kalin pulled the door closed and ran as if the keeper were after her, too. She saw Jillian in the dim distance, just as she reached an intersection where a juncture of branches of passages went off in different directions. The girl paused, looking back at Kalin. They shared a brief look filled with meaning, and then she was gone, vanished down one of the passages. It was so dark in the distance that Kalin wasn't sure which one Jillian had taken. Behind came an explosive splintering of wood, as if the doors had been blown apart. Torchlight suddenly spilled through the hall, surrounding Kalin. She immediately stopped and spun back. She gripped the knife by the point. She saw shadows in the room rushing toward the gaping doorway. With all her strength, she heaved the knife, without there even being anyone there yet in that doorway. An enraged Sister Cecilia burst through first. The knife slammed into her chest. Kalin had hoped it would be Jagang first through, but she had been pretty sure it would be a sister, so she had aimed accordingly. The blade had flown true and plunged right through Sister Cecilia's heart. The sister went down hard. Kalin turned and ran with all her strength. Just as she had turned, she had seen the others fall over the body of Sister Cecilia. Kalin ran as she had never run before. She took the first corner to the left. She didn't know which turns Jillian had taken, but she didn't see her. The girl was gone. A flush of pure exhilaration washed through Kalin, filling her very soul with the thrill of success. It had worked. She had kept her promise to Jillian and to herself. She had at least beaten them in this much of it. She was giddy with the victory, even as she ran like a madwoman. She had not only killed the 2 guards, but taken out Sister Cecilia. Images of the pain that woman had given her and the satisfaction she had derived from it flashed through Kalin's mind, and she savored her vengeance. Now that it had worked, and Jillian was away, terror flooded up through her. She knew she wouldn't get away. All she could do was run, taking random turns, and wait for the end. It came with a sudden shock of pain she thought must be something like what the 2 men had felt. She knew she hit the ground, but she didn't really feel it. And then it felt as if the entire ceiling and dead city above all caved in on top of her. The world went as black as a grave. Chapter 40. Richard was winded by the time he had finally crested the rise. It wasn't just that he was out of breath, though. He was out of strength as well. He knew that he hadn't taken the time to eat as much as he should have along the way, and now he was paying the price for it. His legs felt like lead. His stomach ached with hunger. He felt weak and just wanted to lie down, but he couldn't, not now, not when he was this close, not when there was so much at stake. He'd eaten some pine nuts and a few handfuls of huckleberries he'd come across as he went along, but he hadn't gone out of his way to collect any more. He just hadn't wanted to take the time. At least he had his pack with him, so the night before he had been able to set out a fishing line in a small lake just at sunset. He then collected an armload of dry wood and started a fire with a flint and steel. By the time the fire was hot, he had 3 trout on his set line. He had been so hungry that he'd been tempted to eat them raw, but fish cooked quickly, so he waited. Not wanting to stop any longer than necessary, he'd gotten little sleep on the short journey from the Sliff. He reasoned that the sooner he got his hands on the book that Baracus had left for him, the better off he would be. The book had already been waiting there for him for 3,000 years. He didn't want it to wait another night. He thought about how, if he had been smart enough to find the book sooner, he might have avoided the problems he now faced. He was hoping that it could somehow help him in finding Kalin, maybe even help him find a way to reverse the tainted chain fire spell. He'd reasoned that the best plan would be to recover the book as soon as possible. Then he could do some reading while he took the time to eat. He would worry then about sleeping and getting back to the keep. The keep was a long way off. He didn't know exactly where he was, except that he was a good distance south of Agaden Reach, in what appeared to be an uninhabited area, either near or in the wilds, so he was concerned about how he was going to find some horses. One problem at a time, he reminded himself. One problem at a time. As difficult as it had been to undertake the climb up the steep, rocky rise in the dark, he couldn't bring himself to stop when he knew that he was close. Besides, if he wanted to see the night wisps, it could only be at night, so he didn't want to wait until morning to make the climb, and then have to wait around all the next day for it to get dark again. Finally reaching the top, Richard scanned the area to get his bearings. Above the edge of the steep slope, the ground leveled off in a sparsely wooded oak grove. The breeze from earlier in the day had died hours ago at sunset, and it was now dead calm. The silence felt like an oppressive weight lying over him. For some reason, the typical night sounds of small animals, insects, and such that were common in the lowlands stretching out endlessly behind him, were silent up at the top of the long climb. In the moonlight, Richard immediately noticed that there was something wrong with the trees. It looked as if they were all dead. The fat, squat trunks were twisted and gnarled. The bark had started to come away in ragged strips. The bent and distorted branches looked like claws, reaching out to snatch anyone who dared enter the place. Richard had been focused at the trek and the climb, but he suddenly switched to being on guard. His attention riveted as he listened for any sound in the eerie silence. He moved carefully beneath the trees, trying to make as little noise as possible. It was difficult, though, since the ground was littered with dry sticks and leaves. The branches looming overhead cast grotesque shadows in the moonlight, and the air had a chill to it that ran a shiver up his back. With the next step, something underfoot broke with an odd, bony pop. In all the years he'd spent in the woods, Richard had never heard a sound like that. He froze in place, listening, waiting. His mind raced as he went over the memory of the sound, trying to come up with its cause. Try as he might, he couldn't place it. When he heard nothing more and saw nothing move, he carefully backed up, lifting his foot off whatever it was that had broken. After checking in every direction, appraising every shadow, he squatted down to see what it was that he had stepped on. Whatever it was covered in leaves. He cautiously pushed the decaying leaves aside. There, half buried in the forest loam, dark with age, was a broken human skull staring up at him. The weight of his foot had broken in the rounded top of the skull. The eye sockets, which seemed to be watching him, were still intact. Richard scanned the forest floor and saw other humps under the leaves. He also saw something else. More skulls that weren't buried beneath the forest litter. Just from where he crouched, he could see a good half-dozen skulls lying at least partially atop leaves, and even more rounded shapes below them. Beneath the leaves, he found the rest of the bones that belonged to the skull he had stepped on. He stood slowly and began moving again, scrutinizing the ground, the fat, twisted tree trunks, as well as the limbs overhead as he went. He saw no one and heard nothing. Now that he knew what he was looking for, he was able to spot skulls seemingly everywhere. He stopped counting once he'd reached 30. The bones appeared scattered, not bunched together as if people had all died together or in groups. With a few exceptions, they appeared to have been individuals who had died at those particular places. He supposed that the bodies might have been placed there. He had no way of really knowing. The few exceptions were skulls close together, but he reasoned that might have been chance. People who had happened to have fallen near another body. Richard crouched down to inspect a number of the skulls, both those lying exposed and those buried beneath the litter. His initial thought was that it was possibly the site of a battle, but as near as he could tell in the moonlight, these people had not died at the same time. There were some bones that were sound, while others were moldering away. Some appeared so ancient that they fell apart when he touched them. The place was like a graveyard, with all of the bodies above ground, rather than being buried. The other thing that he noticed was that no predators looked to have disturbed the dead. Richard had come across remains in the woods when he had been a guide. Animals always got at the dead, human or otherwise. It looked as if each one of these bodies, though, had rotted away over time, leaving the bones lying in the exact same position in which the person had fallen, on their sides or with arms sprawled or face down. None had been laid out as if in burial, with arms neatly crossed on their chests or at their sides. They looked simply to have fallen dead. It still might not have seemed quite so peculiar, except that not one of the corpses looked to have been touched by any predator. As Richard walked endlessly through the oak grove, he wondered if it would ever end. On a moonless, cloudy night, or even a cloudy day for that matter, it was the kind of place where it would have been easy to get lost. Everything looked the same. The trees were spaced evenly, and there was nothing to indicate if he was going in the right direction, except the moon and stars. For what seemed like half the night, Richard moved ever onward through the forest of the dead. He was sure that he had followed the directions the Sliff had given him. The Sliff, however, had no way to know exactly what he would find. She had only been given directions from Baracus, and that had been 3,000 years before. The landscape could have changed a great deal since the time of Baracus. The bones, though, didn't look to be anywhere near that old. Of course, it could be that lying in the oak grove there were bones thousands of years old, but by now those would have all crumbled to dust. As Richard continued on, the woods began growing murkier, until he found himself entering the black shadows of a dark forest of immense pines, their trunks standing close together, and each nearly as big as his house back in the Heartland woods had been. It was like encountering a wall of mountains that rose up into the sky. The trunks, like pillars, were clear of branches until somewhere up out of sight, but those branches completely closed off the sky and left the forest floor below a dark and confusing maze among the massive trunks. Richard paused, wondering how he would keep to a direction in the pitch blackness that lay ahead while being unable to move in anything resembling a straight line. That was when he heard the whispers. He cocked his head, listening, trying to make out the words. He couldn't, so he carefully stepped deeper into the gloom, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness before taking a few more steps. Before long, he began to be able to make out the shapes of the trees ahead, so he moved forward, ever deeper into the close canyons among the trunks of the monumental pines. "Go back," came a whisper. "Who's there?" he whispered back. "Go back," said a faint little voice, "or stay forever with the bones of those who have come before you." "I've come to speak with the night wisps," Richard said. "Then you have come for nothing. Go now," the voice repeated with more strength. Richard tried to lay the sounds of the words over his memory of what a wisp sounded like. While it wasn't the same, it did have qualities in common. "Please come forward that I may talk with you." Only silence surrounded him. Richard moved ahead a dozen paces into the darkness. "Last time warned," came the eerie voice. "Go now." "I have come a long way. I'm not going back without speaking with the wisps. This is important." "Not to us." Richard stood with one hand on a hip as he tried to conceive of what to do next. He was far from clear-headed. His weariness was hampering his thinking. "Yes, this is important to you, too." "How?" "I have come for what Baracus left for me." "So did those whose bones you have passed." "Look, this is important. Your lives ultimately depend upon this as well. In this struggle there will be no uninvolved bystanders. All will be drawn into the storm." "The stories you have heard about a treasure are empty lies. There is nothing here." "Treasure? No, you don't understand. That's not what this is about at all. I think you misunderstand me. I've already passed the tests Baracus left for me. That's why I'm here. I'm Richard Rall. I'm married to Kalin Amnel, the Mother Confessor."
We don't know this person you speak of. Go back to her while you still can.
No, that's the point. I can't. I'm trying to find her. Frustrated, Richard ran his fingers back into his hair. He didn't know how much time he might have to say what he needed to say, or how much he should leave out, if he was to convince the wisps of his true reason for being there, to convince them to help him. You once knew her. Magic was used against Kalin to make everyone forget her. You knew her, too, but you forgot her like everyone else. Kalin used to come here. In her role as the Mother Confessor, she fought to protect the land of the night wisps and to keep others out. She told me about the beautiful land of the night wisps. She told me about the open fields in ancient remote forests. She has been among the wisps as they gather at twilight to dance together in the grasses and wildflowers. She told me that she spent many a night lying on her back in the grass as the wisps gathered around her, speaking with her of things common to both of your lives, of dreams and hopes, of loves. Please, the wisps knew her. She was your friend. Richard saw then a tiny light come out from behind a tree.
Go, or your bones will remain out there with the others who seek treasure, and no one will ever see you again or know what became of you.
If I need gold, I earn it. I have no interest in treasure. The tiny spark of light started away.
Not all treasure is gold.
As it glided into the distance, the shafts of spinning light played over the trunks of trees it passed. I knew Shar, Richard called out. The light paused. It stopped spinning. For a moment, Richard watched as the spark of light hung there in the distance, faintly illuminating the closely gathered monarchs of the forest standing like sentries for what lay beyond.
You did not come because of the legends that there was treasure to be found here?
No.
What do you know of the name you spoke?
I was with Shar after she went through the boundary. Shar crossed that boundary to help stop the threat from Darken Ral. Shar crossed the boundary to help in the effort to find me, so that I, too, could help in that struggle. Before she died, Shar said that if I ever needed the help of the night wisps, then I should say her name and they would help me, for no enemy may know it. Richard pointed back toward the grove of dead oaks, where the forgotten, moldering remains reposed. I have a feeling that none of the people whose bones lie back there knew her name, or the name of any wisp. The light slowly returned through the trees, finally coming to a stop not far from him. He could feel the softly glowing shafts of light gliding over the contours of his face. They almost felt like the faint touch of a spider's web. Richard took a small step closer. I spoke with Shar before she died. She said that she could not live away from those of her kind any longer, and she did not have the strength to return to her home place. She gave me my first test from Baracus. She said that she believed in me, believed that I had inside me what it takes to prevail. It was a message from him. She asked me about secrets. The tiny light turned a warm, rosy color as it spun in silence for a moment.
And you passed her test?
No, Richard admitted. It was too soon for me to understand it all. Later, I finally came to understand. The Sliff said that I have now passed the test that Baracus left for me.
What is your name?
I grew up named Richard Cipher. Since then, I've come to learn that I am Richard Ral. I have been called by other names as well. The Seeker, the One Born True, the Bringer of Death, Richard with the Temper, the Pebble in the Pond, and Kaharan. Does one of those names mean anything to you?
Does the name Gazi mean anything to you?
Gazi? Richard thought a moment. No. Should it?
It means fire. Gazi was given that name by prophecy. If you were the one, you would know that name, too.
I'm sorry, but I don't. I don't know why, but I can tell you that I don't hold much with prophecy.
I am very sorry, but misery has come to this land. The wisps are in a time of suffering. We cannot help you. You should go now.
The wisp began leaving again, spinning as it floated off into the towering trees. Richard took a step forward. Shar said that if I needed the help of the wisps, they would help me. I need your help. The little point of light paused again. Richard got the distinct impression by the way it hovered motionless that it was considering something. After a moment, it slowly began rotating, casting off shimmering beams of light. It came partway back. The wisp then spoke a name that Richard had not heard spoken aloud in many years. His blood turned to ice.
And does this name mean anything to you? The wisp asked.
How do you know my mother's name? Richard whispered. The wisp slowly drew closer.
Many, many seasons ago, Gazi went through a dark boundary to find her, to help her, to tell her of her son, to tell her many things she needed to know, many things her son would need to know. Gazi never returned.
Richard stared, his eyes wide. What do the wisps do in the day, when it's light? The wisp, like nothing more than a glowing silver ember, slowly spun, throwing shafts of light across Richard's face.
We go where it is dark. We do not like being in the light.
Does fire hurt you? The shafts of light dimmed.
Fire can kill us.
Dear spirits, Richard whispered. The wisp came closer, the shimmering light brightening again as it seemed to study his face.
What is it?
What was the prophecy about Gazi? Richard asked. The slowly spinning light paused.
The prophecy was about Gazi's death. It said he would die in fire.
Richard's eyes closed for a moment. Many seasons ago, when I was but a boy, my mother died in a fire. The wisp remained silent. I'm sorry, Richard said in a small voice as Shota's words rang through his head. I think Gazi died in my home. Our house caught on fire. After my mother brought my brother and me safely out, she went back in for something. We never knew what. She was probably overcome by the smoke. She never came out. I never saw her again. She died in the blaze. I think she went back for Gazi. I think my mother and Gazi died together in that fire, without him ever completing his purpose. The wisp seemed to watch him for a time.
I am sorry for what happened to your mother. After all this time, tears still come to you.
Richard had run out of words and could only nod. The wisp again started spinning faster.
The name Richard Cipher is the name we know you as. Come, Richard Cipher, and we will tell you what Gazi went to tell your mother.
Chapter 41. Richard followed the sparkling point of light into the ancient stand of timber, a place of quiet and peace. He had never seen trees this big. It struck him as odd that creatures so tiny would live among trees so big. It seemed like they walked for hours, though Richard knew that it only felt that way because he was so drained. When they at last emerged from the trees into a vast clearing, Richard could hardly believe his eyes. It was just as Kalin had described it. The grassy meadow sparkled with hundreds of night wisps gliding among the tall blades of grasses and wildflowers. The swath of stars above, through the gap in the towering pines, seemed lifeless and dead compared with the stars in the grass. It was a beautiful sight, but it brought pain into Richard's heart because it reminded him of Kalin, of the first day he had met her, when she had introduced him to Shar, of the time she'd told him about the wisps. Kalin and the wisps were forever linked in his mind. And now, after all this time, he knew that it was a night wisp that his mother had run back into the burning house to save. She had not died alone. All because a man thousands of years before had gone to the Temple of the Winds and done something that would result in Richard being born with both sides of the gift, both sides that the Sliff said he no longer had. As Richard stepped into the grass, some of the night wisps came closer, curious to see the stranger among them. The wisps flashed brighter and dimmer, as if in conversation among themselves. "What are you called?" Richard asked the wisp who had escorted him.
"I am Tam."
Richard watched wisps gliding closer, rising up the length of him before shooting away.
"Our numbers dwindle,"
Tam said.
"Such a thing has never happened before. It is a time of suffering for us. We don't know the cause."
"The cause is in part why I am here," Richard told him. "I'm hoping to find help, so that I can stop what is causing this sickness among the wisps. If I don't succeed, you will all vanish from the world." Tam considered in silence for a time. Others who had heard Richard's words drifted away, sinking into the dark places in the grass, as if seeking a quiet place to weep. Some, though, came closer.
"Many here knew Ghazi,"
Tam said.
"They miss him. Can you tell us any of what he said before his life was gone? The way you have spoken of Shar's words?"
"I'm sorry, Tam, but I never saw Ghazi. I never knew that he had come to see my mother. Ghazi and my mother must have died before he had a chance to tell us anything of his reason for being there." Richard wondered if that had been the reason for the fire. Many of the wisps dimmed, as if in disappointment that he could tell them none of Ghazi's last words. Richard remembered his purpose and turned to his guide. "Please, Tam, I have come for an important reason that, as I said, may in the end help the wisps with what they suffer. I have come because Baracus left something here for me. His library is here. He sent his wife with a book for me."
"Magda,"
one of the nearby wisps said. He wasn't sure which one was speaking, but it sounded decidedly more feminine than Tam. "That's right."
"This was long before our time," she said, "but the words of Baracus have been passed down to us. We still hold the secrets he asked us to keep. I am Jas. Come, Tam and I will show you."
Tam and Jas led Richard off through the silky grass, toward the towering trees to his left. Among the trees, away from the open meadow, it was again like descending into a dark world. Only the two wisps gave him enough light to see his way. "How far?" Richard asked.
"Not far," said
Jas.
"It is a place within our realm," said Tam, "a place where we can watch over and protect it. Over the millennia, the seed of stories planted in the fertile soil of bits and scraps of facts was watered by wishes and began to take root and grow. Eventually, a bountiful fruit of rumors burst forth to be spread on the wind of whispers that said we hid a fabled hoard of gold. Nothing could convince the believers that it was not true. The truth does not glitter for these people like gold does. Their dream of reaping unearned wealth was so strong for them that they would rather sacrifice everything truly precious to them than accept the truth that it was an empty belief. What we hide is not a treasure, Jas said, but a promise made by our ancestors.
It is a treasure of a sort, Richard told them. To the right person, anyway. What seemed not far to them seemed quite far to Richard. It was getting ever more exhausting for him to put one leg in front of the other. His stomach growled with hunger as they moved through the silent wood. It had to be somewhere deep in the middle of the night when the trees opened up and Richard could see at last, illuminated by the silvered moonlight, a valley spread out far below. Lush forests carpeted the bowl of the valley, with the mat of trees ascending the slopes of mountain close in on each side. The place where he stood overlooking the length of the valley was not only a commanding spot, but a place with hauntingly beautiful views of the things that Richard had always loved. He ached to be able to explore such a place, to be down in those woods, but to be there with Kalin. Without her, beauty was only a word. Without Kalin smiling at him, the world was empty and dead.
This is the place of the library that Master Baracus left with us for safekeeping, Tam said.
Richard looked around. He saw only ferns, some vines trailing down from the darkness above, and the massive trunks of the pines standing with him at the rim of the overlook. "Where?" he asked. "I don't see a building anywhere."
"Here,"
Jas said, as she drifted down to a small boulder, coming to rest atop it.
"Under here is the library."
Richard scratched his scalp. It seemed an odd place for a library, but then he recalled finding the entrance to the library in Casca under a gravestone. In light of that, this made more sense. A building might have long ago been discovered and raided. He bent and put his shoulder against the rock in a curved niche that wasn't sharp. He was sure that he wasn't strong enough to move such a huge slab of stone, but he put all his weight against the stone socket anyway. With great effort, it slowly began to pivot to the side. The wisps came close, looking with Richard at what lay below. The stone had rested on a small, carefully smoothed lip. There was no hole, no stairway down into the ground within that lip. Richard knelt and dug at what was under the rock inside the stone lip. It was soft and dry. "This is just sand."
"Yes," Jas said. "When Magda came, she followed her husband's instructions, using magic, and filled what was below."
Richard was incredulous. "With sand?"
"Yes,"
Jas said. "How much sand?" Richard asked. He wasn't looking forward to digging out a sand-filled hole, no matter how small it turned out to be.
"You see that small river down in the valley?"
Jas asked. Richard squinted in the dim moonlight. He saw the sparkling reflections off the water wandering among sandbars. "Yes, I see it."
"The words passed down to us," Jas said, "say that Magda brought with her a powerful spell from Baracus. She used it to create a whirlwind that drew the sand up from the riverbanks and funneled it into this hole here, filling up the place below to protect it."
"Protect it?" Richard asked. "From what?"
"From any who might make it this far. This sand is meant to foil anyone who might come for what is down there."
"Well, I suppose that if there was enough sand, that would certainly slow them down." Richard looked over suspiciously at the two wisps spinning slowly in the moonlight. "How much sand is down there, anyway?" Tam floated out past the edge of the drop-off.
"You see that ledge down there?"
Richard carefully leaned over the edge of the cliff and looked. It had to be several 100 feet down to the narrow stone shelf. "I see it."
"That is how far down the rooms of the libraries are to be found."
"The rooms of the library are buried under all this sand down there at the bottom?"
"Yes,"
Tam said. Richard was dumbfounded. There had to be a palace worth of sand. "How am I to dig such a thing out? It would take forever to accomplish such a thing." Tam returned, coming close to his face.
"Maybe, but Baracus said that if you were the one, you would know what to do."
"If I'm the one?" Richard felt the weight of discouragement, like a mountain of sand on top of him. "Why do I always have to be the one?"
Tam spun for a moment. "That is not for us to say."
Richard groaned with the disappointment of being so close but so far. "If I'm the one, then why couldn't he just leave a message for me so that I would know what to do?" Tam and Jas were silent for a moment, as if thinking.
"Well, there was one other thing passed down,"
Jas finally said. "What would that be?"
"Baracus said that the wisps would have to guard this for ages and ages, but when the sands of time had finally run out, the one who was meant to have the book would be here and take it with him."
Jas spun closer.
"Does that help, Richard Cipher?"
Richard wiped a hand across his face. Why couldn't Baracus simply tell him how to recover secrets of a war wizard's power? Maybe Baracus thought that the man who was meant to have the book must already have mastered his power to the point where this would present no obstacle. Maybe he thought that Richard should know how to spin a magical whirlwind and suck out the sand. If that was so, then Richard was not the one. Not only did he not know how to use his power, but, since being in the Sliff, he no longer had his gift. Side 14. Phantom by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 427. As far as Richard was concerned, the sands of time had already run out for him. The Sisters of the Dark had put the boxes of Orden in play. The chimes had contaminated the world of life, beginning the destruction of magic, which was probably the great misery the wisps were suffering. And the army of the Imperial Order was rampaging unchecked through the new world. But worst of all for him, personally, Kalin had been abducted, was under the influence of the chainfire spell, and desperately needed his help. And here he stood, waiting for the sands of time to run out. Richard took his hand away from his face as he frowned. He leaned out over the edge of the cliff, looking down at the ledge far below. The sands of time. He looked to the left side and studied the rock. He didn't see anything he could use there, but on the right he thought he saw a way to use the rocks to climb down. He swung his pack off his back and set it on the ground while he dug out his camp shovel and hastily assembled it. When the sands of time had finally run out, the one who was meant to have the book would be here and take it with him, he quoted. Isn't that what you said?
Yes,
Jas said.
That is what we were told.
Richard gazed out over the cliff again. I have to go down there, to that ledge, he told the wisps.
We will come and light the way,
Tam said. Richard wasted no time climbing down the side of the rock precipice. It turned out to be just as difficult as he had judged it would be, but it didn't take long, and he was soon standing on the narrow shelf far below the top where he had pivoted the boulder out of the way. He searched around, picking at the face of the rock wall until he found what he was looking for. He immediately started digging, chipping, and prying out rocks that had been so tightly jammed in that it was hard to tell for sure in the poor light of the moon and two wisps if it really was what he thought it was. When rock began coming out, his confidence level rose. The more rock fragments he pulled out, the easier it was to get out more. He had to work carefully to free some of the larger stones. One wrong step, and he could slip and fall off the narrow ledge. Some of the boulders back in the growing hole were larger than he could have lifted, so he had to roll and walk them out of the ever-expanding opening. Fortunately, he was able to loosen the rock beneath most of them and then roll them out. He stood to the side of the narrow ledge and let the rocks and boulders tumble out past him. He watched them sail out into the night air, falling soundlessly, until they finally crashed down into the forest far below. Suddenly, when the shovel broke through to something soft, the rest of the rock plug began to let go with a grating sound and abruptly burst out in a cascade of fragments. Richard had to duck out of the way. With a rumbling roar, the sand followed in a column, pouring far out into space before beginning to arc downward. Richard stood with his back pressed against the rock wall, his heart pounding from the surprise of the sudden explosive clearing of the opening into the hollow interior of the cliff. The two wisps spun as they watched the amazing sight. One of them, Richard wasn't sure which one, followed the column of sand out and down for a ways before returning. It seemed to go on forever, but the last of the sand finally dwindled away as it poured out of the hole, leaving only small amounts to drizzle out in fits. Richard wasted no time climbing into the hole. "Come on," he called back to the wisps. "I need light." The two wisps obliged, passing over the tops of his shoulders to enter first. Once past him, they lit the chamber beyond. Richard stood up inside, brushing himself off as he gazed around at shelves filled with books. It was astounding to think that he was the first person who had stood in this place since Magda Ceres, the woman who would become the first confessor. That reminded him of Kalin and his need to find her, so he immediately started looking around. It appeared a rather simple library, with a doorway at the far side that he could see led deeper into the interior of the cliff. He saw shadows of doorways and circular stairs. Despite the sand pouring out of the hole, there was still a lot of sand covering everything. It would take some time to clean the place and really tell what was there. To the right, though, on a stone pedestal against a blank stone wall, sat a book all by itself. Richard lifted it off the stand and blew the sand and dust off of it. On the cover it said, "Secrets of a War Wizard's Power." His fingers gently glided over the gilt letters on the cover as he again read the words meant for him. It was an awe-inspiring feeling to realize that a war wizard, first wizard Baracus himself, had made this very book for the person who would be born with the power that he saw to it would be released from the Temple of the Winds. Richard had at last found the treasure that Baracus had left for him. A night wisp hovered over each shoulder, watching him as he reverently stared at the book that would finally answer his questions, that would finally help him master his gift. Finally, his heart pounding, Richard opened the cover to see what Baracus wanted him to know. The first page was blank. Richard turned over more pages, but they were all blank. He thumbed through the entire book, and other than the words on the cover, he found that the entire book was completely blank. Richard squeezed his temples between the fingers and thumb of one hand. He thought he might be sick. "Can either of you see anything on the pages?"
"No," Jas said. "Sorry." "I see no marks of writing at all," Tam added. Richard realized then what the problem was. His heart sank. Secrets of a War Wizard's Power was an instruction book on the use of a specific form of the gift.
The book involved magic. For some reason, Richard had been cut off from his gift. Without that gift to assist him, whatever was written on the pages would not stay in his mind. He would forget the words before he could remember reading them. Just as he no longer remembered a single word of the Book of Counted Shadows, he could not remember the words of Secrets of a War Wizard's Power long enough to remember having seen any words. Without the gift, it would appear blank to him. Until he could figure out what was wrong with his gift, he wouldn't be able to read this book. "I'll have to take this with me," Richard told the wisps.
"Just as Baracus said you would, Richard Cipher,"
Tam said. Richard wondered if Baracus somehow knew this as well. Whether he did or not, Richard didn't have time to ponder it. He climbed back out of the hole and up the rock face of the cliff. He noticed that the rock jutted out over the opening into the library, probably so that water wouldn't eat away at the plug over time or work its way inside. The sand had to be dry, not only so that the books inside wouldn't be ruined, but so that it would pour out. Richard decided that for the time being, the library was relatively safe from rain. At the top of the cliff, he stored the valuable blank book away in his pack. He saw that inside the stone rim, where there had been sand before, there was now a spiral stairway down into the darkness below. To make sure that no one discovered the library, he struggled mightily against the boulder until he managed to pivot it into place. Panting from exertion, he swung his pack up onto his back. His mind was racing with 1,000 different thoughts. On the way back through the dark wood, Richard spoke little to the wisps, other than to thank them for their help. Once they had reached the meadow again, he gazed out over the sight of all the night wisps gliding through the grass and wildflowers, some spinning in an intricate dance as they moved together in pairs. He wondered how many more night wisps there had been when Kalin had been here. Richard missed Kalin so much that it brought a lump to his throat. She was his world. The whole world, in so many ways, seemed to be slipping away. "I have to go," he told Tam and Jas. "I hope to use what I found here to help stop the suffering of the wisps and others."
"You will come back?"
Jas asked. Thinking briefly about the hidden library, Richard nodded. "Yes, and I hope to bring Kalin with me, and that by then you will remember her. I know she will be overjoyed to see you all again."
"When we remember her," Jas said, "then we will be filled with joy, too."
Unwilling to test his voice again, Richard nodded and then started out. Tam escorted him through the ancient forest, helping him find the way. At the edge of the ancient trees, the wisp came to a halt.
"Baracus was wise to choose you, Richard Cipher. I believe that you have it in you to succeed. I wish you well."
Richard smiled sadly. He wished he was as sure. He no longer had access to the gift within him, if it was still even there, and he had no idea how he would succeed. Maybe Zed could help. "Thank you, Tam. You and the wisps have been good protectors of those things Baracus left with you. I will do my best to protect you and the other innocents who are in so much danger."
"If you fail, Richard Cipher, I know that it will not be from lack of effort on your part. If you ever need our help again, as Shar told you, say one of our names, and we will try to help you."
Richard nodded and started away, turning once to wave. The wisp spun a rose color for a moment, and then vanished back into the trees. He suddenly felt awfully forlorn by the light of the moon alone. The dead oaks seemed to go on forever. He plodded along in a numb daze. He needed to get some food and rest, but he wanted to get out of the strange wood and back down into the forest first. He saw bones among the roots of the oaks, as if the trees were trying to gather in the dead to hug them to their bosoms. Somewhere in the dead wood, after walking endlessly, absorbed in his troubled thoughts, Richard felt a sudden chill to the air that made him shudder and gasp the sharp cold into his lungs. It felt as if he had walked into the fangs of winter. When he looked up, he spotted what at first looked like an upright shadow among the skulls. When he saw at last what it really was, another shudder shivered up his spine. It was a tall woman with black, wiry hair. She wore inky black robes. Her skin was as pale as the moon, making her gaunt face seem to float in the darkness. Her desiccated flesh was stretched tight over her bony features, the way he imagined the dead would have looked for a time as they lay lifeless in this forsaken forest, waiting for the worms to do their work. Her thin, menacing smile marked her unmistakably as the sort to leave the bones of used-up people to rot in just such a place, among the moldering dead. Richard felt so cold he couldn't move. He realized that he was shivering, but he couldn't seem to make himself stop. He couldn't feel his fingers or toes. He wanted to move, to run, but he couldn't force his legs to move. He had no gift to summon. He had no sword to draw. He felt helpless in the beguiling gaze of her blanched blue eyes. Richard wondered if his lifeless remains would end up discarded in this desolate place to rot, forgotten, along with all the other anonymous bones of those who had come with lofty dreams. The woman's arms swept up like a raven's wings lifting, and the night swallowed him. Chapter 42. Kalin ever so gradually became aware of the bewildering drone of voices, both near and far. She was so dazed, though, that she wasn't sure if it was real or if she was only imagining it. She knew that some of the thoughts streaming endlessly through her mind had to be her imagination, despite how real they seemed. She knew that she wasn't one moment in a flowered field among the stars, the next moment in the middle of a pitched battle with desiccated corpses atop horseback, and the next instant flying through the clouds atop a red dragon's back. It all seemed real, but she knew that it couldn't be. After all, there weren't any such things as dragons. That was only myth. But if it really was voices that she was hearing, she couldn't understand the words. They came to her more as disembodied raw sounds, each tonal pulse resonating painfully with something deep inside her. What she was sure of was that her head throbbed in a slow rhythm, and each time the agonizing beat squeezed, it felt as if her skull would split open from the pressure. As each intermittent cycle subsided, nausea oozed up inside her, only to be forced back into relative insignificance once again by the next overwhelmingly torturous compression. Try as she might to open her eyes, Kalin couldn't lift her heavy lids. It would have taken more strength than she could call forth right then. Besides, she feared that there might be light, and she was sure that light would hurt like long needles stabbing into her defenseless eyes. It felt as if some unknown thick pressure were suspending her, keeping her immobile, while a hidden force tortured her under the throbbing pressure. Trying desperately to escape the grip of it, she attempted to bend her arms, but they were too stiff. She tried to move her legs, or even to lift a knee, but her legs were tightly encased in the cocooning, dense darkness. A sound, possibly a harsh word, startled her, bringing her closer to the brink of wakening awareness, lifting her up through the numb confusion toward the world of life. This time she was sure that the sounds were voices. She began to be able to make out the occasional word. She mentally seized those words like a lifeline and used them to help pull herself up out of the dark dregs of unconsciousness. She breathed evenly, concentrating on the words, forcing the throbbing to the background, as she listened carefully for each word, trying to string them together into meaningful concepts. She recognized women's voices and a man's voice, a surly man. The pain of being awake, though, was even more debilitating than the dreamlike suffering she had felt while unconscious. Reality had a way of adding an agonizing dimension to the pain, an inescapable misery, a relentless torment throbbing through her body. In an effort to get her mind off the pain she was in, Kalin opened her eyes just enough to peek out and take a careful look around. She was inside some kind of structure. It looked something like a tent made of a pale tan canvas, but if it really was a tent, it was much larger than any tent she remembered ever seeing before. Rich carpets hung to one side, looking to serve the purpose of double doors. She was lying on thick furs that were atop something slightly elevated rather than being spread out on the floor. In the hot, muggy air, the furs were making her sweat. At least she wasn't covered with blankets. She thought that maybe she had been placed there to keep her out from underfoot. There was a chair with a carved back opposite where she lay, but no one sat in it. Several lamps were set around the room on chests, while others hung from chains. They did little to chase away the gloomy atmosphere inside the tent, but at least the smell of the burning oil helped cover the heavy stench of sweat, animals, and manure. Kalin was relieved that the light didn't hurt her eyes as she'd feared it would. One of the sisters paced in the dim light, like a phantom who couldn't find her grave. Jumbled, muffled voices from outside drifted through the heavy canvas and carpeted walls of the tent. It sounded like a whole city surrounded the muted sanctuary. Kalin could hear the murmured drone of men in the thousands, along with the clop of hooves, the rattle of wagons, the braying of mules, and the metallic jangle of weapons and armor. Men in the distance shouted orders, or laughed, or cursed, while those closer told stories she couldn't quite make out. Kalin knew what this army was like. She had seen glimpses of it from afar, been through places where they had been, and had seen those that they'd tortured, raped, and murdered. She didn't want to ever have to go out there, among such savages as she knew these men were. When she noticed Jagang glance her way, she pretended to still be unconscious, breathing evenly, lying perfectly still, and keeping her eyes almost closed. Apparently thinking she wasn't yet awake, he let his gaze drift back to the pacing Sister Ulyssia. "It can't be that simple," Sister Armina insisted from where she stood beside a table. She lifted her nose in a haughty manner. Kalin could just make out the edge of a book on that table. Sister Armina's extended fingers rested on the book's leather cover. "Armina," Jagang asked in a calm, almost pleasant voice, "can you even begin to imagine how entertaining it is for me to be in the mind of a troublesome sister that I send out to the tents to be passed around among my men?" The woman paled as she backed up a step until her back met the tent wall. "No, Excellency." "To be there, witnessing their dread, to be in their mind, seeing how completely helpless they are, as powerful hands rip their clothes off and grope their bodies, as they are pushed to the bare ground, their legs forced open, and they are mounted by men who consider them of no value except as a bit of lustful entertainment. Men who have absolutely no sympathy for them at all,
who don't care in the least what suffering they inflict in their heedless pursuit of what they want. Can you imagine how satisfying it is for me to be there in the minds of such vexatious sisters? To be an eyewitness, so to speak, of their well-deserved punishment?
Her eyes wide in panic, Sister Armina spoke in a barely audible voice. "No, Excellency."
Then I suggest that you stop protesting based not on what you think, but on what you think I want to hear. I'm not interested in your bootlicking. In my bed you may flatter me if you think it will gain you favor, which it won't. But in this I'm only interested in the truth. Your obsequious arguments will not make us successful. Only the truth will. If you have something worthwhile to say, then say it. But stop interrupting Ulyssia to criticize her opinion with what you think I want to hear, or you will again be sent out to the tents sooner rather than later. Do you understand?
Sister Armina's gaze dropped away. "Yes, Excellency." Sister Ulyssia took a settling breath as Jagang turned his attention on her. Her pacing came to a halt. She lifted an arm toward the book on the table. "The problem is, Excellency, there is no way for us to confirm if the copy inside is true or not. I know that's what you want us to do, and believe me, we've tried. But the truth is, we can't find anything that could settle the matter."
"Why not?"
"Well, if it says, position the boxes facing north, how are we supposed to be able to detect if that is a true or false instruction just from reading it? For all we know, facing them north could be an accurate copy of the original manuscript, in which case not doing as it says would prove fatal. Or it could be a corruption of the true direction, and doing as it says would be fatal. How are we to know? You may wish us to be able to come to a conclusion as to the book's validity just from reading it, but we have no way of doing that. I know you don't want me to lie to satisfy your request. I'm serving you best by being truthful." Jagang eyed her suspiciously.
"Be careful, Ulyssia, not to cross the line into fawning. I'm not in the mood."
Sister Ulyssia bowed her head. "Of course, Excellency." Jagang folded his husky arms across his massive chest and turned to the matter at hand.
"So, you think that for this reason the ones who made the copies left us this other way to tell the false from true?"
"Yes, Excellency," Sister Ulyssia said, despite looking anxious to be taking a stand that she knew would not please him. Since the Emperor could read her thoughts, he would know the truth of what she honestly believed. Kalin imagined that Sister Ulyssia reasoned that her best chance of not incurring his wrath was to be true to her belief. Sister Ulyssia was nothing if not smart.
"You believe that this is the real explanation, then? That it isn't a mistake, but that it was calculated and deliberate?"
"Yes, Excellency. There has to be some way to tell. Otherwise, the successful use of the book would only be the result of chance. The boxes of Orden were made as a counter." She paused as she glanced briefly Kalin's way. Kalin kept her eyes almost closed into the narrowest of slits so that the woman wouldn't know she was awake. Sister Ulyssia turned her attention back to Jagang. "They would have reasoned that if it ever became necessary to use that counter, it could only be because the situation was desperate. So they would need very badly to know that the book was true, or else they risked losing everything they believed in. They would, after all, be using the book to save everything they believed in. If the ones using the counter of the boxes were wrong about the copy they were referring to, then they stood to lose more than just their lives. They risked losing the world of life itself."
"Unless those who made the copies wanted the false copies to foil a greedy thief," Jagang said.
"But, Excellency," Sister Ulyssia said, "to stop any treacherous plans, Those in charge of the boxes would need to have a way to know the true copies from the false. If they didn't leave such a method to those who would come after them, then they would have abandoned their descendants to survival by chance. Their whole reason for making the copies in the first place was because they were worried about the risks that might develop in the future with having only the original text. After all, the only book in existence would be subjected to any number of threats, from fire to water to worms, and that isn't even including the array of deliberate threats. They were trying to make sure that there would be an accurate copy, if it ever came to be necessary to use the boxes, and the original book was unavailable for reasons they might not even be able to imagine. Risking that future on chance would be counter to their purpose for making the copies in the first place. Do you see what I mean? Since they made only one true copy, and the rest false, they were attempting to discourage the wrongful use of the boxes, putting another obstacle in the path of them being used, but at the same time, if the boxes were ever truly needed, they most certainly would not have wanted that call to have been answered by chance. They would have left those coming after them a way to confirm the truth. Since the text inside the book is not contradictory in and of itself, it seems to me that those who made the copies would unquestionably have devised another means to determine the true from the false. Jagang turned to the other sister.
Ah, Armina has had a thought. Do speak up, darling.
Sister Armina cleared her throat. We are being asked to believe that a singular, rather than a plural word, served as their only indication of validity? Sister Armina shook her head. While I grant the general point, I believe that this is just too simple an answer, if not far too opaque a message. This means of telling true from false in and of itself becomes chance, too, unless they gave us a way to confirm it. And they have now, haven't they? Sister Ulysses arched an eyebrow as she leaned a little toward the woman. It's right there, right in the beginning, where it tells us precisely how to detect if the book is true or not. It says that she must verify it. She has. Armina folded her arms. Like I said, I think that's just too simple to be the answer. If it's so simple, Armina, then why didn't you see it? Sister Ulysses asked. Kalin closed her eyes a little more when Sister Ulysses pointed at her. She found the flaw. Why did none of us see it? Only she saw it. Without her, we probably would not have noticed it, or, if we had, we probably would have thought that it couldn't be important, and we would have ignored it. She has done what the book said she must. She found it. She said that it means the copy is a false copy. That is precisely the purpose for which the book itself said she must be used. Some of us may not consider that flaw complex enough to be the determining element, but that's irrelevant. The fact remains that she must verify the veracity of this book, and because of a flaw that only she noticed, she claims it is a false copy. That's what matters. We have to take that pronouncement as valid. Considering the words of each woman, Jagang rubbed a meaty hand back over his bull neck as he paced before the table. He stared down at the book for a time, then spoke.
There is one way, to be sure.
He glared at each sister in turn.
We find the other copies and compare them. If they all, or only a few, have this exact same flaw in the title, then it would point it to being meaningless. On the other hand, if all but one has this same flaw, then the one that doesn't would likely be the true copy. We can then compare all the versions of the text, and if the one without the flawed title is different from all the others, we will have confirmed that it's the one true copy.
Excellency, Sister Armina said with a deferential bow of her head, that is an excellent idea.
If we can locate the others, and this is the only one with this flaw, then it would prove my point that it is nothing but a simple, isolated mistake by an ignorant bookbinder.
Jagang stared at her for a moment, before finally breaking eye contact and going to a chest to the side. He opened and pulled out a book. He tossed it on the table so that it slid across the top toward the two sisters. Sister Armina picked it up and read the cover. Even in the dim light of the oil lamps, Kalin could see the woman's face going a deep shade of red. "The Book of Counted Shadow," she said in an incredulous whisper. "Shadow?" Sister Ulyssia asked, peering down over Sister Armina's shoulder. "Not shadows?"
"No," Jagang said. "It is the Book of Counted Shadow, the same as the one from Casca."
But, Sister Armina stammered, "I don't understand. Where is this copy from?"
A condescending smile joined his glare.
"The Palace of the Prophets."
Sister Armina's jaw dropped in speechless shock. Sister Ulyssia frowned. "What? That can't be. Are you sure?"
"Am I sure?" he grunted in derision. "Oh, yes, I'm sure. You see, I've had this book for quite some time. That is part of the reason why I allowed you fools to continue in your quest. I needed the same woman you were after in order to find out if this is a true copy or not. All the time I had this book, I never noticed the word shadow in the title as being anything other than what it should be. I just assumed it said what it was supposed to say. But our unconscious friend over there noticed it immediately."
"But how could you have gotten this from the Palace of the Prophets?" Sister Ulyssia asked. "From what we've learned, these copies were buried with bones, like in Casca, in hidden catacombs. No catacombs were ever discovered at the palace before it was destroyed." Jagang smiled to himself, as if he were explaining things to children.
"You think you are so clever, Ulyssia, finding out about the boxes, about the book needed to open them, about the catacombs, and about the one person needed to verify the text of the book. But I have known for decades what you have only recently discovered. I have been visiting mines for a very, very long time to aid our cause. You would be surprised at all the things I learned long ago. While you sisters were engaged in palace politics, in battles for power on your own little island, in courting either the Creator or the Keeper, seeking favors in return for loyalty to one or the other, I have been working to unite the old world in the cause of the Fellowship of Order, which is the true cause of the Creator, and therefore the only righteous cause of mankind. While you were teaching young men to be wizards, I was showing those same young men the true light. Without the sisters even being aware of it, many of those young wizards had already devoted themselves to the future salvation of mankind by becoming disciples of the Order. They spent decades walking the halls of the Palace of the Prophets right under the noses of the sisters, while working as brothers of the Fellowship of Order. And I was there in their minds as they read all those restricted books down in the vaults of the palace. As a dream walker, I gave them direction and purpose in their studies. I knew what was needed. I had them search for me. As brothers of the Order, they long ago found the secret entrance down into the catacombs. It was hidden under an unused and long-forgotten storage area in the older section of the stables. They spirited this book, as well as other valuable volumes, out of the catacombs, and then when I finally arrived at the palace after triumphantly unifying the old world, they delivered them to me. I have had this particular copy for decades. The only thing I didn't have was a way through the Great Barrier so that I could get at both the boxes and the means of verification. But then, through their meddling, the sisters obliged me by doing things that resulted in the destruction of that barrier. Now that the palace of the prophets has been destroyed, I'm afraid that the catacombs and the books they held have been lost for all time. But those young men searched through most of those hidden volumes, and through their eyes I've read most of them. The palace and the catacombs are now gone, but not all the knowledge contained there has been lost. Those young men grew up to become brothers, many still alive and serving in our struggle. When I witnessed you hatch your plan to capture the Mother Confessor, I realized I could use that plan to finally get my hands on her and use her for my purposes, so I allowed you to think you were accomplishing exactly what you wanted, while you were, in fact, accomplishing what I wanted. I now have the book, and the Mother Confessor that the book says must be used to confirm their validity.
Both sisters could only stare. Kalin's mind spun in confusion. Mother Confessor. She was the Mother Confessor. What in the world was a Mother Confessor? Jagang flashed the sisters a cunning smile.
You have been the perfect fools, don't you think?
Yes, Excellency, they both conceded as one in small voices.
So you see, he went on, we now have 2 copies of the Book of Counted Shadows, and both have the same mistake, the word shadow instead of shadows on the cover.
But this is still only 2, Sister Armina said. What if all the other copies have the same flaw? I don't think that's going to happen, Sister Ulysses said.
Well, if they did, it would certainly prove something now, wouldn't it?
Jagang arched a questioning eyebrow over one dark eye.
I now have 2, and they have the exact same error. We will need to have the rest to confirm the theory that one will have the title written correctly as Shadows. So, as it turns out, we will need to keep the Mother Confessor alive until we can see if she has really found the flaw that will verify the true copy.
And if all the copies have the same flaw, Excellency? Sister Armina asked.
Then we will have learned that the error in the title isn't the method for verifying the Book of Counted Shadows. It may turn out that we need to give her access to the copy itself, so that she can have a broader basis for making the verification, for making it on things that for now she isn't able to see.
Sister Armina lifted a hand. But, Excellency, I don't know that such a thing is even possible. Jagang didn't answer Armina's concern, but instead took the book from her and set it beside the one on the table.
The Mother Confessor is still vital to us. She is the only way to verify the one true copy. We can't yet be certain that she has done that. So far, she made a judgment on the only information available to her. For now, we need her alive.
Yes, Excellency, Sister Armina said. I think she might be waking, Sister Ulysses said. Kalin realized that she had been listening so intently that she had failed to completely close her eyes when Sister Ulysses looked her way. The sister came closer, peering down at her. Kalin didn't want them to know she had heard them call her by the title Mother Confessor. She stretched a little, as if trying to escape the bounds of unconsciousness while she tried to imagine what such a title could possibly mean. "Where are we?" she mumbled, feigning a groggy voice. "I am confident that it will soon enough become all too clear to you." Sister Ulysses forcefully jabbed Kalin's shoulder. "Now wake up." "What is it? Do you wish something, sister?" Kalin rubbed her eyes with the backs of her knuckles, trying to look uncoordinated and dazed. "Where are we?" Sister Ulysses hooked a finger through the collar around Kalin's neck and jerked her upright. Before Sister Ulysses could say anything more, Jagang's meaty hand grabbed her arm and drew her back out of his way. He was intent on Kalin. His fist seized her shirt at her throat. He lifted her clear of the ground.
"You killed 2 trusted guards," he said through gritted teeth. "You killed Sister Cecilia."
His face was going red with rapidly building rage. His brow drew down over his dark eyes. It seemed that lightning might flicker in the cloudy shapes drifting through those black eyes.
"What made you think that you could get away with killing them?"
"I didn't think I could get away with it," Kalin said as calmly as she could manage.
As she had suspected, her calm only served to provoke his fury. He roared in unleashed anger and shook her so violently that it felt like it might have torn muscles in her neck. It was obvious that he was a man who at the slightest provocation flew into fits of uncontrollable rage. He was on the brink of murder. Kalin didn't want to die, but she knew that a swift death might be preferable to what he had promised her for later. She couldn't really do anything to stop it anyway.
"If you didn't think you could get away with it, then why would you dare to do such a thing?"
"What difference does it make?" Kalin asked with calm indifference, as his fists on her shirt held her up so that her boots were clear of the ground.
"What are you talking about?"
"Well, you've already told me that your treatment of me will be terrible beyond anything I have ever experienced. I believe you. That's the only way people like you can ever win, by threats and brutality. Because you are such a pompous fool, you made the mistake of telling me that I could not begin to imagine all the terrible things you intend to do to me. That was your big mistake."
"Mistake? What are you talking about?"
He drew her up against his muscled body.
"What mistake?"
"You've made a tactical error, Emperor,"
Kalin said, managing to stress his title in a way that made it sound like a mocking insult. She wanted him angry, and she could see that it was working. Despite hanging from his white-knuckled fists, Kalin tried to sound composed, even aloof.
"You see, you have made it clear to me that no matter what I do, I have nothing to lose. You've made it clear that you can't be reasoned with. You said that you are going to do your worst to me. That empowers me because I am no longer bound by any hope for mercy from you. In revealing that I have no hope whatsoever for any mercy, you have given me an advantage I didn't previously have. You see, by making that mistake, you showed me that I had nothing to lose by killing your guards, and since I'm to be subjected to your worst anyway, I might as well have my revenge on Sister Cecilia. By making such a tactical mistake, you have shown me that you are not so smart after all, that you are just a brute and can be bested."
He relaxed his grip just enough for Kalin to touch the toes of her boots to the ground so that she could gain some leverage.
"You really are something,"
he said, as a slow, cunning smile overcame his rage.
"I'm going to enjoy what I have planned for you."
"I've already told you your mistake, and you repeat it? Apparently you don't learn very well either, do you?"
Before, when he'd pulled her up against him in a rage and had brought her face close to his, when his hands had been firmly occupied holding her in a threatening manner, Kalin had used the distraction to gingerly slip his knife from the sheath on his belt. With 2 fingers, she'd worked it up into her hand. He had been so angry he hadn't noticed. Rather than get worked up into another fit of rage at her latest insult, he began to laugh. Kalin already had his knife gripped tightly in her fist. Without ceremony or warning, she thrust it at him as hard as she could. Her intention had been to drive the blade up under his ribs, to cut open vital organs, maybe even his heart, if she could get it in that far. The way he was holding her, though, hampered her movement just enough so that she missed her mark by a fraction of an inch and instead struck his lowest rib. The point stuck in bone. Before she had time to yank it back and stab him again, he seized her wrist and wrenched her arm over, spinning her around. Her back slammed against his chest. He had the knife out of her grip before she had a chance to do anything about it. His arm across her throat cut off her air as he held her against his massive muscles. His chest heaved in anger against her back. Rather than admitting defeat, and before she blacked out from lack of air, she used all her muscle to drive the heel of her boot into his shin. By his cry, she knew it hurt. She struck sharply with her elbow directly into the fresh wound. He flinched. As her elbow rebounded from the blow, she cocked it forward to gain momentum and then smashed back into his jaw. He was so big, though, so strong, that it didn't have a disabling effect. It had been rather like punching a bull, and like a bull he was only enraged further. Looking no worse for her attack, Jagang seized a fistful of her shirt before she could slip out of his reach. He punched her in the middle hard enough to double her over and drive her breath from her lungs. She gasped, trying to draw a breath against the stunning pain. Kalin realized that she was on her knees only when he lifted her by her hair and placed her back on her feet. Her knees wobbled unsteadily. Jagang was grinning. His flash of anger had been washed away by an unexpected, dangerous, but one-sided brawl and an opportunity to inflict pain. He was beginning to enjoy the game.
"Why don't you just kill me?"
Kalin managed to get out as he stood watching her.
Kill you? Why would I want to kill you? Then you would just be dead. I want you alive so that I can make you suffer.
The two sisters made no move to rein in their master. Kalin knew that they would not have objected to anything he did to her. As long as his attention was on Kalin, it wasn't on them. Before he could strike her again, light abruptly flooded the tent, drawing his attention.
"Excellency," a deep voice said. It had come from the side. One of the big brutes held the carpet aside as he waited. The man looked similar to the two guards she had killed before. Kalin supposed that Jagang had an endless supply of such men.
What is it?
"We're ready to strike your camp, Excellency. I am sorry for interrupting, but you asked to be told as soon as we were ready. You said that you wanted us to make haste." Jagang released Kalin's hair.
All right. Get started then.
He swung around unexpectedly, backhanding her across the face hard enough to send her tumbling across the floor. While she lay on the floor, recovering her senses, he pressed a hand to the wound over his rib. He pulled the hand away to see how much he was bleeding. He wiped his hand on his trousers, apparently deciding that it was a relatively minor wound and nothing to be concerned about. From what Kalin could see of him, he bore a number of scars, most testifying to injuries far worse than the ones she had given him.
See to it that she doesn't get any more ideas, he told the sisters as he headed for the carpet that the guard was holding aside for him.
Kalin felt fire race down from the collar, through her nerves all the way to her toes. The burning pain pulled an involuntary gasp. She wanted to scream in rage at having that hot pain yet again ripping through her. She hated the way the sisters used the collar to control her. She hated the helpless agony they could put her in. Sister Ulysses stepped closer and stood over her. "That was a pretty stupid thing to do, now wasn't it?" Kalin couldn't answer through the stunning pain. What she would have told the sister was that it wasn't stupid at all, that it had been worth it. As long as she had breath in her lungs, she would fight them. With her last breath, if need be, she would fight. Chapter 43. At the opening out of Emperor Jagang's tent, Kalin recoiled at seeing the army of the Imperial Order up close for the first time. Distance had taken off a bit of the rougher edges. Even though she had a pretty good sense of them, it was still an unnerving sight. The dense mass of men spread unbroken to the horizon, with everyone in motion and moving about, bending, standing, turning, lifting gear, joining into ranks, saddling horses, loading wagons, with different groups on horseback moving like waves through the mass of men. It looked like an endless, churning, treacherous black sea. There was not a single man in sight, and she could see thousands upon endless thousands who looked kindly or harmless. Every single man looked grim and grisly, as if there was nothing he looked forward to in life as much as the prospect of doing violence. These men looked driven by the singular prospect of an unrestrained rampage. Kalin feared to think of those who might find themselves in these men's path. As she took it all in, she began to notice that there were differences among the men. The closest group to the emperor were more disciplined, orderly, and measured in everything they did. They were more attentive to their weapons. All the men in closest around the emperor's tents looked much the same as the two Kalin had killed. Out past them were other men dressed in different kinds of uniforms made of chain mail and leather. They all looked to be nearly as big and well-trained as the men closest to the emperor, but their primary weapons appeared to be crescent axes. Beyond were more encircling layers of men, including men with loaded crossbows, swordsmen, and ranks of pikemen forming up in close formations, preparing for the long march ahead. While each of the layers of men around the emperor were outfitted in their own distinctive uniforms that matched the rest of their group, they were all big, muscled, armored, and heavily armed with well-made weapons. This was the core of the emperor's force of the deadliest, the most fearsome and formidable of his army. In among the inner circles were men who looked to be officers. Some gave orders to messengers, some gave orders to lower-ranking men, while others assembled in groups, making plans over maps. Yet others came from time to speak briefly with Jagang. Out beyond the barriers of career soldiers were the rabble, who made up by far the largest mass of the army. The weapons carried by those men, swords, axes, pikes, lances, maces, clubs, and knives, were inelegantly made, and looked all the more deadly for it. These were coarse men, who looked to be out for a riot. They shared one thing with the men in closer to the emperor. They all looked like wide-eyed idealists intent on enforcing their beliefs under the heel of their boot. Kalin felt as if she were stranded on a treacherous island, surrounded by monsters in a wild sea. Kalin saw something else different in among the inner circle. There were women. At first, she hadn't noticed them, because their dress was so drab that they blended in with all the men. Given the way these women watched everyone, she began to suspect that they were sisters who served to guard the emperor. There were also men who were largely unarmed, but who had a look to them that in a way reminded Kalin of the sisters. They were probably gifted as well. None of the men or the sisters so much as glanced Kalin's way. No one but Sister Ulyssia, Sister Armina, and Jagang knew she was there. There were also young men who, by their simple loose trousers and total lack of weapons, appeared to be slaves taking care of the menial tasks. From some of the other tents in the emperor's compound, Kalin saw young women emerge to be herded into wagons before the tents were taken down. By the way the men openly stared at these women and by their scanty clothes, their purpose among the men of rank was obvious to Kalin. The hollow, dead look in the women's eyes told her that they must have been captives pressed into service as whores. The mob out beyond made a ceaseless, noisy ruckus, while most of the men in closer were silent as they went about preparations to strike camp. Most of the men close by had studs, rings, chains, and tattooed faces with unique designs that made them look not just savage, but deliberately less than human. as if they were rejecting a higher value in favor of a lower one. Their chosen purpose in life was clearly brutality. As they went about their work, they talked little and paid attention to orders shouted by officers riding through their midst. They worked with practiced precision as they packed gear, readied weapons, and saddled horses. The great masses of men out beyond, though, were nowhere near as orderly or careful. They threw together their gear in a haphazard fashion. As they departed, they left behind mounds of refuse and broken plunder. They couldn't be bothered with such concerns. Their calling in life was bringing to task those who didn't believe in their superior ways. At seeing Kalin's reaction to all the fierce men, Sister Ulyssia gestured with a nod out to the men, and then leaned a little closer to Kalin. "I know how you feel." Kalin doubted it. She didn't want to say anything because she was pretty sure that Jagang was in the sister's mind, watching for what Kalin might have to say when he wasn't around. "It doesn't really matter how I feel, now does it?" she said to the two sisters, watching her. "He will do what he wants to me." She checked the cut on her cheek from one of Jagang's rings. It had finally stopped bleeding. "He's made that clear enough." "I suppose he will," Sister Ulyssia said. "He will do what he wants to all of us," Sister Armina added. "I can't believe we were so foolish." A group of officers returned with Jagang. Soldiers behind them pulled already saddled horses along with them. Other men were already taking chests, chairs, tables, and smaller items out of the Emperor's tent and loading it all into crates in the waiting wagons. As soon as the tent had been emptied, the lines came down, followed by the poles, and at last the tent itself. In a matter of moments, what had looked like a small town of tents, with the Emperor's large tent at the center, was just an empty field. Jagang gestured for a man to hand Kalin the reins to a horse. "Today you will ride with me." Kalin wondered what she would be doing the next day, but she didn't ask. It sounded like he had plans for her. She couldn't begin to guess at them, but she feared what was in store for her. She stuffed a boot in a stirrup and swung up into the saddle, then scanned the sea of men, estimating her chances if she made a run for freedom. She might be able to make it past the men, because with the exception of the two sisters and Jagang, the men couldn't remember her long enough to recall that they saw her. Out among those men, as daunting as such a thought was, she was as good as invisible. To them it would appear as if a riderless horse was running away, and they probably wouldn't want to get trampled for no good reason. The sisters, watching her carefully, mounted up as well, one to each side of her to make sure that she didn't get a chance to bolt. Even if she was invisible to the soldiers, Kalin knew that the sisters could use the collar to drop her where she was. They didn't need to be close, either. She had learned that the hard way. Her legs still ached from what they had done a little earlier. It was a good thing that she was to ride, because right then she didn't think she would make it far on foot. The sea of men had already begun moving away in a dark, surging tide. The dawn light sparkled off millions of weapons, making the army look liquid. As if floating in the tightly formed raft of the Emperor's personal guards and retinue of sisters, servants, and slaves, they began to drift out into the vast, churning ocean of men moving north toward the horizon. They rode with the hot rising sun to their right. Kalin, between the sisters, in among the Emperor's personal guards, moved along in the mass of men streaming northward. She had a good view of it all from high in her saddle. At least she didn't have to carry the sisters' things on her back, as she had always had to do before. The early chatter among the soldiers soon died out with the monotonous effort of the march. Talking became too difficult for them. It wasn't long before Kalin was sweating in the heat. Men carrying heavy packs plodded onward, eyes to the ground in front of them. To stop would probably mean being trampled. There had to be a force of millions that she could see behind them, driving north with them. Throughout the day, wagons or men on horses worked their way through the men passing out food. Wagons dispersed throughout the army at intervals carried water. There was soon a line of men marching along, waiting their turn to get some water from each of the wagons rolling among them. Near midday, a small wagon arrived in the center of the emperor's people. It had hot food that was passed out to all the officers. The sisters passed Kalin the same as what the rest of them were offered: flat bread wrapped around some kind of salty, mushy meat. It didn't taste very good, but Kalin was starving and glad to have it. By nightfall, everyone was exhausted from the arduous march. They had eaten on the move and had stopped for nothing. They were covering more ground than she thought an army of this size capable of doing in a day. She felt as if she were coated with much of the ground they had covered. She didn't know if she would be any happier for rain that would knock down the dust, because then they would have to contend with mud. Kalin was surprised when she saw out ahead of them what looked like the emperor's compound. Flags atop tents flapped in the hot wind, as if to welcome the emperor home. She realized that the wagons with all the emperor's equipment must have ridden on ahead and set up camp. The army was so vast and covered so much area that it took hours, if not days, for them all to pass the same spot, so the wagons would not have had to ride out ahead of the protection of the army. Men would merely have opened a path for them to race ahead through the marching men, and before dark start setting up camp, so that by the time the emperor arrived, everything would be ready. Kalin saw meat roasting on spits over a series of fires. The aromas made her stomach ache with hunger. Other fires held steaming cauldrons on iron cranes. Slaves scurried here and there, carrying a variety of supplies, working at tables, turning spits, stirring what was in the cauldrons, and adding ingredients as they prepared the evening meal. Platters with breads, meats, and fruits were already being readied. Jagang, riding directly in front of Kalin, dismounted before his large tent. A man rushed in to take the reins. When the sisters and Kalin dismounted, more young men ran in to take their horses as well. The sisters, as if directed by wordless commands, ushered Kalin along with them as they followed Jagang in under the large, ornate hanging covering the tent's opening that was being held aside by a muscled soldier without a shirt. He was slick with sweat, probably from the work of erecting the tents, and had a sour stink about him. Inside, it looked just like it had that morning when they had left. Just by looking at it, it was hard to tell that they had gone anywhere. The lamps were already lit. Kalin was glad for the smell of the burning oil because it covered some of the stench of urine, manure, and sweat. There were a number of slaves inside, all rushing about the task of preparing the emperor's meal being set out on the table. Jagang abruptly turned and seized Sister Ulysses by her hair and yanked her forward. She let out a small cry of pain and surprise at first, but quickly cut off the whimper and offered no resistance as he pulled her close. The slaves only briefly glanced over at Sister Ulysses' cry and then immediately went back to their work as if they saw nothing.
"Why does no one else see her?" Jagang asked.
Kalin knew what he was talking about.
"The spell, Excellency. The chain fire spell."
Sister Ulysses was being held in an awkward and uncomfortable position, bent halfway over and standing off balance.
"That was the whole purpose of the spell, so that no one would see her. It was created specifically to make a person appear to vanish. I think it may have been envisioned as a method of creating a spy who couldn't be detected. We used the spell for that purpose, so we could get the boxes of Orden out of the people's palace without anyone knowing what we had done."
Kalin felt as if her heart had come up into her throat at hearing how she had been used, at how her life and her memory had been stripped from her. A lump swelled in her throat at hearing the arrogant disregard the sisters had for her precious life. What gave these women the right to steal anyone's life in such a way? Only a short time ago she had thought she was a nobody without a memory, a slave to the sisters. Now, in a short time, she had found out that she was Kalin Amnel, and that she was the Mother Confessor, whatever that was. Now she knew that she hadn't known her name was Amnel, or that she was this Mother Confessor person, because the sisters had spelled her. "That's the way it's supposed to work," Jagang said. "So why did that innkeeper see her? Why did that little rock rat back in Casca see her?"
I don't know," Sister Ulysses stammered.
He jerked her a little closer. She began to reach up to grasp his wrists, to try to keep from having her scalp torn off, but she thought better of trying to resist anything he did, and let her arms drop to dangle from her stooped shoulders. "Let me rephrase the question, so that even a stupid bitch like you can understand it. What did you do wrong?"
"But, Excellency—"
"You must have done something wrong, or those two would not have been able to see her." Sister Ulysses trembled, but didn't answer, as he lectured her. "You and Armina can see her because you were controlling the spell. I can see her because I was in your minds, and so I was protected by the same process. But no one else should be able to see her. Now," he said after a pause to grit his teeth, "I will ask again. What did you do wrong?"
"Excellency, we did nothing wrong. I swear."
Jagang crooked a finger at Armina. She meekly came forward in mincing steps. "Would you like to answer my question and tell me what you did wrong? Or would you also like to be sent to the tents along with Ulysses?" Sister Armina swallowed back her terror as she spread her hands.
"Excellency, if I could spare myself by confessing, I would. But Ulysses is right. We did nothing wrong."
He turned his glare back on the sister he had by the hair. "It seems pretty obvious to me that you two are wrong. The spell should make her invisible, but others can see her. And yet you continue to stick to a story when that's obviously a lie. You had to do something wrong, or those two people would not have seen her." Sister Ulysses, tears dripping from her cheeks from the pain she was in, tried to shake her head.
"No, Excellency, it doesn't work that way."
"What doesn't work that way?"
"The chain fire spell. Once ignited, it runs its course. The spell does the work. It's self-directing. We didn't guide it or control it in any way. In fact, no intervention is possible during the process. It is ignited, and then the spell runs through its predetermined routines. We don't even know what those routines are. In some aspects, they function similarly to a constructed spell. We wouldn't dare try to tamper with any of it. The power unleashed in chain fire is far more than we know how to regulate, and we have no way to alter such a spell, even if we wanted to." "She's right, Excellency. We knew what it was supposed to do, what the result was supposed to be, but we don't know how it works. What would we change? Our goal was for it to work, to do what it was designed to do. We had no reason to try to tamper with it, so there is nothing we could have done wrong."
"All we did was ignite it," Sister Ulysses insisted, tears starting to weep through her words.
"We ran the verification webs to make sure that everything was as it should be, and then we ignited it. The spell did the rest. We have no idea why those two people can see her. We were completely surprised by it."
He turned his glare on Sister Armina.
Can you fix whatever is wrong?
We have no idea what the problem is, Sister Amina said, so there is no way we can fix it. We don't even know for sure that there really is something wrong. For all we know, it could be that this is simply the way the spell works, that there will be a few people who, for some reason unknown to us, can still see her. The spell is far more complex than anything we've ever encountered before. We have no idea what is wrong, if there really is something wrong, or how to correct it. I think that maybe it was a random anomaly, Sister Ulysses suggested when the silence in the tent became ominous. Those things sometimes happen with magic. Small little issues that aren't anticipated by the spell's creator slip through and aren't affected. It might be nothing more than that. After all, the spell is thousands of years old. Those who created it never tested it, so there might have been unresolved issues they weren't aware of.
Jagang did not look convinced.
There must be something you did wrong.
No, Excellency. Not even those ancient wizards could do anything with the spell once it had been ignited. After all, the magic of Auden was created to deal with the spell if it was ever unleashed. Nothing less can alter its course.
Kalin's ears perked up.
She wondered why the sisters would have used a spell to steal the boxes of Auden that were designed to counter the spell. Maybe their intent had been to make sure that no one could use that counter.
Jagang finally released Sister Ulysses by tossing her to the ground with a grunt of disgust. Her hands covered her scalp, comforting the hurt. Emperor Jagang paced as he thought about what he'd been told. Seeing someone peeking into the tent, he stopped and signaled. Several women entered with pitchers and poured red wine in mugs set out on the table. Serving boys began spilling into the room, carrying platters and trays filled with a variety of steaming hot food. Jagang paced, paying the slaves little attention as they went about their work. When the table was finally filled, Jagang took a seat at the carved chair behind the table. He brooded as he watched the two sisters. The slaves all silently lined up behind him, ready to do his bidding or bring him anything he requested. He finally turned his attention to dinner and dug his fingers into the ham. He squeezed off a fistful of the hot meat. With his other hand, he tore off long strips of the large chunk and ate them as he watched the sisters and Kalin, as if judging whether they should live or die. When he had finished the ham, he pulled the knife from his belt and used it to slice off a piece of roast beef. He stabbed the red slab of meat and held it up, waiting. Blood ran down the blade and down the length of his arm to his elbow resting on the tabletop. He paused and smiled up at Kalin.
A better use for my knife than the use you had for it, don't you think?
Kalin considered keeping silent, but she couldn't resist speaking. I liked my use better. I only wish my aim had been true. Had it been, we would not be having this conversation. He smiled to himself.
Maybe.
He took a gulp of wine from a mug before using his teeth to pull a chunk of the beef off the slab stuck on the knife. As he watched Kalin, and while he chewed, he said,
Take off your clothes.
Kalin blinked.
What?
Take off your clothes.
He gestured with the knife.
All of them.
Kalin clenched her jaw.
No. If you want them off, you will have to rip them off me.
He shrugged.
I will do that later, just for the satisfaction of it. But for now, take them off.
Why?
He lifted an eyebrow.
Because I said so.
No, she repeated.
The gaze of his nightmare eyes glided to Sister Ulysses.
Tell Kalin about the torture tents.
Excellency?
Tell her about the extensive experience we have in convincing people to do as we wish. Tell her what tortures we employ."
Before Sister Ulyssia could speak, Kalin spoke first. "Just get on with it and torture me. No one is interested in hearing you gossip about it like an old hen. I'm sure that you'd rather make me suffer, so get on with it."
"Oh, the torture isn't for you, darling."
He twisted a leg off a roasted goose and used it to gesture to a young woman behind him.
"The torture is for her."
Kalin glanced at the suddenly panicked woman and then frowned at Jagang. "What?" He bit off some of the dark goose meat. Grease ran down his fingers. He sucked the grease off the rings.
"Well," he said as he picked at the meat hanging from the leg, "perhaps I should be the one to explain. You see, we have this torture where the inquisitor makes a small incision in a lower abdomen of the person in question."
He turned and poked the goose leg at the young woman's belly, just below her navel. The goose leg left a greasy spot on her bare flesh.
"Right about there." "Then," he said, turning back, "the inquisitor pushes the jaws of a pair of tongs deep into the belly and gropes around until he is able to grab hold of a bit of the small intestine. It's all quite slippery in there, and the person being subjected to this treatment is not just lying still for it, if you know what I mean. So it usually takes a bit of doing to snag the proper bit of their insides. Once he has it, he slowly begins to pull a few feet of it out. Quite an ordeal."
He leaned over and pulled off another strip of ham.
"Now, if you don't do as I say, then we are all going to go over to the torture tents."
He gestured with the limp strip of ham off to his left.
"And we're going to let one of our experienced inquisitors do that to this girl behind me."
He turned an icy look up at Kalin.
"All because you refuse to do as you are told. You will get to watch the whole agonizing thing. You will get to listen to her screams, listen to her begging for her life, watch her bleed, see her vital insides being drawn out of her. After the man has pulled a few feet free, he then begins winding it around a stick, like spare yarn, just to keep the mess all neat and tidy. After that, he will pause and look to me. At that time, I will again politely ask you to do as I have instructed. If you again refuse, then we will slowly pull out a few more feet of her tender, delicate, bloody gut, winding it around the stick while we all listen to her scream and cry and beg to die. This whole process can go on for quite a long time. It's an excruciatingly slow and painful ordeal."
Jagang gave Kalin a cheerful smile.
"And then, near the end, you will get to see her convulse in her death."
Kalin looked up at the girl. She hadn't moved, but she had gone as white as the sugar mounted in the bowl to the side of the table. Jagang slowly chewed and then washed the mouthful down with a swig of wine.
"After that, you can watch us throw her lifeless carcass on the dead cart, with other ruined bodies of people who have been questioned. Then I will offer Ulyssia and Armina the choice of either being sent to the tents to entertain my men, who have quite the lustier desires, or, if they would rather, think of ways to use that collar around your neck to give you more pain than you have so far experienced from it. The stipulation will be that they must not allow you to pass out. I will, of course, want you to feel it all." Outside, the din of the army carried on without let-up, but inside the tent it was dead quiet. Jagang sawed off another slab of the bloody beef as he went on. After the sisters have exhausted their imaginations, and I believe that the incentive will spark some inventive ideas, then I will personally beat you to within an inch of your death. After all of that, I will rip your clothes off of you, and you will be standing there naked before me. His nightmare eyes fixed on her. Your choice, darling. Either way, in the end, you are going to comply with my order and end up standing there naked before me. What method do you choose? Make it quick, or I'll not offer you the choice again. Kalin had no choice. Resisting in this was pointless. She swallowed and immediately started unbuttoning her shirt. Chapter 44. Jagang scooped a handful of pecans from a silver bowl and popped a few in his mouth. He smiled at his triumph as he watched Kalin begin removing her clothes. His self-satisfied expression made her feel all the more forlorn and powerless. She was certain that her face had gone crimson. She made no further attempt to fight his order. She knew that she had to pick her battles, and this was not one she could win. She wondered if she would ever win another. She began to doubt that it was really possible. There would be no salvation for her. This was her life, her future, all there would ever be for her. She had nothing to look forward to, no reason to aspire to anything good. As unceremoniously as possible, she dropped her clothes in a pile as she removed them, not bothering to stall by folding them. When she was done and had removed every stitch, she stood hunched in the dead silent room, not looking up at Jagang because she didn't want to face his gloating, leering triumph. She tried her best to keep her trembling from being evident. "Stand up straighter," Jagang said. Kalin did as she was told. She suddenly felt weary. Not weary of physical effort, but weary of all effort. What was she struggling for? What life could she ever have? She stood no chance of ever being free, of ever experiencing love, of ever feeling safe. What chance had she of ever achieving any happiness in life? None. At that moment, she wanted nothing so much as to curl up into a ball and cry, or just stop breathing and be done with it. Everything seemed hopeless. Her efforts were futile against such strength, such numbers, such abilities. She ceased to be embarrassed. She didn't care if he stared at her. She was sure that it wouldn't be long until he was finished with his dinner and then did a lot more than merely stare. She had no choice in that, either. She had no choice in any of it. She had only an imitation of life. Without the ability to control even this much of her life, control if she would have to submit to any indignation, she didn't really have life. Life was something that others had. She breathed, she saw, she felt, she heard, she tasted, she even thought, but she did not live in a meaningful sense. "There is a rock formation straight out from the opening to my tent," Jagang said, as he leaned back in his chair. "Do you remember seeing it when we arrived?" Kalin looked up at him, feeling dead inside. She went through the task of doing as instructed, like a good slave. She thought about his question. She remembered seeing it. It was a long way off, but she remembered the way the dark river of men poured around the rock outcropping. "Yes, I remember it," she said in a dull voice. "Good." He took a swig and set the mug down. "I want you to walk to that rock. Don't go straight there, but go around in a circular route." He lifted an eyebrow. "No need to go all red, darling. The men can't see you, remember?" Kalin stared at him. "Then why do you want me to do this?" He shrugged. "Well, you killed my 2 guards. I need some more."
There are plenty of your men right outside.
He smiled. Yes, but they can't see you. I want men who can see you.
Kalin began to grasp his meaning. She suddenly began feeling very naked again.